Alright. Believe this should be working. Let's see. I think YouTube's taking a bit to load here. And there we go. Okay. And now I gotta quickly post the fact that I'm live on all the different, like, things that I have. Currently live streaming. Okay, YouTube's buffering for a while. I hope that there's no problems on that end. Okay, post there. Should be good. Crap. I forgot that I just sent somebody the Discord link, so it screwed up my copy-paste. Now I can make that a hyperlink. So every single time when I start a new stream, I have to go ahead and, you know, post the fact that I'm live on, like, you know, the guide and whatnot. Just, it helps at the end of the day. And awesome. Okay, that should be everywhere I need to actually post it. Hello, Scraw, and hello, Lycan. So, I still have not hopped in. I wanted to get it up, like, at 11, you know? It was kind of late last night. Or yesterday, I guess, now that I'm not streaming at night. But this time I was on time, even though I had to scramble to get that last video just posted. Is the video quality fine? Because on my end, I see it, like, buffering a bit. So I'm not sure if everything's working properly. Might just be YouTube being a bit screwy. It's great. Cool, cool. Yeah, sometimes, like, when you start a stream, YouTube just goes crazy and doesn't know what's going on. So I'm, like, trying to figure out, like, are people able to watch this? And YouTube's just, you know, sitting there endlessly loading, and I have no idea if the stream's working or not, but luckily I can still see chat, so. And there was a tiny stutter? Okay. Yeah, as long as it's, like, fine now, then that's good. Hello, Simon. Alright, so. Gonna wait a little bit before jumping into things, just so, you know, people can slowly trickle in. But, one nice thing is Darkmoon Fair started today. So I can actually go and get that buff. It'll make the second half a bit easier. What's the best way from level 50 to 60? It would be currently the campaign. So I will be demonstrating the fastest way from 50 to 60 here. I also have a guide in the description, which should tell you everything you need to know. It's like a mix of campaign and then some threads of fate towards the end. And then every once in a while you'll do a dungeon whenever you get your dungeon quest. So, what I'm going to do here is go and find as many Darkmoon quest items as I can for the amount of gold that I have access to. Hey man, I hope you're going to have a good 50 to 60 speedrun. Thank you, Nixie. Appreciate it. I hope it goes well. Okay, so I have, like, after I vendor all this stuff, it should be close to 7k. Hopefully I can buy a decent amount of items with that. Gonna go for all the cheap ones at the very least. Now, the unfortunate part about buying all this stuff on stream is that if people really wanted to, they could snipe me, but hopefully nobody will do that. But I can get Fallen Adventurer's Journal. This one's pretty cheap. What else? Banner of the Fallen. Kalia said, finally came to a live stream. The VODs or highlights you are uploading are perfect to listen to while I level or farm myself. Thank you. So actually those highlights were not taken from streams because all of my previous speedruns were done like offline, not on a stream. But I guess future highlights from this run going forward will be from streams. Because at this point on, I'm going to try to stream every single speedrun. Unless I go back to doing world record attempts in the future. Those are kind of hard to stream. Just because, you know, it's WoW, right? If you stream a world record attempt, then, you know, there's a possibility that somebody can gank you or mess up your spawns and whatnot. And for the purposes of world record speedruns, I actually do those at like 5 a.m. just to minimize the competition or chance that, like, you know, I get ganked. And, well, it wouldn't really work out well if I was streaming at 5 a.m. Don't think too many people would watch that. I guess maybe the European people would watch that. Because that would be, like, middle of the day for them, but definitely nobody from North America. Okay, this is the last one that I'll buy. Pretty low in gold now, but I think it's worth it. These quest items are going to give me a large chunk of free experience. So that will be nice. The only thing I'm not sure is, like, when I should actually use this. I could use it now. Yeah, I'll just use it now. It doesn't really matter. Currently 5 p.m. in Sweden, so perfect time for the stream. 5 a.m. EST would be a perfect 7 p.m. for Australia. That's true. Yeah. I mean, who knows? I really doubt I would do, like, a 5 a.m. world record run stream. Especially just because of the fact that it's, like, the potential of getting ganked when I'm streaming would just kind of make it hard to really push for a world record. But that's always, like, hypothetical in the future if I decide to do that again. That might be a fun idea. Who knows? Alright, now I can go grab... Oh, well, I would say I can go grab the Darkwind Fair thing, but my quest log is full. So I guess I gotta clear some of this out. Hey, Brett. Good to have you here. Oh, yeah, I have a lot of just random WoD quests sitting here. Gotta make sure I clear all that out, or I'm gonna hit a roadblock in the middle of Shadowlands and have to do the exact same thing. Alright. I also forgot to put up the timer. Oh yeah, I forgot the live split crashed. Okay, well, I'm not going to try to find the initial timer, so if you want to know, like, the full time it took me for 10 to 50, or 10 to 60, I mean, you can just add the timer from yesterday's stream, which was, like, around 10 hours, and the timer from today's stream. I think it was, like, exactly 10 hours. Who knows? Getting Heritage? Good point. I forgot about that. Yes, I'll do that before Darkwind Fair. Good call. I'll start the timer after I'm, like, sitting in front of Darian, because this is all stuff that, like, isn't necessarily part of the speedrun. Yes, hello, Max. I saw your comment in my video, Max. Final Fantasy looks really weird in this video. Hee hee ha ha. Yeah. But always good to have you stop in. How you doing, by the way, Max? It's been a while. Huh, I can't abandon this quest. Weird. Okay. Shouldn't you grab the Darkwind Fair 10% XP buff before turning in the Heritage Armor? How much does the Heritage Armor quest give? Does it give XP? It does give XP! Good call! I actually didn't know that. I did not realize that actually gave, like, XP. I thought it was like, you just hand it in, you get the appearances, but... Alright. Wouldn't it be better to spec Unholy or Frost for the damage? Yes. It absolutely would be better if you're trying to, like, go really fast to go Unholy or Frost. I'm specifically doing this run as Blood because I've talked in length in the past about how I kind of dislike Blood DK. So, the entire point of doing this run was to kind of, like, force me to play Blood DK, and, I mean, I put it up on a poll, and that's the thing that won the poll, so. That is what I'll be doing. But yes, if you are really trying to speedrun as a Blood DK, not as a Blood DK, as a Death Knight in general, then yes, you would want to go. I believe Frost is probably better for low levels. Where was I going? I completely forgot where I was going. Okay. I guess I should do Darkmoon Fair first. And then Heritage Armor? Yeah, that should be good. Best of luck. Thank you, Scraw. Appreciate it. Max, you said you moved to a new apartment, you almost came back to WoW, and 2 days later the lawsuit went public. Kind of killed your desire to play. Yeah, I feel that. The lawsuit was definitely like... I mean, well, I would say calling it a bit of a downer would be an understatement, right? But it does really suck to hear. I am hopeful that Blizzard, like, turns around from this and actually improves. I guess it remains to be seen. But I'm tentatively hopeful that this will give them the kick that they need to actually, you know, rebuild their company. Right? Fingers crossed on that. And yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily recommend that people come back to WoW right now. I mean, I'm still enjoying it for, like, the Mythic rating. But I would say, unless you're a Mythic raider, it might be a bit difficult to, like, find fun in WoW right now. It's a little bit tricky. And especially with 9.1.5 right around the corner, it's like, why bother now when you can just come back then and everything will be fixed? Will I ever make rating videos? You know, that's a good question. I've thought about it. It is something that I have considered. I don't know. If there's enough demand for it, I might make, like, tank guides, right? Like, I guess rating videos, it kind of depends. That's a very broad category. When I think of videos that I might make that are raid-related, it would be like a how to tank this boss on Mythic type of guide. Or maybe just like how to tank every boss on Heroic, something simple like that. So, that's the kind of thing that I might do. I'll never make boss guides because, honestly, there's just a ton of guides out there that are already really good for bosses. I mean, you just look at Limit Max, right? If you need a good boss guide, go to him. But if it's down to, like, oh yeah, you know, how do you tank this particular boss? Well, there's not many good guides for that, so I might do that at some point in the future. We'll see. Definitely something I'm considering. Alright, that's a decent chunk of experience, and I can still get some more over here. Since time walking is up, is it up? Oh yeah, I guess it is up. Is the XP worth it? Unfortunately, it is not. So, time walking was really broken for a little while. They nerfed it. It's now no longer a very viable option, unfortunately. It's not bad, I would say. Like, you can do it, but you're just not going to get as good results with it. But if you find it fun and you just want to, you know, casually level through time walking, you know, nothing's stopping you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Hawker. Max says, I went to BlizzCon back in 2019. You met JL and Brack and a lot of the devs. It honestly sucks to know that that may not happen again. Yeah, that's true. I know a lot of people have been saying that they think BlizzCon, yeah, might not happen because of all the stuff. That would be disappointing because I've actually never gone to a BlizzCon. It was one of those things that I was always kind of, you know, hoping to do eventually. I always thought, like, yeah, that would be pretty cool. But, you know, it's unfortunate given everything that's happened. I could definitely see them not doing another BlizzCon, but I hope that they do in the future. And you said, I'm glad to see you have some hope for the future of the company, though. I really hope everything turns out okay. You would have loved it. Yeah, no, I definitely would have. It's just, like, obviously I would have loved to actually go to a BlizzCon. I know that for a fact. I just never really got the chance. 1 second, just... This happened last stream, too. Interesting timing. One of my friends just messaged me. So I'm just letting them know I'm streaming, because I don't want them to think I'm ignoring them. And speaking of Guild Wars 2, the friend that messaged me is actually one of my Guild Wars 2 friends. So, yeah, love Guild Wars 2, great game. I probably won't be playing it soon-ish. I've taken a bit of a break because, like, I mean, nothing's really going on. There's, like, the like, return to X expansion events and whatnot, but other than that, nothing big going on. So, once, you know, once Endwalker comes out, I'll be playing Final Fantasy, and then once that kind of dies down, I think around that point, it'll start leading into End of Dragons for Guild Wars 2, and at that point, I probably will be playing that on stream quite a bit. So that should be fun. Also, I think... Oh, am I stranded out here? Crap, I forgot to set my Hearthstone to Orgrimmar. Why do I keep doing this? Okay, well, I can take a flight point back. God damn it. Shouldn't take me too long. Lycan said, boss tanking guide would be pretty nice, or a Dungeon and Mythic Plus guide for newer tanks. Yeah. It's something I'm definitely considering. Boss tanking guides specifically for tanks are not something I've seen a lot, so... I mean, I'm pretty confident that I can do that well. So I'll think about it. Definitely something I might do. Mythic Plus guides... I mean, I might get into Mythic Plus more, so if I get, like, way more into Mythic Plus as a tank, I could do guides for that. But right now, I mean, I only have enough tanking knowledge to, like, tell you how to get Keystone Master as a tank, right? I don't know enough to say, like, this is the strats that you need to do for pushing plus 20s and whatnot. But it's something that I can think about. Have I taken a look at the beta of New World yet? So, I mean, Max, I don't know if you know, but my dad actually is working at Amazon now, so he was able to get, he offered to get me into the New World beta, like, a year ago, when it was, like, super duper early. But, I don't know, it's just, it's not something that I'm really interested in. Like, it looks like a cool game, but, I mean, you know kind of the stuff that I kind of like to do in WoW, right? Like, as far as I can tell, New World doesn't have rating. It's, like, very much a open world PvP type of MMO, and that appeals to a lot of people, and for that type of MMO, it looks like it's going to be good, but it's just not really my cup of tea, so not really interested in it. How did I enjoy Survival, going back to it or not? Oh, absolutely, yeah, no, that series is going to be continuing. I've tentatively said that I'm going to upload part 2 of that series on Tuesday, but seeing as how, like, yesterday's stream lasted for a really long time, and I literally just, like, passed out, like, an hour after the stream, and then woke up at 10 a.m. this morning and had an hour to get that last video out and all that stuff, I really haven't had that much time to do Survival Hunter stuff, so I might need to push that video back. Hopefully this stream doesn't run on for too long, so I can, like, you know, actually get work in the Survival Hunter. And by too long, I mean, it's still going to be 6 hours, right? It's going to be a long stream, relatively speaking, but for me, I hope it's just not, like, another 10-hour stream. Especially because my throat is already a little bit sore after talking for 10 hours. So, you know, my voice might be cracking a little bit. It's definitely a little bit harder to speak today. But we'll see. Definitely, I do love Survival, though. Survival is, like, one of my favorite DPS specs. Absolutely. I do plan on continuing playing it. Even after I finish the challenge, I'm probably going to keep playing Survival just for fun. I've even considered making, like, a Survival Hunter guide or something, because I've noticed that there really aren't many good PvE Survival Hunter guides, so that could be pretty cool. Hello, Cosmo. Good to have you here. Yaz, hey, Haraldin, have I watched BSG yet? What's BSG? Sorry, I might know what you're talking about, but I'm probably blanking on it. But good to have you here too, Yaz. And Max said, oh wow, congrats to your dad. And yeah, I figure they'll probably come out with some sort of content that's more your flavor. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, New World seems like it has a solid foundation. So for all the stuff that people have been saying about it, it looks like it's a well-made game. The stuff about, like, them potentially adding microtransactions is concerning, of course, but it seems like it's going to be solid, at least, and that's good. So if eventually they start to add more, like, raiding and dungeon content, then yeah, I would definitely check it out at that point. Battlestar Galactica. Ah, yes. Ah. Well, I have not had time in between, you know, yesterday's stream and today's stream to watch Battlestar Galactica. I'll check it out eventually. I'm sure my dad would be thrilled about that. Cosmo said, I didn't wake up at 1 a.m., so I'm sad, but I got good sleep. That's good. It's always nice. You'll have plenty of time today to finish your leveling. And Darkwind Fair's up, so, you know, there you go. Got your 10% XP buff. And make sure to buy some... Well, if you have leftover golds, there's quest items for Darkwind Fair that you can buy off the auction house. If you just search under quest items and then look for some of them that say, like, turn into so-and-so at the Darkwind Fair, buy some of the cheap ones. It's just a free chunk of experience. Should help you out. And now, once this loading screen finishes, I can get the Nightborne Heritage Armor. Alright.
One day at a time, you have shown the Horde. And
wait, I never picked up the starter quest? Huh.
That the Nightborne possess the
cool.
will and the courage to defend our world. I present you with the tradition.
And I guess I should probably transmog this, right? I mean, if I'm playing a Nightborne and I just got the Heritage Armor, it seems fitting that I should use it. I probably should have gotten my thumbnail using the Nightborne Heritage Armor, huh? Didn't really think about that. Oh well. Where would this be? Over there. Cool, now I need a new weapon. What would go well with this? The problem is you don't have enough gold because you're saving for Master Riding. Oh, yeah, fair point. Yeah, Master Riding is more important. Like, that takes preference or precedence over anything else. I could use Maw the Damned. Honestly, yeah, this goes pretty well. I kind of like just the basic one. What's that? That one's a little bit too extra for me. I'll just go with Maw the Damned. Why not? Seems pretty good. I love this Heritage Armor, by the way. It's fucking awesome. It's gonna be so good when we have matching weapons in 9.1.5. Really excited for that. Oh, but I should probably hand in this quest. Once again, another free chunk of experience.
The young hero comes before me. I am told you show great promise. Let us hope these reports prove true. The Nightborne are a wise and powerful people.
Alright, and if I interact with the command board, I think that's 2 birds, 1 stone. Cool. Well, I'm already halfway to 51, so that's pretty nice. I don't think I've forgotten anything. Pretty sure it's gotten everything set up. Everything's good to go. Can just hop right in. On a completely different note, streaming on YouTube has recently gotten a massive attention boost. Hope you benefit from it. Thank you, Max. Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, I've been streaming on YouTube for, well, technically close to a year now, but, I mean, I did take an 8-month break, so it's like, I streamed on YouTube about a year ago, right? So I've been doing it for a while, but yeah, I did notice that a lot of, like, big-name streamers popped over here. So, honestly, that's really good news. Like, really, really nice to hear that there's going to be more attention coming to the platform. Did I set my Hearthstone? Yes, I did. Thank you for reminding me. What else? Okay, there is actually one thing that I probably should do. I'll check the auction house prices. If the prices are really bad, then I won't get this. Jeweled lockpick. Wow. There aren't even any on the auction house. Okay, well, so much for that idea. I also need to transmog my cape. Hello, Exotic. Good to have you. Almost forgot about this one. Let's see. I'm sure there's like a good cape I can use from the Nightholds. That one's not bad. That one doesn't work. All of these capes look so much bigger in the preview than they actually do when I click them. Which cape to use? I could go with one of those. I mean, this cape isn't terrible. It's just very tiny. I feel like it should be much larger. I don't know why it's that tiny. Screw it. Better than the other one, I suppose. I should also buy more Bear Tartar. Really like one of the capes from Hellfire Assault. I'll have to check that out. I don't have, like, every single cape. Bear Tartar. I'll buy 5 of these, and then... Grilled Bonefish. Ah. Maybe I'll just look up Bonefish. Maybe I... Fried Bonefish. I'll try this out. I'll buy 5 of these. Cool. Luffy said people still play WoW. I got so bored. I have no desire to even think about this game. I feel you, man. Can definitely understand that feeling. I mean, I don't know. I've been trying to make my own fun, right? I still enjoy Mythic raiding. But... trying to do, like, little leveling speedruns and stuff just to get new characters ready. It's a fun, you know, bonus thing to do in the game. I started at 9, not 11. Well, it's 11 EST, so it's 11 my time. Alright, and then I can do... lounge cushions. So I wonder, like, would Wraithwalk actually work to cancel this? I believe it did a while ago, but I'm not sure if that has been patched. It would be pretty cool if it still worked, but I don't know. Okay, I can set these lounge cushions down. This strategy still works. This is one of the last times I'll actually have to do it, though. Because eventually I'll just be able to skip this, and that will be much nicer. Paul actually went offline, Max. Unfortunately. Goblin gliders? Already have some. But good call. Have a few left over from the 10 to 50 route. Did I look into fried bonefish? Oh, well, there you go. I just bought some. I did not have time to check it out before, you know, starting the stream, but... okay, so Wraithwalk does not work, unfortunately. What about Death's Advance? No, it doesn't work. Oh well. Yeah, a lot of that stuff was really good back on launch, and then, you know, Blizzard saw people were doing that. Looked like too much fun. Can't have that. Yeah, so Death's Advance does nothing, even if you queue up the spellcast. Alright. Anything important happen? No, nothing big yet. I got my Nightborne Heritage armor. I got the Darkman Fair buff, so... I mean, I guess that's kind of cool. But... yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I also did the lounge cushion skip for the Maw intro. So if you haven't seen that, I guess, you know, you can check out one of my speedruns to see how it works. Wait! It actually zapped the lounge cushions. I've never seen that before. That's great. So far, it only seems to be the Warzone crowd as of this past week. I hope they get some genres in there, too. And yeah, Paul has been playing a ton of, like, Call of Duty Zombies. Actually, Max, Paul messaged me on Discord a while ago, and he told me that apparently, like, you were bragging to him about, like, your zombies high score, and then he linked the fact that he was, like, #1 on the leaderboards for half the maps, and you just, like, disconnected and stopped talking. So, he was, like, kind of bragging about that. You know Paul, though. Good old Paul. Always trying to shit-talk people. And that's why we love him. Doesn't feel like you're getting any XP bonus from War Mode. I mean, it's not a ton. I believe for Horde War Mode, it's only like 10%, right? So, not a ton. But it is there. I can confirm that the War Mode bonus does work. Start timer? Oh, shit. Whoops. Thank you. Appreciate it. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, I guess, like, add 5 minutes or so onto that timer. Hasn't been too much. Let's see. So, I'm gonna be really happy to be able to skip this Ma intro in the future. I mean, I actually was able to skip it while creating the thumbnail for this, because I just hopped onto PTR, got this character through the Ma, just by pressing a single button, and aw man. It's just not the same when you have to go back and actually do the thing for like the 20th time. I would sit here and complain that, like, mantra should have been there at the start, but, you know, at least we got it now. Or, well, we're getting it now, because technically it's still not in the game, but, you know. He was super high on the leaderboards for one map. As far as calling cards go, I have him cleanly beat. I don't know what all that, like, the Call of Duty Zombies maps, like, terminology is. As you know, I've never played it myself, but all I know is he was, like, trying to flex about, like, his Call of Duty Zombies score. But yeah, he did say that at one point. He was, like, #1 on the leaderboards for some map in Call of Duty Zombies, and I was like, cool. That's awesome, Paul. He's, like, never on anymore, though. Like, he'll pop on in the middle of the night. Like, one time, like, 3 a.m., he messaged me, and he was like, yo, are you there? And then I responded, like, an hour later, because I wasn't paying attention. I was like, hey, what's up? And that was the last message that he sent me. He never responded, so I still don't know, to this day, what he wanted. That was, like, a week ago or something. Paul is an enigma. Hello? Hello, Warhammer. Good to have you back. Just getting started here. Oh, you... Okay. Blizzard's trolling me. Level 43? Grats, Cosmo. Best Hunter Covenant. It depends on your spec. Every single spec has a different Best Covenant. And it's also changing a little bit slightly, like, going forward. So, Best Covenant for Survival Hunter would be Venthyr. Kyrian is a close second, but Venthyr Survival Hunter pulls ahead much more on single target and, like, 2 to 3 target cleave. And then Kyrian is a very competitive option for AoE, but I would still say for burst AoE, you go Kyrian for survival. For sustained AoE, you go Venthyr. Then, if you are Beast Mastery, Night Fae pretty much all the way, though Venthyr is catching up. And if you're Marksman, actually, no, right now, Marksman is going Kyrian. Night Fae is not bad for marksmanship, but if you look at all of the top marksman parses, they're running Kyrian right now. There's, like, an even split, right? Like, you see a decent amount of Night Fae still, because it's like, Kyrian is very, very, very strong for marksman, but it's a decent bit weaker for BM. So a lot of people that play both BM and marksman just stick with Night Fae for both, because it's like, it's a very strong option for both specs. But let's say you're only playing marksman currently, it appears that Kyrian is slightly ahead. That said, I don't know if you've looked at the PTR changes, but Venthyr is getting a pretty big buff. I think Kyrian will probably still be better for MM, just because Kyrian works really well because they have like a really heavy burst window. So just magnifying their burst window even more is really good for them. But Beast Mastery, I think, might actually make the jump to Venthyr once the buff goes out. Because it's already a really good Covenant option, and it's just getting pushed even further. They're like doubling the proc rate on the kill shot thing. So I would not be surprised if that's what a lot of hunters play. That said, in 9.1.5, you can freely swap, right? So if you want to go Venthyr on some fights and Kyrian or Night Fae on others, that is totally an option.
There's a cave just around the bend. With any luck, we can reach it before they notice.
Nakasadu. Almost mispronounced that. Nakasadu. I think that's correct. It only affects things like quests and stuff killed in the world, so if you're doing dungeons, then it won't have any effect. Ah, that's a good point for war mode, yeah. I think Cosmo is still leveling through WoD right now, though. So I'm pretty sure it should be working. Max said, he was #1 world for Outbreak when it first came out. Then people discovered high round strats and obliterated his leaderboard spot. He has told me like 50 times that he's going to quit his job. And then every once in a while he'll message me and Brian and he'll be like, hey guys, should I quit my job? And I'm like, well, considering every single day you just tell me how miserable your job makes you, like, probably? But then he's like, I don't know, I'll think about it. And then, you know, that was like a year ago or something, so... One of these days we'll get Paul back. It sucks, because I always have to be like, yeah, you know, my friend was the rank 1 Resto Druid in the world. But they're always like, oh, you know, can I run with him or stuff? Like, whenever I'm, like, in a group of friends, and I'm like, no, sadly, he has not played this game in, like, 3 years because he's a lazy asshole. It also sucks because, like, I don't really have many other good healer friends because for years I basically only ran with Paul. So, every time I'm pugging Mythic Plus, like, I have to find a healer. You're going through Gorgrond right now? Nice. Yeah, Gorgrond is definitely the most efficient spot at that level. He tells me that his work pays him so much there's no way he would quit. Yeah, he said that before, and then he's followed it up by... Or with like, oh, but I'm so miserable that I might just quit and do something that I can enjoy more. So, I don't know. We'll see. Cast Magic Missile? What's Magic Missile? You were... Max, look. I'm not saying you were bad, but I am saying that you did get a bunch of Grey Parses. You got better. I'll give you that. You got a lot better. But if you're really going to try to compare yourself to Paul, get out of here. Hello, March. Thank you. Good to have you here. When Mark shows he doesn't play D&D, I haven't played D&D. You know this, Max.
We should be safe enough here for the moment.
I played D&D like once.
When you first arrived,
and it was like through like a Discord of like some of my friends. And I had no idea what was going on. I was terrible at it. It's something that I've always been interested in like getting into more, because a lot of people have said it's like really fun once you really get into it, but I've just never been able to do that. But yes, I have not played D&D.
the true battle lies ahead. Control your power.
Oh boy, I can't wait to listen to Jaina's RP for the 20th time.
Denizens call this realm the Maw. From what I have gathered,
You were never anywhere near Paul? Yeah.
the most foul
You were a higher item level than him in BFA? Yeah, you were higher item level and he still thrashed you. Man, yeah, Paul, like... I remember in Nyalotha, he would sit there and bitch all the time about how corruption was such a garbage system. And he was like, oh, I can't get parses. And then he's sitting there getting orange parses with, like, garbage corruptions. Complaining the whole time. But, like, I kind of feel that, right? Like, if you know that you could get a rank 1, and, like, some garbage system is holding you back because you don't have time.
it's clear he has taken a special interest in us. He has personally overseen our treatment here.
Then, yeah, I can see that. I understand the frustration.
At times, it felt as if we were being tested.
That is an interesting one. I've never seen somebody stop in just to say, I dislike this game, bye. Like, okay.
It won't end
If you don't like WoW,
for any of
don't watch my stream, I guess. Or if you
my attempts.
don't like WoW, but you still want to be here, then, I don't know. Just seems pointless to say, I dislike this game, bye.
Leaving them all.
Oh no, who let Max in? Yeah.
For short distances. This nightmare feels
But yeah, I will say, Max, you did do a lot better back in Nyaloka.
Souls are now pouring into this realm.
Like, I joke, of course, but you obviously did improve a lot over the years.
Perhaps one of them knows a way out.
That's true, yes. His profile is the WoW logo.
horrors
That's
these
interesting.
spirits have endured. I fear there's nothing left.
Jane is very excited to show you her unrealistically intricate ice sculptures.
Under the darkness.
Yes.
I doubt they'd willingly help us.
Knights of the Ebon Blade have.
This intro really is something else, huh?
If we seize one of them, we can extract its secrets.
Love the videos. I listen to them at work with YouTube Premium. I watch them on the TV when I'm home, but I mainly listen in. Awesome. I'm glad you like them.
Cannot let the world fall to darkness.
I mean, I like to keep, you know, the audio, I guess, like entertaining, you know, responding to chat, telling stories and stuff like that. So, I mean, even if you're watching in the background, I'd like to think it's still, like, pretty interesting. Is Fern... Yes, Fern Beast is my dad. He moderates my chat. Yesterday, he was making fun of me for not having watched Battlestar Galactica, so... You know, he always likes to come in with, like, you know, his little quips and whatnot. You really want to play 9.1.5, but right now you're just not playing the game? Yeah, I feel that. Like, I initially got into WoW again because I kind of mentioned this in my 9.1 video,
I cannot
but
attack that.
I almost had like a morbid curiosity to see how bad the game got, right? Because I heard so many bad things about 9.1, and I was like, it can't be this bad, right? And honestly, it really was. 9.1 is a garbage patch. But I stuck with it. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I've got nothing else to do. Might as well just do some more content, do some more leveling streams. I got back into Mythic raiding. And, well, they announced 9.1.5, and it honestly looks pretty good. So I'm tentatively excited for that. Cautiously optimistic, I guess. It's not perfect, right? But I would say if you already enjoy playing WoW to like a certain degree, like if you enjoy Mythic raiding, there's only good things coming in 9.1.5. A lot of the like other stuff in the game is still not great. Pretty much the game is still entirely raiding driven. But for people who do play this game for raiding, it's a good patch. Or it should be a good patch. Hello, Tasha. Good to have you. You can't listen to music for very long before it gets boring, so you use Audible, and when you're out of credits, you listen to videos. I see. Yeah, I actually do like listening to music on repeat. That's something that I generally do whenever I'm bored.
Souls onto this target poses a considerable.
Already 51. Nice.
I will signal the Ebon Blade.
Yeah, Darkwind should make this a lot easier. You came back for 9.1 because of other games getting boring? Yeah. I kind of have that feeling. Right now, there's not much else to play. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV is honestly a really good game. But for me personally, I've already played through the entire story. Like, I am fully caught up. The moment Endwalker drops, I'm going to be hopping right in. So, the way that I see it right now is, unless I'm going to be doing Savage raiding in Final Fantasy, which, like, that would take me a lot of time to, you know, find a raid team and get into that and stuff, then I really have nothing else to do in that game at this point. So I might as well, you know, play some WoW, get some Mythic raiding done, and then once Endwalker comes out, I can jump back into Final Fantasy and play that a lot. That should be fun. I only play WoW to RP. 9.1.5 looks good for RP too, even if the garbage stories killed the scene. Yeah. Definitely, it seems like WoW's RP scene is actually, like, pretty big. I mean, I played on Warcraft Accord for a while, and it was pretty fun. I do know that a lot of people really wanted Highborn, so, I mean, that's really good. Oh, I can't use Swiftness Potions again.
My staff will serve as
Womp.
an anchor for me to teleport us back to safety. All set.
I just thought I would jump into your stream because I have been watching your speedrun videos while I'm leveling. Yeah, awesome. I've heard a lot of people really enjoy putting them on in the background while they level themselves. So, glad to have you here. Cosmo, you have to go to church so you can't watch for a while? All good, man. Appreciate you being here whenever you can be here. Don't worry if you can't watch the entire thing. Nobody's forcing you to stay. Don't worry about it. Hello again. Hello, Infinite. And Griffin says, I'm a welder, so it's nice to just put my hood down and drift away into a book for my whole shift. Oh, that sounds pretty nice, yeah. Lycan says, what are your favorite music genres? So, I would say largely I like to listen to just game music, right? So, I have like a playlist of like game music, anime openings, and whatnot that I usually just like listen to whenever I'm bored. If we're talking about like actual music, I really don't have like any massive preference on stuff that I listen to. I guess like there's a lot of different genres that I enjoy. It's hard to say like one is in particular my favorite or something. If I had to pick though, I mean, I guess bands that I like, so my dad has like shown me a lot of his old like 70s and 80s music, and I actually do really like that. So like Supertramp is a band from, you know, a while ago, and you know, thanks to my dad, I've gotten like really hooked in a lot of their songs. Electric Light Orchestra is another one that my dad showed me that I really like. But I guess modern bands, one of the only modern bands that I actually really enjoy all of their songs would be Imagine Dragons. Crap! I was hoping I could survive that fall. Apparently not. Oh well. At least I managed to get to the ground somehow. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have like a very specific taste in music. Like, my playlist covers a ton of different stuff. Gavin DeGraw? I've not heard of him. Hello, everybody. Hello, my mutated. Good to have you.
Too far away.
I remember you said you're back at college. What do you study? I study computer science and game design. I see you're leveling in the most boring place in WoW, the Maw. Yes. Unfortunately, this is not PTR. There is no Maw skip yet, so I am forced to level through the Maw. Alas. First ever Alliance character, and your videos are quite helpful. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Max said, I still remember when your dad came to school on career day and showed us the game he made where some guy could fly. So, that wasn't actually a game that my dad made. That was Second Life. My dad had a Second Life private server, and he rebuilt my my middle school in Second Life. And then for career day, he came to school and showed the class him recreating my school in Second Life. So that was something that a lot of people really enjoyed. So, my dad always prided himself on being the cool dad that all the kids really liked. Of course, you know, as a kid, it's very embarrassing when your dad's, like, trying to be hip and whatnot, but I mean, I guess, you know, a lot of people really did like my dad, so there's that. I hope he's not watching, because then he'll get, like, a super inflated ego if I say that.
Too far away.
What's my favorite coding language? Probably Java. I mean, I don't know if I would say I have a favorite coding language. Like, there's no coding language where I'm like, oh yeah, I really enjoy this. But I would say the one that I know the best is just Java. I mean, the coding languages I know are like Java, JavaScript, and C++. Those are the ones that I've used the most. There's like a few others that I've had for like a single class that I know a little bit of, but I honestly forget their names. I mean, there's like also multiple different versions of C. There's like regular C, then C#, and C++, and like different classes have used different variations of it. So they're all kind of similar to me. Like, I can never really tell the difference, but most of, like, the language that I've used the most in my classes would be Java. And then some web design classes that use JavaScript. Assembly is the best language. Yeah. Like and said, my playlist is fairly diverse. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like sticking to one thing. Every once in a while, there's like one song that really gets stuck in my head, and I just listen to it on repeat for like 6 hours or something. But usually, if I don't really know what to listen to, I just have like a ton of different songs in a playlist, and I'll just put it on shuffle. No genre or band in particular. Currently teaching yourself Python? Yeah, Python is one of those that I took for like a single class. So I know a little bit of Python, but it's not a language that I've had a ton of experience with. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, once you understand how to code, a lot of coding is like very similar, right? The fundamentals are the main thing. Once you get the fundamentals, it's just a matter of like, oh hey, how does this new language differ from other languages? And then once you figure out, it's like, okay, this is how I create a method, this is how I assign variables, and blah, blah, blah. It's just a matter of kind of, like, understanding the differences, and then, you know, pretty much any language you can code in at that point. And then, you know, if you ever get stuck, right, you just Google it. I'd be lying if I said that I never, like, Googled code and copy-pasted it. I usually try to understand, if I ever, like, copy-paste code, how it works. You know, if I just, like, copy and paste code and I'm like, it's the magic code, I don't know how it works, but it just does, then I'm not really learning anything. But sometimes if I get really stuck and I'm like, I have no idea how to do this, you know, I just go on Stack Overflow and then there's somebody who, like, 4 years ago managed to figure it out and they have their code there, and then I try it out, I'm like, yeah, okay, this works. And then I, you know, just kind of tinker with it and then put it in there. I'm not sure how, like, legal it is to copy code online. I've honestly no idea. Luckily, for college classes, right, no, it doesn't fucking matter. As long as the entire program is something that I did myself, which, like, that's usually what it is. If I ever copy code, it's like a line or two, like one little thing that I can't get working. But obviously, the entire program itself is something that I made on my own. Okay, finally should be done with this quest. There we go.
Hurry before the guards return.
I did Java, a lot of C# and C++ in university. Can't land on this platform. And did a big stupid a few years ago and taught yourself HTML and CSS and then it became useless to know. Wait, why is HTML and CSS useless? I know a bit of HTML. Yes, it's legal. Even 50-plus IT professionals still copy code from Stack Overflow. Thank you, Dad. It's good to know. Infinix says, I think the best part of the Shadowlands is that I don't remember what the name, or what the place's name is, but the one with the gigantic tree. Probably Ardenweald is what you're thinking of. But yes, I can agree with that. Ardenweald is... Yeah, Ardenweald's definitely my favorite zone in Shadowlands. I don't think it's perfect, but, you know, compared to the rest, it's pretty good. Oh, I lost my Darkmoon buff, huh? Oh well. Am I planning to gear this character? Absolutely. Yeah, this character, once I get it to 60... I might do a little bit off stream, depending on how much time I have, but tomorrow's stream, so Monday, will be entirely just me getting this character geared. I definitely want to get some more practice with Blood DK and get it geared. I asked my guilds, I was like, hey, would you guys be able to do a heroic clear to, you know, help me get a Blood DK up? Because, like, at the end of the day, if they have a mass grip on Soul Rendered Dormazane Frog, it helps them. And they were like, oh yeah, we're not really going to do a heroic alt clear this weekend, so... I mean... I've talked about this current guild before. I don't really know what I was expecting. But I asked if they would do something, and they just said, yeah, not really, so whatever. I get some on my own, but... with whatever I manage to pug, I will try to get this character as much gear as possible. But as good of a decision as buying a 2080 Ti right before the 30 series came out? I don't know enough about that to comment. But I'll take your word for it.
We will do our best, but this waystone may be our only means of escape.
So what you're saying is you'll see them in an alt clear in 2 days. Exactly. Exactly.
I hear something stirring.
Your wretched souls will feed the coming darkness.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything against this guilds. It's just, I wish they were more active outside of Raid. Join a heroic guild? See,
This above is
the thing is, I know that I can get a heroic clear this coming week, right? So, being able to, like, find a guild that's clearing heroic on Sunday or Monday night is, like, next to impossible. And since it would only be for just that one day, I wouldn't want to do that. I'll probably form a pug.
face to face.
I don't think I'll stream it,
To it.
but maybe tonight I'll form a pug. So, I mean, if you happen to see me in LFG and you're on Horde and you want to join, just hit me up. At some point, I will try to get this character some gear.
Though I never understood why the
What was my favorite expansion? Probably Legion, right? I would say favorite overall expansion, in terms of, like, the enjoyment that I got out of playing it, I would say was Legion. The expansion that I think was objectively the best would probably be Mop. And that would be my second favorite, but I think that I would have enjoyed Mop a lot more if I had been more active for it. So, like, I only really actively played Mop in the final patch. I played Mop at launch, then I took a long break, and I came back for, like, the very beginning of Siege of Orgrimmar. And I did Throne of Thunder and some of the older raids in Mop, like, in pugs and stuff after the fact. But if I had done Throne of Thunder as, like, current content, I think I would have had a lot more fun with it. So, objectively speaking, I'm pretty sure that Mop is, like, the best expansion. But for me, it's only my second favorite, just because I played Legion, like, a ton. I was super active every single patch. I did every single raid. I had multiple characters, so...
proper warrior
You hated Legion because of Mythic Plus? Really?
jailer comes.
I loved Legion M+. I thought it was awesome. I'm honestly really excited for Legion Time Walking, just because they're, you know, bringing Mythic Plus back. I mean, I'm not saying that, like, Mythic Plus is the greatest system ever, right? But I thought it was pretty good. I thought the dungeons in Legion specifically were really good. Like, Maw of Souls, I ran Maw of Souls must have been like 300 times over the course of the expansion. And I never got bored of it. I love that dungeon. You're tanking that keys from Emerald Dream? Nice. That's, some people still play there. I mean, my friends that I currently play with still play there. Well, some of them have swapped, but at least my friend Amar, who I play with a lot, he's still on ED. They released HTML5, so they made CSS obsolete. Ah, I see. Once you get to know one and start to do the intros to another language, the intros are all the same? Yeah, pretty much. God damn, this dagger won't drop. My dad said HTML5 actually gets a lot of power with CSS3, but that's a whole different discussion. I'll take your word for it. The Maw is such a bright and happy place. Reminds me of my childhood home in my cupboard under the stairs. Alright, Harry Potter. Calm down.
This must
There we
be
go.
the dagger. Bane's blood still stains its blade.
Lycan said you loved Legion. Yeah, Legion was awesome. Nice!
He's coming too.
Well, I managed to get that quest done really quickly.
Hear me.
I saw that Legion Time Walking will have M+. Yeah, I'm super excited for that. Unfortunately, it's not on the PTR yet, so they've said that it's going to be in a later build. But basically, the moment that Legion M+ is up on the PTR, expect me to be streaming that. Like, that is all I'm going to be doing on the PTR for days when that comes out. I'm so fucking excited.
Waystone located beyond
I'm disappointed that Maw of Souls is not on the list. I really, really, really hope that Blizzard changes their mind and, you know, sneaks Maw of Souls on there last second, but I have a feeling they won't.
did not see
But I am so fucking excited for Legion M+. When that comes out, of course, on live, I'm going to play it a ton. But even on PTR, I'm going to be doing tons of testing for it. It'll be nice to, like, refresh my memory on all the dungeons and the most efficient routes and stuff.
I am out of range.
This barrier will protect us.
Okay, I can get them to move up.
Jaina, can you hide us from their sight?
You're thinking about playing a private server on MoP? Yeah, I mean, MoP was a good expansion. I
I can make
can't imagine that MoP has a ton of private servers, but
my spell has limited range.
definitely would be fun to play that again. I mean, if they ever make MoP Classic, I'll definitely play that.
Careful. These
What's up, Haraldin? Day 2 in a row. How you feeling today? I'm feeling good. Yeah, we're going to be doing 3 days in a row of streaming. I'm streaming tomorrow as well.
Taylor's army.
You know, overall, I got a decent amount of sleep. I passed out on the couch because I sat down while I was making coffee, and then my cat jumped on top of me. So I just was like, alright, guess I can't get up now. So I passed out there, and then like around 5 a.m. I got up and I actually went to my bed, but ended up getting, for the most part, a good amount of sleep. And the only, I guess, problem right now is my throat's still a little bit sore because talking for 10 hours will do that to you. Oh, I swear to God, if this Mossborn Shackler aggroes... Okay, good. Was really nervous for a second there.
Many souls.
But yeah, so a little bit of a sore throat, but overall doing pretty good.
Draenor.
Looking forward to this. It should be a bit faster because, you know, I will have Darkmoon Fair buff. At least once I get to Oribos, I can pop back over.
Two weapons for the
It's 6 p.m. where you are? Awesome.
despite all
Oh
Sylvanas
shit, I just realized I'm not going to be able to make it to the Waystone in time.
something like this.
Maybe if I go really fast?
Stay close. My spell has limited. Look.
Come on.
On the platform ahead.
use that item.
That
Uh,
must be the
No,
way
there's no way I'm going to make it.
before the jailer takes notice.
Oh, wait. It worked! They got stuck in combat, so they... Oh, okay.
When the jailer realizes our
Well,
he'll send all his forces against
that's one way to get the skip. I've never seen that happen.
our only chance is to keep them at bay. Long
You wish you'd played Legion more? Yeah, it was a really good expansion.
second counts.
There's a lot of expansions I wish I played more. I'm glad that Legion is one of the ones I can say confidently that I did play to a good amount that I'm happy with. Nice strat, yeah. It's usually really easy to pull off if you're playing a character that has like burst movement speed. So like Mage Blinks, Monk Rolls, Demon Hunter Dashes, stuff like that. But on a Death Knight, that is not easy to get. I got really lucky that the NPCs got stuck in combat so they didn't patrol too far. 15 minutes till church. If you could choose one place to spend the rest of your life in the Shadowlands, where would you choose? Ooh. I don't know. I mean, if I had to, like, choose my fate in the Shadowlands, I would choose the Garrosh fate. I would choose to just, you know, go out with a bang and turn into a pile of ash, right? No, if I'm, like, dead, right, I've lived long enough, right? I don't need to do all, like, the afterlife shit. No interest in that. So that's my cop-out answer. I guess if you're asking, like, what my favorite zone would be, though, probably Ardenweald's. Ardenweald's pretty cool. Mists of Pandaria fucking sucked. Now that is a hot take. I'm gonna be honest, man, I disagree with you. I respect the fact that you're willing to say that out in public, because, lots of people are gonna disagree with you, but, yeah. That's a hot take if I've ever seen one. I mean, I know a lot of people dislike pandas, right? But, I mean, for me, the reason why I liked Mists was because of the class design and the raiding. Mists had some really fucking good raids, and class design in Mists was arguably the best it's ever been. That or WoD. I would say class design in Mists and WoD was, like, really, really strong. So that's the reason why I thought it was a really good expansion. But I know the setting wasn't for everybody. And for some people, that matters more than to other people, right? But hey, I respect the fact that you have that opinion, right? I'm not gonna shit talk you for it. I do know that a lot of people, Mists just wasn't their thing, and that's totally fine.
Agent of the Maw is attacking Oribos. Defend the Arbiter.
I chose not to play Legion and then played the hell out of BFA and now Shadowlands. Yeah, I mean, BFA had its moments, but overall, yeah, a bit of a weak X-Pack, obviously. Legion has my favorite dungeon, yes. All the dungeons in Legion were amazing. Hi, dude. I have no idea how to say your name. It looks like Aptauka, but hello. Good to have you here. Oh wait, I forgot to talk up there. Right. I need to do that first. Do I know when Legion Time Walking will be released? Yes. If the calendar on the PTR is correct, it'll be this day. November 2nd. It'll run from the 2nd to the 16th. That is what it currently has on the calendar on the PTR. Now, they may change it, right? That may be a placeholder date, but I would say that date actually makes a lot of sense. Because if we're looking at when people expect the patch to be released, it's like the last week of October. So, if the patch releases and then the week after that, Legion Time Walking's up, to me that would make a lot of sense. So, the timeline does kind of match up in what I would expect. And, I mean, on the PTR, that's what it says, so that's what I believe it'll be. If you're gonna play a MoP private server, play Tari, great scripting and stuff. You miss dungeons like the ones in Wrath? Yeah, Wrath had some good dungeons. They feel a bit dated now, but I do remember for their time they were pretty good. Emerald Dream was a trip. I can't believe Warsong Battalion actually ended up dying. I mean, Max, you know how Warsong Battalion died, right? Like, it didn't just kind of wither and die. Himanshu just kicked everybody. He just completely disbanded his guild. He had, like, what, 3,000 members? Multiple overflow guilds? And he just disbanded all of them. Said, I'm quitting WoW, fuck you, nobody can have my guild. A lot of people hated him for that. I mean, Himanshu was a complete asshole, but I find it kind of hilarious that he just did that. Like, it takes some massive balls to just disband your entire guild of 3,000 members and just say, fuck you, I'm quitting the game. It's impressive, I suppose. Okay, hopefully the RP works now. There we go. Sometimes the RP bugs out. That fixed it. 6th October for EU, 5 October for US. Ah, gotcha. That would make sense, yeah.
A living mortal. Surely they're
I like the zones in MoP, and the new race was cool. Yeah, I mean, personally, I like pandas, right? I mean, my main is a panda warrior. So, I have absolutely nothing against pandas. I think so many people hate pandas because they're like, furries, and it's like, I mean, it's a cool race, right? No, I'm not a furry. I still like pandas. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. No, to each their own, though, I guess. But yeah, I thought pandas were perfectly good. And I agree that, yeah, the zones in MoP were very, very good. I've said before, but I think Dread Wastes is probably one of my favorite, like, story zones in the game. I really like Dread Wastes. If you think of the last 4 to 5 expansions, MoP was the best. Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. It seems like the overwhelming majority in chat here thinks that MoP was a good expansion. So, Infinic, I respect you for speaking your minds, but it looks like you are in the minority. You think the zones in MoP were amazing? Yeah. Brett says he likes WoD. Now, Brett, that is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to agree with you. I actually did like WoD. Now, was WoD a good expansion? No. But did I enjoy my time in WoD? Yes. I had a lot of fun in WoD. I did a lot of challenge modes, I had a lot of friends that I played with, and I did raiding and stuff, and overall, for me, Warlords of Draenor was actually a really good experience. Now, I can look at it objectively and be like, yeah, WoD was definitely not a good expansion, but I liked it. I liked the experience of playing through it. So, I can agree with you there. WoD was better than Shadowlands and BFA? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I agree with that statement. Now, WoD had its problems, but see, the thing that I believe about WoD, right? WoD's biggest problem was lack of content. Every single bit of content that existed in WoD was good content. Class design in WoD was good. The raids in WoD were amazing. Challenge modes were amazing. Even some people disliked Tanan Jungle. I thought it was pretty good. So, overall, I thought WoD was really fucking good. The only problem was, it was lacking content. Whereas, you know, in Shadowlands and BFA, a lot of the content that existed just wasn't very fun. The raids were overall pretty good. Like, there were a few that I wasn't a fan of. I didn't like Uldir. I was iffy on Ashara's Eternal Palace, and I wasn't a huge fan of Nathria. But overall, the raids have still been pretty good. I didn't like the dungeons in BFA, and I'm not a huge fan of the dungeons in Shadowlands, but I mean, generally speaking, I would say a lot of the high-end content is still pretty good. That said, you can definitely see when you look at, like, at WoD and stuff, that the overall content that actually was put into the game was just better. So, like, my experience in WoD, basically, is I logged on in WoD far less than I did in BFA and Shadowlands. I played it a lot less. But every single time that I was actually playing the game in WoD, I was having fun. I would hop on, I'd do some gold challenge mode carries with my friends. I had a blast doing that. I'd hop on for raid. I loved playing Brewmaster Monk and Blood DK at the time. It was really fun for me. So, every single time that I actually played the game back in WoD, I was enjoying myself. And I spent a lot of time outside of WoW doing other stuff that I enjoyed. So, I had a pretty good experience. But BFA and Shadowlands, in many ways, have been a bit worse because even though I have more stuff to do, I'm not really enjoying as much of the time that I spend playing WoW. Like, if I could just log in every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, show up to raid, do Mythic raiding, then get like 1 or 2 Mythic Plus dungeons done at the end of the day, log out for the rest of the week, and still be 100% viable, I would really like Shadowlands. I think Sanctum is a good raid. I think, for the most part, Mythic Plus is solid. It's not amazing, but it's solid. And I think if that's all I had to do to stay viable, I'd be perfectly happy. The issue is, I feel this constant pressure to do Korthia and all of this other content that I absolutely hate, and because of that, it makes me kind of feel bad. Because if I'm sitting there not logged into WoW, I'm like, I'm missing out on my conduit upgrades, and I know I should be doing that. And that's just kind of a shitty feeling. Yeah, let me catch up. I missed a few messages. Max said you honestly stopped playing Mists because you went after Rift and Arcade. Should have just played Mop. Yeah, definitely agree with that. Nakasadu said, I stopped playing at the start of Mop because it didn't feel good, but I did hear it got much better. Yeah, the start of Mop was a bit rough. But the end of Mop, like Siege of Orgrimmar, Throne of Thunder, was fantastic. Definitely one of the best like raid setups, or raid lineups in a while. The guy with the Cyrillic name is Kartashka, which means potato in Russian, hence his profile picture. Thank you, Max. Resident Russian speaker in the chat. Wrath of the Lich King equals good, Mists of Pandaria equals bad as fuck. Those are fighting words, man. Those are fighting words. Forgot to buy all my Darkmoon top hats earlier, so I can grab them now. And then I can head back to Org. Damn, now I missed the Ret Paladin from Wrath. Those were good times. Hello, probably Mana Start. Sorry, I missed when you hopped in. You have a panda monk named Kung Fu Panda. Awesome. ATD said, I left a snarky comment on one of your videos, and I just wanted to apologize. I feel bad about it. No problem, man. I mean, out of curiosity, what was the comments? Because it doesn't ring a bell. But, you know, you don't need to feel bad about it. And I appreciate if you're apologizing. But I don't think I read it. Or at least it doesn't ring a bell. I don't remember seeing, like, a snarky comment or something like that. I would say, like, getting like, nasty comments is generally pretty rare. It happens every once in a while. But most of the comments I've received on recent videos have been pretty positive. So, you know, happy about that. WoD leveling was the best. Absolutely agree, yeah. WoD leveling was super fast. I loved it. And Blackrock Foundry was really fun. Yes, BRF was awesome. I don't care what other people say, they can't hurt me. That's very true. WoD, oh yeah, I read that one. What was my least favorite mop zone? Probably Krasarong. Wasn't a huge fan of Krasarong Wilds. Yeah, I would say Krasarong Wilds. There were, like, some weak zones in MoP in terms of, like, story. Like, I absolutely adore Valley of the Four Winds as a zone, but the story in Valley I thought was just super boring. I could not get into it. but I do love that zone. So I would say if like we're talking combination of story and just appearance, probably Crasseron. Had a pretty weak story, and overall appearance-wise, it wasn't great. What gear would you need to start Mythic Raids? You would probably need, like, Heroic Sanctum of Domination gear. It kind of depends. I would say, like, you know, if you're new to the game, start small, right? Focus on getting normal Sanctum done, then get Heroic Sanctum done, and then after you're done with Heroic Sanctum, then look to start doing Mythic Raids. Like, if you're brand new, the most important thing that you can get is experience. You're just going to need a lot more practice doing raid bosses, getting, you know, practice with your class and stuff like that. And then once you get all that, focus on getting gear, and then apply for a Mythic Raid team. That's at least my opinion on that. WoD was the only significant amount of time we ever played together. We played a decent amount together in MoP, or not MoP, Legion, Max. We raided back in Emerald Dream. But we did play a lot in WoD, I will give you that much. You skipped MoP after the epic encounters and story of previous expansions. Suddenly going to silly Panda Land, I walked away fast. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the tone of the expansion. I thought it was fine. MoP was like Battle for Azeroth done right. It focused on the faction conflict, and it focused on, like, the problems that war creates for, like, the people fighting within it. And I thought that was a good story. I liked it. So I was a fan of the MoP story. Gherkin said you had 80 million gold back then? Holy crap. Didn't I do the same thing yesterday? Yeah. I forget exactly what he's referring to, but I probably did. I always forget same things over and over. You just kind of, you zone out sometimes, and, you know, it happens. I hated the other side whenever I had to play it for pre-raid gear. I kind of like the other side. It's not, like, my favorite dungeon ever, but I would say, for me, it's, like, it's better than average. Like, I hate Hakar and, like, high-level tyrannical keys, but I would say, like, obviously Tazavesh, I think, is the best new dungeon. Tazavesh is very, very good. I can't wait for it to be Mythic Plus. And I would say, if I had to, like, say what my other favorite dungeons are, probably, like, Mists of Tyrna Scythe, Necrotic Wake isn't bad, Theater of Pain is pretty solid, Sanguine Depths is good, and I would say, like, the other side falls in there somewhere. Not a huge fan of Plaguefall Halls or Spires. They just feel kind of bland to me.
What news do you bring?
I'm late, but I'm here. Good to see you, Null. Glad you could make the stream. I liked how Castle Nathria looked. My favorite fights were Council of Blood, Shriekwing, and Denathrius. So I 100% agree with you on Shriekwing and Denathrius, but I hated Council of Blood. I would say if you replace Council of Blood with Zymox for me, that would be like the same for me. I thought Zymox was a really fun fight. But yeah, obviously Shriekwing and Denathrius, I would say, were the two best fights in that raid. I talked yesterday about how a lot of people really like Sludgefest, but your enjoyment of Sludgefest, I think, will largely come based on how your experience progging it was. If you progged it in, like, a really high-end guild, you probably loved Sludgefest. If you were in a low-end guild that kept wiping because people snapped chains, you probably hated Sludgefest. I did not prog it at a super high level, so I hated Sludgefest. It was not a fun boss for me. I can appreciate the fact that it was a well-designed encounter, but it's not a fight that I really enjoyed. Max said, I really loved recreating the music from Valley of the Four Winds. Yeah, Valley music is amazing. My favorite WoW music is from Valley of the Four Winds, hands down. No sex bots so far? Very true, yeah. Haven't seen any sex bots. That's a good sign. Infinix says, I didn't like WoD so much. Yeah, a lot of people have mixed opinions on WoD. I would say if you didn't do challenge modes back in WoD, you probably wouldn't have had a lot of fun with it, which is the vast majority of people, but everybody who I know who actually did challenge modes back in WoD absolutely loved the experience. Challenge modes, especially during WoD, were amazing. Some of the most fun things I've ever done in this game. That's why I think if they made, like, if they took some of the old challenge mode code and turned that into, like, a WoD Time Walking Mythic Plus type thing, that would just be awesome. Everybody would love that. Like, I'm telling you right now, some of those dungeons, if you got to experience them in a Mythic Plus setting, you'd fucking adore them. There's just so many good dungeons back in WoD. Like, Grimrail Depot, banger dungeon. Iron Docks was pretty fucking good. Skyreach was really good. Honestly, those are the only really good ones. I didn't really like a lot of the others. I mean, like, they're not bad. Like, Auchindoun was fine. Shadowmoon Burial Grounds was fine. Everbloom was fine. But I really hated Bloodmaw Slagmines and Upper Blackrock Spire. So, if they were to make 6 of these dungeons into, like, WoD M+, I would say everything but Bloodmaw and Upper Blackrock. Fuck those dungeons. God, they were awful. Oh, you said it wrong. You loved WoD? Yeah. I have to go over here.
So we will use what we have.
What do the Darkmoon top hats do? So, if you go to Darkmoon Fair and you ride the carousel, you get this buff, which gives you a 10% gain for experience. And if you use a Darkmoon top hat, it gives you this buff. It's the exact same thing. It doesn't overlap. So if I use the Darkmoon top hat, it would overwrite this buff right here. But the Darkmoon top hat is basically a way to refresh the buff without having to go all the way back to the Darkmoon Fair. So it's like a portable way of getting the XP buff. Which is obviously good for speedruns, because that means I don't have to teleport back to Orgrimmar every single time. You have to go to church, see ya? Have fun at church, Cosmo, even though I've been to church before a lot as a kid, and I know it's not the most fun experience, but make the best of it, I guess. Let's see, I think I picked up Shadowlands Engineering, so I just need to put this on my bars. Right, I'll put it down here.
The purpose.
Hey Haraldin, love your content. Do you have any idea on the fastest alliance leveling? Yes, actually I do. So if you check the description, I have a written guide. It is called World Record Speedrun Leveling Guide. If you scroll down, I have like Alliance and Horde routes for 10 to 50. So I'll be the first to admit that my Horde route is much more thoroughly tested, and it has a lot more detail, because I've done like 1 million Horde speedruns, and I've only done a few Alliance speedruns, but generally speaking, my Alliance route is like the fastest. There's like probably a few minor optimizations that you could find that would shave off a bit of time, but in terms of the zones, it's the same. So the fastest zones for Alliance would be Redridge, Duskwood, and Loch Modan for 10 to 50. And then obviously 50 to 60 Alliance is the same as Horde. And there's a guide for that too. Same document. You just got to scroll down a bit more. I really hate M+ because the feeling of completing a challenge which is missing in that mode. For example, in TBC when I finish a dungeon that was done. Yeah, that's fair. I preferred challenge modes to Mythic Plus because of that. Like, on challenge modes, there was a set difficulty. It was only one difficulty, that's it. And then all that mattered is how efficiently could you clear that dungeon. And once you got gold, everything past that was just purely for, like, you know, I guess flexing, I suppose. It was just for leaderboard stuff. So, I think challenge modes overall were a better system, although they didn't have gear attached to them, which is one plus of Mythic Plus. No pun intended. But I can see that. I can understand how, you know, you dislike the scaling difficulty and you prefer when the challenge was fixed. I think scaling difficulties in many games pose a problem, because then it's like you reach a point where it's hard to determine what the intended way of playing the dungeon is. Like, you can clearly tell that on the really, really, really high keystone levels, Mythic Plus was not built to be done on some dungeons. You know, they've done tuning, of course, but like early Hakar on Tyrannical was just insane. It was clearly not designed with like really, really high keystones in mind. So then it's like, well, clearly if they're designing around like at most a plus 15 level, then it kind of feels bad when you're pushing past that and you have to go with like all these super cheese strats to even survive. That's what I'm not a huge fan of. There is obviously a challenge in that, so I disagree with the idea of saying that there is no challenge to hype keys. There absolutely is a challenge. I would agree with saying that it's not a challenge that I personally enjoy, but I can watch people who do like plus 25 keys or crazy things like that, and I can appreciate the skill that it requires to like do stuff like that. It's just not something that I am personally interested in doing myself. I might actually do 20 keys this tier, just because they added the teleports. But historically, I usually just get my Keystone Master, and then I'm like, done, right? Some tiers I didn't even get Keystone Master if I wasn't feeling it. Pretty much every time when I don't have Keystone Master, it's like, there was one dungeon that I just didn't do at all. So I had, like, Keystone Master on everything but a single dungeon. That's, like, multiple tiers for me. So I think, like, if we look back at Battle for Azeroth, right? Like, I never did, which dungeon was it? Like, Shrine of the Storm. I fucking hated Shrine of the Storm. Some people really liked it. I despised it. So, I would go out of my way to just never do a Shrine Key, because I didn't really need any gear from there on all the characters I played, and I hated that dungeon, so I just wouldn't run it. So there were a few tiers back in BFA where I had every single dungeon at a Keystone Master level, but Shrine. And I ended the season having never touched it. Same thing with Legion and Blackrock Hold. Every single tier, I would get all these dungeons up to a Keystone Master level, and then Blackrock Hold, a few seasons, I just never ran a key. The most I did is, like, on some seasons, I did, like, a +5 Blackrock Hold. I hate Blackrock Hold with every fiber of my being. Apparently a lot of people like that one, too. That one I have a hard time understanding. I don't understand why people enjoy Blackrock Hold. I thought that dungeon was just terrible. But, I mean, hey, you know, everybody has their own opinion, I suppose.
These were not prisoners, but
what does Wormhole even do if you're not doing Threads of Fate? It lets you quickly get to different zones. So, basically, think of it this way. After I go over here and finish Bastion, and I pick up the quest for doing Necrotic Wake, in order to hand in that quest, I need to go to Hero's Rest in Bastion. So, what I could do, basically, is when I'm in Maldraxxus, and I'm queuing for dungeons, if I get Necrotic Wake, I do that after setting my Hearthstone to Hero's Rest. Then I hand in that quest, open a wormhole, go straight back to Maldraxxus, and then I'm straight back to questing. So, it's mostly useful for turning in the dungeon quests. It can also be useful for getting back to Oribos. So, if you think of the series of quests at the end of Maldraxxus, where you have to go back to Oribos, hop into the Maw, then go all the way back to Maldraxxus within the span of like 15 minutes, in that time, your Hearthstone will not be up, and, you know, even if you use, like, $1 on Hearthstone, it won't work. So what you can do is basically wormhole over to Oribos, and then set your Hearthstone in Maldraxxus, do all the stuff in the Maw, and then the moment you need to return, you just hearth back to Maldraxxus. So it lets you do little teleport strats like that. It's not as useful as it is in Threads of Fate, I'll admit that, but it does save time. There are a few different time saves you can do with it. Small thing with the top hats, they disappear if you don't use them all before Darkmoon Fair ends, so don't overspend tickets. Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm not, like, super big on the Darkmoon collectibles and whatnot. So, I don't, like, care about hoarding tickets and stuff to use for, you know, transmog appearances. But I guess if somebody is trying to collect Darkmoon appearances, then yeah, only buy what you need. I mean, actually, if you care a lot about getting your Darkmoon tickets, you could just run back to Darkmoon Fair every single time. It's going to be a bit of a time loss, but if Darkmoon tickets are something that actually matter to you, then I would say just spend the time required to manually walk back there to refresh the buff. But I care more about just, like, leveling time. Not really a transmog person. Or, well, I do enjoy transmog, right? But I don't like to collect a ton of transmog pieces. I have the transmog sets that I like, and those are the ones that I use. So I'm not going to go out there and, like, collect a million different transmog pieces just in the off chance that I need it. Like, let's say one of these days, if I want to make a transmog set and I see that the piece I need is from Darkmoon Fair, well, I'll start saving up tickets, but for now, I'm not, like, really into collecting it. You can't wait for memories to be 100% drop because you ran Sanguine Depths 5 times with no memory drop. What's the memory from Sanguine Depths? It's been a while since I farmed that on my Brewmaster. Sanguine Depths, was that... That's a Stormstout's last keg, right? Yeah, Stormstout's last keg. Now, personally, I would recommend going with Charred Passions. I forget where you obtain that one. Can I actually... Yeah, I can check, I think. If I go to powers, monk, this one. Oh, it doesn't tell me where I get it. It's, so I would say, like, right now, both Stormstout's Last Keg and Charred Passions are really good for Brewmaster, but I would personally say that I think overall Charred Passions is better, because the reality is you're not actually getting that much survivability benefit out of Stormstout's Last Keg, right? Because it's misleading. A lot of people think it's like, oh, well, you get more keg smashes, but you don't. The only time when it would give you, in theory, more keg smashes is on fights where there's, like, a lot of intermission time. So you could argue that, like, on Sylvanas, it might be slightly better because there's a lot of, like, RP downtime where your keg smash can, like, recharge for a long period of time. So on fights like that, yeah, it has a sizable advantage. But on fights that have no intermissions, you're only getting one extra keg smash on pull. That's it. Now, it's not a bad legendary because on top of the extra keg smash, it obviously gives you the increased damage. But if the only benefit that you're getting out of Stormstout's Last Keg is one bonus keg smash, that is the only survivability benefit it's giving you, because it's giving you that one extra cooldown reduction on your brews, and that's it. And at that point, all you're doing is comparing the damage that you get from Stormstout's Last Keg versus the damage of the other legendaries. And if you want to talk damage, overall, Charred Passions is actually better in the vast majority of cases. I mean, if you look at a lot of the top Brewmaster logs, I would say on average, the top parses are running Charred Passions. And the thing about Charred Passions is because you always end up refreshing the duration of your Breath of Fire on the target, and your Breath of Fire gives you a passive damage reduction, it could actually be argued that on a lot of fights, Charred Passions actually gives you more mitigation than Stormstout's Last Keg does. So I would say that there are many cases where Charred Passions is just a strictly better legendary than Stormstout's Last Keg, on both single target and AoE, for both mitigation and survivability. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Charred Passions is the best survivability legendary, right? There are better ones. Like, honestly, Celestial Infusion, I don't think you should run this, because I don't think it's good enough to justify, but if we're talking absolute best mitigation legendary, this one's pretty good. I would probably say that's the best. I don't think the other ones are great. You could also make an argument for Invoker's Delight. Invoker's Delight, obviously, just getting more haste, reducing your brew CD. You could say that is your best legendary for survivability, that kind of thing. So there's an argument to be made there. And I think Invoker's is actually not terrible at the moment for Brewmaster. I don't think it's comparable to Stormstout's or Charred Passions, but it obviously offers more in terms of survivability because of the haste. But when I hear people try to justify using Stormstout's Last Keg, a lot of times they hyper-focus on the additional charge, but the reality is the additional charge does not really matter in most cases. It's not a bad legendary, but the reason why it's a good legendary is because of the damage increase. But in many cases, the damage increase is just less. But yeah, it's been an argument that I've been having with Brewmasters for years. Well, I mean, actually, yeah, years, because this was a debate back in Legion as well. In Legion, it was kind of by default your go-to legendary, right? So everybody kind of ran it either way. But a lot of people, even back in Legion, would always, like, try to argue that the reason it was good was because of the charge. And I was always like, no, that's not why you run it. But even nowadays, one of the reasons why I honestly don't like playing Brewmaster as much is because I got flamed quite a lot on stream for running Charred Passions. Like, very early on when I was playing my Brewmaster, there were a few times after I had crafted that legendary where Brewmaster mains would go into chat and be like, wow, you're so shit, why don't you craft Stormstouts? Like, there's no way that Charred Passions is good. But I had been, doing research and following the Sims, and I knew that it was going to be a powerful legendary, so I crafted that. And every single time when I streamed to my Brewmaster monk, I would get those people in chat, and that is honestly one of the biggest reasons why I swapped off Brewmaster. It was honestly not super fun when every time I would play it, I would get those people. But, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you did that for the record. It's just like that is a debate that I've been having constantly for this entire expansion. Let me see. What else? I've never gone to church except on school endings when the summer break starts. Yeah, I went to church a few times, like, when I was a kid. So I've talked about this before, but I was raised Catholic. I am now an atheist. And, I mean, my parents aren't, like, super religious, but, you know, when I was younger, they would go to church all the time, and obviously they'd drag me with them. Nowadays, I think, like, my dad, I haven't seen my dad go to church in ever. He still says that he's, like, you know, he believes in, like, you know, spirituality and whatnot, which, like, you know, I'm not going to knock him for it, but he definitely hasn't been going to church in a long time. And then I think my mom, like, only goes to church on Christmas, because my grandmother is still very religious, so she usually visits my grandmother for Christmas, and then whenever she goes there, she goes to church. A few times when I've gone with her, I've actually gone to church, like, in recent years, but it's only, like, on Christmas. And it's just because, like, you know, obviously I'm not religious, but I know that it's, like, it means a lot to my grandmother, so, like, you know, my grandmother is an absolutely wonderful person, so I do it for her, right? I'm not going to get into, like, a super religious, like, discussion here. I think religion is one of those things that, like, you shouldn't really talk about a lot. And a lot of people, like, who, like, are atheists, right, and, like, don't believe in God, right, like, have a lot of, like, disdain for people who believe in religions and whatnot. And, like, that's not me, right? Like, personally, that's not something I believe in, but I can respect people who have, like, strong beliefs. In fact, like, I wish that I was able to, like, believe in something, right? Because, honestly, a lot of the people I know, like my grandmother, for instance, who are very religious, honestly seem happier for it. You know, my grandmother is just overall, like, a very happy person, and it almost kind of makes me jealous, right? Like, I'm like, hey, you know, I wish I could be that happy, right? But, like, I can almost admire that to a certain degree. I think there's obviously a difference, right? The people who are, like, super pushy about their religion, that's obviously not good. But, you know, I would say the vast majority of people just, you know, they believe in something. They don't try to press their views on others, and, you know, that's okay. Max donated $5. Mark puts pineapple on pizza. Thank you, Max. I appreciate it. I will say, though, that is lies and slander, and you know it. But I do appreciate the donation either way. Let me try to catch up here. Much appreciated. Thanks. No problem, Sirhan. I know that was a while ago. Sorry. I just saw that you said thank you. Almost level 52. Time to grind out some skinning. Yeah. Have you seen Kraken Latte 1 to 50 guide? Is that any good? No, I haven't. I think I've heard of Kraken Latte's channel in some other context, but I've never watched any of her videos. But, I mean, you have to understand that, like, going into Shadowlands, like, literally every single person put out a 10 to 50 leveling guide video. And I'm not going to knock them, right? You know, I can, to a certain degree, respect people for putting in, like, the hustle of making YouTube videos, but I will say I have a bit less respect for people who just throw out videos basically saying, like, yeah, if you want to level fast in 10 to 50, just do WOD time walking. I'm not saying that's what her guide is. Like I said, I haven't seen it, but I have seen a lot of 10 to 50 guides that are just like, yeah, so Chromie time's the thing, and you can level in WOD time walking or for 10 to 50, and that's like the fastest. And I mentioned this on stream before, but considering I put like hundreds of hours into doing research on the route and writing the guide and, you know, making that video guide, which I put like days of effort into, it does feel a little bit insulting when people, you know, make a 10 to 50 guide with basically no research, just copying Wowhead. But I can't say if that's what Kraken Latte's guide is. Never seen it. But that is one of the reasons why I haven't really looked into other 10 to 50 guides. Kind of was a bit put off by it. Usually, like, if somebody has a really good route for 10 to 50 or something, and they like genuinely believe that, like, oh yeah, I did a lot of research and this is a fast route, they'll message me on Discord. I remember when Shadowlands, like, was in pre-patch, right, and people were still working on leveling routes, I was doing, of course, a shit ton of research for Horde. But a lot of the stuff in Alliance was actually, like, a lot of people, like, pointed me in the right direction. So I would get a message on Discord from somebody saying, hey, you should check out, like, you know, Duskwood or Red Ridge Mountains or something. Like, I tested this zone, it was really fast or whatnot. Or somebody would give me like a strategy idea on like, oh hey, I did some of these quests like in this particular order, and it seemed faster than doing it in like the order that you were suggesting. And I'd be like, okay, cool, I'll check that out. Then I would do a test on it, and then maybe it was faster, maybe it wasn't. But yeah, a lot of people like reached out to me to like help contribute to the Alliance side of the leveling guide, so that was good. But if I'm ever looking for like, you know, actual route improvements, it's usually going to come from somebody actually telling me a suggested route. That's where a lot of them have come from. People did that in Shadowlands as well. Like when I was doing a lot of testing on Shadowlands beta, a lot of the strategies that I've used came from people suggesting it on stream. In fact, I mentioned this before, but Polyhaze, he's not a big YouTuber. He's like relatively small, but I mean, if you want to look him up, like really cool guy. Polyhaze did a ton of work going into Shadowlands in terms of researching routes, and he was pretty active in my stream. He gave me like a lot of little like tips and tricks and stuff that I could do, and it really helped. Lots of new strategies came from him, so I appreciate the effort that he put in. I'm pretty sure I credited him in most of the strategies that he like suggested to me. The big one that blew my mind, that is still in my opinion one of the coolest strategies in the campaign route, is Polyhaze was the one who discovered that trick in Maldraxxus, where at the end of the campaign, if you disable war mode, it skips the cutscene. That was really cool. I never would have thought to do that, and you know, he found out about it. So 100% credit for that skip goes to him. That was like a really cool skip, and like I'm impressed that he found that shit, because that's like really fucking rare. Like I would never have thought to do that. Hey man, love your videos. Could you include what add-ons you're using in your guides? The only add-on I use that's really important for leveling is Leatrix Plus. And I do have that, I think, in guides, if you look. But that's about it, Leatrix Plus. There's nothing else that's really special. I use NPC scan for rares, but I mean, that doesn't matter for Shadowlands. That's only for 10 to 50. If you have the Guild Hearth perk, you would hit the 15 minutes or so. That's true, yeah. If you're going really fast, you can sometimes get it done in like 12 minutes though, and then you would have to sit there and wait. So it's not 100% consistent. The wormhole generator is like super easy to pick up, so it's just, you know, free. That's definitely interesting. I'm brand new to Brewmaster. I like it, but it's dependent on Torghast, which isn't great. Ah, yes. I forgot that it was obtainable from Torghast, right. Yeah, I'd imagine that's pretty frustrating. I made a mage, and I love the fact that I got portals, so I don't need to worry about using my Hearthstone. Yeah, that's one really nice thing about playing mage in Shadowlands. You can always just teleport back to Oribos. Makes it a lot easier.
What can I do? Time is precious.
Let me just do this real quick. I need to focus on this one a little bit, or there's a chance that I can fail. Hey, Marky Mark, gotta pop out. Have a good stream. Oh, sorry, I missed that, Max, but thank you, Max. I appreciate you being here. Download Leatrix Plus add-on because of you, and it makes life so much easier. Yeah, Leatrix Plus is really nice. It has a lot of really useful things. I mean, it even has stuff like, if you use the default UI, it removes the griffins. Oh no, crap. God damn it. Ah, why, Blizzard? I hate this quest so much because of that stupid thing. But yeah, Leatrix Plus is a great add-on. Looks like Kraken spends a ton of time leveling different alts in every zone. Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Come, I have need of your hands.
I was at the Red Sox game yesterday. Devers hit a 3-run home run to break the tie, and Fenway went wild. They should add Red Sox to the next expansion. I don't know if you're just like, if you randomly just mentioned Red Sox of all things, but I actually like, I think I've mentioned this before. I may not have, but yeah, my mom is like a crazy Red Sox fan. So whenever people ask me what my favorite baseball team is, I always say Red Sox because I'm in New Jersey. So everybody around here is a Yankees fan. And every single time when somebody asks me what my favorite team is, they always like think I'm going to say the Yankees. There's another like reason. So I mean, like, I don't really want to dox myself, but my name is like similar to the name of a Yankees player. So a lot of people like joke about my name and they're like, oh, you must love the Yankees. And then I'm like, well, actually, I'm a Red Sox fan, and that just makes people like lose their fucking minds. So I don't know if you actually knew that. I don't think I've mentioned that on stream. I may have. But if I haven't, then it's just a funny coincidence. Have I looked up Trackmania? Yes, I've watched a few Trackmania videos. I forget the guy's name, Wirchville or something. I've seen some of his videos, and they're like really interesting. It's like Summoning Salt, but for Trackmania. Obviously, I haven't played it because I just heard about it recently, but I have seen some good videos. Like they popped up in my recommended like a few weeks ago, and I've been seeing them, and they're pretty good. She definitely put a lot of time into her leveling, seeing as she has 2 accounts and like 100 alts. Interesting. I mean, I will say there's a difference between leveling characters and actually creating routes, right? Like, I've leveled a bunch of characters, but I've leveled characters for years. Like, I've been an altaholic for a very, very, very long time. But up until this expansion, I never actually focused on trying to create leveling routes. I would literally just go on Wowhead and find what the best route was, or look it up on YouTube or something, and then I would copy that route, and that's what I would use to level my alts. So, I mean, like I said, never seen her guides, can't speak to it. But I think there's definitely a difference between saying, oh yeah, this person has a lot of alts, and this person actually did research into routes. Because, like, I leveled a million different alts during WoD and stuff. But at no point would I say that I ever contributed or helped find the routes at all. Because I just, you know, read a guide that told me what the best bonus objectives to do and Gorgorond and Spires were. And then they, you know, gutted the experience. It's also nice to have gathering profs well leveled instead of engineering. I've never been a big gathering professions person. Well, actually, in Classic WoW, I did a lot of gathering professions. I, like, did tons of mining. And I had max mining and max fishing in Classic WoW. And I was constantly, like, looking for rich thorium veins. Like, I was a total slut for rich thorium veins back in Classic WoW. And I had, like, max fishing, all that fun stuff. I would sit in the Bay of Storms in Ashara, and I made, like, a shit ton of gold doing that. I had engineering. One of, like, the biggest, like, sellers that I made was actually the fishing lures. So I think it was, like, Aqua Dynamic Fishing Attractor or something like that. I made a lot of money just selling those on the auction house. And, yeah, that was, like, something that I did a lot in WoW Classic, but I don't know, like, gathering in modern WoW, it's just not really my thing. It's hard to pinpoint what it is about it. I guess, like, gathering in Classic felt more significant because you had to compete for nodes. So, whenever I would actually, like, find a rich thorium vein, I'm like, oh, yeah! And I knew that that would be, like, a lot of money. And here in WoW, it's like you just basically look up what the most efficient farming route is, and you just fly along that path and mindlessly click stuff. Or if it's skinning, you just round up a bunch of mobs. So, I don't know. Gathering's just not really my thing these days.
Training protocol is completed. This combat.
At which temple do you train?
But the actual mats gathering isn't too important, but the little bit of extra XP is nice. Yeah, I've never really tried it in a leveling speedrun. I don't think anybody that's actually done, like, a world record run has done gathering. That's not to say that it's not a bad strategy, it's just nobody's really tried it before. I did find that it wasn't super fast for 10 to 50, but I can't really speak to Shadowlands. I haven't tried it for 50 to 60. Last night, I was out in Boston with some buds. We hit up clubs, but I had to do my NFL fantasy draft at the same time, so I was totally drunk. Wonder if they'll ever add football to WoW. What is Leatrix Plus? Oh yeah, Alex gave the perfect answer. It's an add-on with a lot of useful built-in tweaks. It's like a Swiss Army knife of add-ons. I agree with that statement. Leatrix Plus is very good. Hi, Haraldin. Hello, Pock. Good to have you here. Oh, for that quest, whenever my UI was set up during the start of Shadowlands, that bar and percent wasn't there, so I had no idea how to do that quest and was looking before looking it up. Oh, yeah. It was really buggy early on. I had that bug at one point, too. I remember in a lot of my beta tests, that quest was broken as hell. I mean, a lot of Shadowlands quests were really buggy early on. They have done a good job at fixing the, like, campaign questing experience, but it's like, should have been a bit faster on it. But at least for the most part now, most of the quests work perfectly fine. You're playing Trackmania now? Nice. It seems like a cool game. I've never been like a big racing game person. Like, I played a lot of Mario Kart when I was younger. So that was like the only racing game that I've ever really played. But, I don't know, maybe it would be cool to try that. I might like it, who knows. You Americans and your weird sports, soccer is the place to be.
This combat sequence
Well, I mean, if you're calling me an American and saying that we have weird sports, right? Like, doesn't it seem weird to refer to it as soccer? Like, in that case, I would think you'd call it football, right? I know a lot of Europeans are like, Americans and their soccer. Like, all my Brazilian cousins are always like, what do you mean, soccer? Nah, it's football. With, like, the little accent over the U. So that's how I would say the rest of the world says it, I think. We're weird in that we call it soccer, right? I do agree, though. In terms of, like, sports, soccer is my favorite sport. Or football. In terms of, like, playing it, right? Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of, like, watching any particular sport. That's just not something that I really enjoy. But the only sport that I ever really enjoyed playing as a kid was soccer. But, I mean, I would say I was bad at soccer. I wasn't, like, amazing at it, but I was, like, I was decent, I would say. I mostly played, defense. Wasn't, like, a big offensive player. Like, back when I did, like, soccer in middle school, right? I would go, like, an entire season and score, like, a single goal. Because I remember, like, I was in most of the time as a defensive player, but, like, usually, like, when you're younger, right, they always try to cycle the kids around, because most kids like to score goals, and they really like to be on offense. So, a lot of times, like, nobody actually wanted to play defense, but I was always that one person that was like, yeah, I'd rather play defense. And I remember, like, the coach on, like, the last soccer season I ever played, like, in one of our last games, the coach was like, all right, you're going on offense. I will make sure that you score at least one goal by the end of the season. And I did manage to score a single goal. But for the most part, I just liked playing defense. It was just really fun, because, like, I don't know, I don't really like the precision shooting. You know, when I'm playing defense, if I block a shot, and then I, like, need to get the ball out of there, I just fucking punt it across the field. Obviously, like, not literally punt it, but I can kick it with full strength, and it just soars all the way to the other end. If there's nobody to pass it to, right? Like, obviously, if I need to pass it to, like, you know, a midfielder so they can, you know, dribble it up, then yeah. Is dribble the right term? It's been a while since I played soccer. I know they use dribble in basketball. But usually, my favorite part of soccer was, like, whenever, like, I'm on defense, the ball would, like, come close to me, and I'd just, like, slam it as hard as I could, and it would just go flying. That was always really fun. And then every once in a while, you know, I get to, you know, block a soccer ball with my face, which... It's not the most fun experience, but I guess it does look cool. If I, like, can dive in front of a shot, and, like, it, you know, slams into my face, and it's like, you know, hey, at least I managed to stop a goal, right? Wasn't a huge fan of playing goalie, though, specifically. Mostly just defense. It's dribble? Okay, cool. We say soccer in Australia too? Interesting. I didn't know that.
There is still more you must pull from yourself. Open yourself.
I only play ghetto ball? I don't know what ghetto ball is. I never played WoW for professions. I played RuneScape for that. I mean, if you want a game with really good professions, I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh god, not this again, but Final Fantasy XIV has really good professions. In Final Fantasy XIV, I'm an Omnicrafter. I have literally every single profession up to max. And I do them all the fucking time. It's really fun in there, too. That's the only thing I might actually consider making a guide for in Final Fantasy. Because, like, I don't feel confident enough to make a guide for, like, any other aspect of Final Fantasy. I haven't played the game, like, enough to feel confident in my ability to, like, teach stuff like that. Even though I know I'm, like, good at playing my class. But the one thing that I have spent, like, hundreds of hours doing in Final Fantasy, and I'm like, I know every fucking thing there is to know about this, is crafting. I've sunk so much fucking time into crafting in that game. It's, like, really cool. You have, like, a rotation and stuff. Like, if you've never checked out crafting in Final Fantasy, I definitely recommend giving it a shot. It's very unique. I've never seen a game do something like that. Because like World of Warcraft, you get the materials, you press a button, and then the item is crafted. In Final Fantasy, you have to actually, like, create the item once you get the materials, so you have to, like, basically, like, hammer it and stuff, and each time, like, it's like a turn-based thing, so you have, like, you know, a hammer, and then you can, like, get a buff randomly that makes, like, your next hammer swing, like, more effective, or something like that. Like, let's say you're making, like, you know, a plate of armor, or suit of armor, or something like that. And then you have, like, an energy system that you can spend to, like, use more powerful, like, hammer swings. It sounds really boring, but, like, it's really intricate and really cool once you actually figure out how it works. I love crafting in that game. Absolutely love it. Do I know about nosebug, uber brake, air brake, and all that stuff? I've seen mentions of some of those terms in the videos that I watched. I obviously don't know a lot about it because I have not played the game myself, but in some of the Trackmania videos I watched, I heard them using those terms, like nosebug and stuff. It seems interesting. I mean, I think, like, the way I heard it described was, like, you know, Formula 1 and Hot Wheels, like, mixed together, which, I mean, sounds pretty cool. Obviously, I don't have a ton of time at the moment, but I'm always looking for, like, more games to play in, like, off time whenever I'm bored, so definitely something I'll consider checking out. This time I did not forget to pick up the Altered Sentinel quest.
What is your purpose? Guard yourselves.
And I should be able to kill it on Blood DK.
All is not well.
Hopefully I won't struggle. That would be embarrassing. I never replaced my DK starting boost until now. Oh no. That's not good. What exactly does Shackle the Unworthy do? Reducing the damage they deal to you by 8% and dealing damage over time? Interesting. So it's just like a damage reduction ability. I mean, honestly, that seems pretty good. I haven't really messed around with any of the DK covenants yet. It's not efficient at all for speedrunning, it's only really good for rested experience. Ah, I gotcha. That makes sense. Look at one task compilation. After stream, people do crazy stuff. I've seen a few, yeah. That's the thing, though. Like, I've seen a few videos that talk about it, and it shows, like, people doing these crazy tricks, but usually it's like, oh, this was done on a task. So I have to wonder, like, how practical a lot of those tricks actually are when you're not doing, like, tasks and stuff. I did hear about how, like, I mean, the first video that I saw about Trackmania, the thing that I heard about it was, there was, like, that big cheating scandal, right? So I heard about how, like, apparently because of the development of the tool-assisted speedrun feature, people were able to figure out that a lot of the strategies that people were using were impossible unless you slowed the game down, so that's kind of interesting. But I've seen, on top of that, a few different videos of people, like, actually doing, like, world record runs and stuff like that. Search A12 by Virtual. Okay, I'll check that out after stream. He is back. I am back, yes. And I should be here to stay. Planning on continuing streaming for the foreseeable future. We will get through this together, I believe is the correct option.
Are we all lost? I just want to remember. Have you read anything interesting lately?
Please, help me.
Okay, and then I can go over to this one.
Bare your soul.
I will say, this whole campaign thing, it gets a little bit tiring when you've done it like a million times before.
Why must I do this?
But at least in 9.1.5, things will get shaken up a bit. The Carl Jobs video on it was amazing, yeah. I mean, that's like where I first heard about it, but then after I heard about that, like it mentions, like I heard mention of the virtual video on it. And then I watched that as well. And then, you know, a lot of his videos started popping up in my recommended, so I started, you know, watching more stuff about Trackmania. that's the thing though, like, I watch a lot of, like, videos on games that I don't actually play. Especially, like, Nintendo games. Like, I've seen a million different videos on, like, Super Mario Odyssey or Mario Maker and stuff like that. And they seem like fun games to play, but I don't own a Switch. So, you know, I can watch videos on that. Also, Breath of the Wild is another one. Like, if I owned a Switch, those are games that I might play, but for now, I guess it's just, you know, I get to watch videos on it. But it is interesting, like, I have, like, thought about it. I'm like, a lot of the YouTube videos I actually watch are for games that I don't even play. Stuff like that. I guess it's like, you know, I don't really enjoy watching a lot of World of Warcraft videos, like, for fun. I guess, like, that's why I enjoy watching Bellular, because Bellular, I don't watch any of him, like, playing WoW, but if he's discussing WoW news, that stuff I watch. But, like, watching somebody actually just play through WoW is, like, I don't know, that's not my thing. Obviously, it's all of your people's things, right? And, you know, I'm happy about that. Trust in your teachings, they've not led you astray before. I think that's it. But that's just not something that personally I enjoy doing. So a lot of the videos that I watch are for games that I don't play. Because I'm like, huh, this seems interesting, I wonder how this game works. And then I watch somebody who's, like, really good at it play through it. Smash Bros, yeah. I just saw Probably Manastar to comment. Smash Bros is another game that I've watched a lot of. I did play Smash Bros a while ago. Like, I played Brawl when I was a kid, because I did have a Wii. But I haven't played Smash Bros in years. So I have enjoyed watching a lot of videos on that. I'm barely even here for the WoW, mostly just to listen to you talk. Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate that. Let's see, I want to make sure I didn't miss any messages. My grandparents have been fighting like cats and dogs since last Thanksgiving because they can't agree on a covenant for both their mains. It sucks so much. I hate what Shadowlands has done for them. I mean, hey, Negan, 9.1.5, it's going to be a godsend for your grandparents, right? They can finally just freely change covenants. It's what they've been wanting ever since Thanksgiving, right? There you go. I don't know on Trackmania, but in most games, most of the task tricks are multi-frame perfect and nigh impossible for humans to do. Yeah, that's the thing. I've seen tasks for a lot of different games, and a lot of those tricks are, like, really hard to do, but that said, there are still some stuff where it's, like, even if the task is, like, really impressive, you can still watch a person speedrun the game, and it's, like, really impressive, right? Like, Super Mario 64 is a good example of that, where, you know, the tasks of Super Mario 64 are absolutely crazy, but I can still watch, like, the world record speedruns of that, and even people doing just the human, like, the strats that are possible by humans, right? That's still really cool to watch. And I've never played Super Mario 64. It's still just really, really cool. TBC hype, TBC hype. Yes, at some point I will be playing TBC. Probably, like, 2 weeks from now, I'll be leveling 60 to 70, so that will be on stream if anybody is interested in watching it. I'll put out, like, the official date whenever I decide on when I'll be doing that. But that should be fun. Haven't played it at all yet. It should be an enjoyable experience. Can't say I'm going to play it a ton, though. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to, you know, go, like, as far as I can in it until I get bored. And, you know, then maybe I'll come back for, like, a future patch, but the thing that I'm really excited for is, honestly, Classic Plus. I know a lot of people have had, like, you know, lukewarm opinions on that. Like, who cares? We already did Classic once. Fuck Classic Plus. Like, unless it's, like, or if Classic Plus is, like, really a Classic Plus and not just, like, brand new Classic, like, on fresh servers with no changes, then, I mean, it might be, like, slightly more boring compared to if it actually had, like, reworked changes and whatnot. But I would still play just, like, a fresh Classic server, just for fun. That is something I'm really excited for. Honestly, I just really enjoyed my experience leveling in Classic. And while I technically could still do that, I mean, all the servers are dead at this point. And one of the most fun parts about leveling in Classic was having all those other people to level with. You would run into somebody out in the middle of the world, and, like, especially if you were on a PvP server, which I was, it was, like, really fun. You know, the world PvP while leveling was awesome. So that's what I really enjoyed about Classic. Like, one of my favorite memories of leveling in Classic is I was in Searing Gorge, and I played a warrior. So I leveled up as Arms. I mostly played Prot at max level, but obviously Arms was faster for leveling. And this rogue tried to gank me while I was in Searing Gorge, and he popped evasion, and I just spammed overpower on him. Like, I just chain procced overpower over and over and over, and just deleted him while he was trying to kill me. And he got so salty, and he was chasing me around for like 30 minutes trying to gank me, and every single time I just dumpstered him. And that is one of my favorite memories of leveling. Just that one fucking rogue just following me around. Like, I'm in the middle of pulling mobs, he jumps on me, and then I would just pop die by the sword for that one pull, and then he would get shit on again. So, World PvP and Classic leveling was really awesome. I really enjoyed that. So I would be, like, really happy to do it again. It would be awesome. I probably wouldn't play a warrior again, though, because, like, I already did that. But I think leveling a druid would be fun. Like, I've heard a lot of cool things about feral druids in Classic. Like, they're not amazing, right? Like, you have, like, the wolf's head helmet with, like, power shifting and stuff. It sounds really interesting, like a pretty unique playstyle, so I've always kind of wanted to check that out. So if they did have a fresh Classic server, I'd definitely play that. Alright, let's see. I did the campaign once and decided to do Threads of Fate after that because I didn't want to do it again. I know it's longer, but I just don't want to go through all that again. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, at this point, here's the thing. Regardless on whether I'm doing Threads of Fate or campaign, like, I'm just shutting my brain off and just zoning out through it. So, like, this is obviously kind of boring, but, like, I'm mostly focused on the chat either way. So I just care about doing what's, like, faster. But I'm honestly considering, like, just going through threads. Especially, like, Bastion is pretty efficient. Maldraxxus is kind of slow. And Ardenweald is fast, but one of the main things that makes Ardenweald good is a lot of the side quest lines. And you can still do those in threads. So, what I actually, you know, I was gonna, like, make this a surprise, right? But fuck it, whatever. I'm actually gonna do threads after I finish Bastion. So, there you go. Wanted to try something new this run. But Bastion, I still think, unless they make threads, like, so ridiculously good, doing this entire questline, up until 53 at least, I believe will still probably be the fastest way to level. And then you would swap to threads after and just do all the efficient thread stuff. I believe. That is what I believe will be the fastest, right? I haven't tested it yet on 9.1.5. I can't really test it because the XP values are not finalized, but I'm guessing based on what they've said, that's kind of how they want it to be. You can play on keyboard? Interesting, yeah. I've never played a racing game with a keyboard. Should be fun. When I'm not watching WoW or Super Smash Bros., I watch speedruns of all sorts of games. Same here, man. I love watching speedruns. I've watched speedruns for games that I've never even heard of before, because it's just really cool. Hey man, I just bought a toilet from Home Depot, but I have no understanding of bathroom hygiene, and I'm wondering if you know any YouTube video that could help me learn. Oh, man. I honestly might make that into a highlight, just the video itself. Because, like, obviously that video, the video as a whole didn't do, like, super well. I mean, it has 1,000, or close to 1,000 views, I think, which is, like, good. But compared to my WoW videos, like, not a lot of people have seen that one because it was Guild Wars 2. Even though, like, the contents of the video itself basically had nothing to do with Guild Wars 2. It was just a story of, like, funny guild drama. But I get that because it wasn't a WoW video, a lot of people didn't click on that one. But yeah, that shit was hilarious. I honestly might just take that, like, second half of the video and turn it into its own highlight, just because more people need to know the glory that is bathroom etiquette. That shit was amazing. That's honestly, like, actually, come to think of it, the only, like, YouTube videos I've ever reacted to on my channel are those videos. Maybe I'll keep it that way. I'll never do any more reaction content for my life. The only reaction content I'll have ever done is bathroom etiquette. Oh, man. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I have a video on my channel called The Fall of Daylight Princess, How One Man Destroyed His Own Guild. And it's a 2-hour long. I think the full video is 3 hours, but the last hour is me just giving my thoughts on Guild Wars 2 and like in general, like how the leveling works. But it's a 2-hour drama story of how the first guild that I ever like seriously joined in Guild Wars 2 like imploded. And it's fucking wild. I would say that is up there with the Cheating Officer guild drama. Like some of the best guild drama I've ever experienced. And that one I actually played a pretty active role in, so I thought it was pretty fucking good. And then, of course, like, the main thing that people in chat are referring to is somebody in the guild found the guild leader's YouTube channel, and he has some mega cringe stuff up on his YouTube channel. So I basically reacted to his YouTube videos in that video, and oh man, it was good. I really like that video. That's one of those things where, like, honestly, one of the reasons why, like, I didn't continue uploading Guild Wars 2 content is because I put so much effort into that video. That took, like, days of editing. It was, like, one of the videos I spent the longest amount of time on, like, writing the script and stuff for the later parts. Just doing the editing, taking, like, all of the different, like, I had to compile, like, 40 screenshots of Discord and, like, in-game messages and stuff. Edit the screenshots down and then put them up on screen at the parts where they're relevant. Then I had to, like, get the YouTube videos, do all that, edit the clips all together. It was a lot of work. And for all that work, it didn't do super great, even though, in my opinion, it was a really good video. So that kind of put me off on doing, like, future Guild Wars 2 stuff. I will eventually go back to it, but that is, in my opinion, one of the best videos I've made. So, absolutely, I would recommend it if you haven't seen it. I play Smash with my friend when he hangs out. We have like 500 hours in it right now. Classic Plus Rise of the Scarlet Crusade. Ooh, that could be cool. A Scarlet Crusade raid. Have they? I don't think there's ever been like a Scarlet Crusade themed raid or even raid boss. Just dungeons. So yeah, that would actually be really cool. Classic Plus. I used to say playing it in Classic Era would be cool if they added new content in that time frame. Yeah, for sure. I talked about this in the Hunter run, but I think if they did something like seasonal Diablo stuff, where every single, like, season they have a new revamped Classic WoW, and there's, like, new features and stuff added to it, and they just keep building upon it, I honestly think that would be really good. I think that would only just be, like, good for Blizzard. It could only benefit for them. Like, a lot of people that I know would play that, and I definitely would play that. So definitely something I'm sure they're considering they're already doing just regular Classic Fresh. So maybe they'll actually look into doing a Classic Plus. That would be awesome. I mean, they haven't really announced much information on it, right? All they said is they're looking for a fresh experience, which definitely confirms Classic Fresh, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get Classic Plus. So I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one. Also, I feel like Bloodworms is honestly really powerful. Heals you for 15% of your missing health. Like, that's really fucking good. I never realized they healed for that much. I was already planning on running that talent at max level, but, I mean, that just makes my decision easier.
Too far away.
My fellow Kyrian, hear me now.
I might need to make some more coffee. We'll see. Also haven't had anything to eat, unfortunately. I forgot to make food before starting the stream, which was not the best idea on my part. If it's Classic Plus with new changes, it'll be cool, but if it's Classic Fresh, it'll die fast. Yeah, so, obviously, if it's just a Fresh Classic, I would still play it, but I do agree that it would die out very quickly. But honestly, like, when you look at new Diablo seasons, I think even if they just revamped Classic, like, slightly every single season, you'd still get a bunch of people playing that just for nostalgia. And in my opinion, the most fun thing about Classic is the leveling. Like, if they made the leveling a little bit faster and they made it so it was just like a 1-week experience of you level your character up to max, you run some dungeons, and then you do Molten Core. Or maybe they can make it so, like, there's a different first raid each time. I don't know. They could do a lot of cool stuff with it. I think that would be cool. It would be like a mini rush every single time on... Oh, thank you.
I heard.
Yes. Oh.
How do you say they needed food?
Thank you. My stepmom coming in clutch with the pancakes. Awesome. Okay, well now that works out well. Perfect timing. I did know they were going out for breakfast, and I was like, I asked my dad, like, hey, if possible, can you bring me something? But I didn't realize they'd be back literally right now, so that works out well. Too bad they don't have Mythic Plus or Greater Rifts in Classic. I mean, like, they could add new difficulties, though. Like, imagine if they added, like, a heroic difficulty for the old dungeons. I think that would be really neat, right? Like, we've all experienced no changes Classic WoW, right? So at this point, having new stuff like heroic dungeon difficulty would just spice up the experience. It would give people new challenges so they can play through, like, Classic WoW with, like, the same design choices and whatnot. And I don't know, I just think that would be a lot better. Isn't Wolf's Head's helmet still BIS for max level in TBC? I'm not sure, I haven't looked into that. I wouldn't be surprised, though. I do know it's, like, ridiculously powerful just because of, like, the way that it enables you to play Feral Druid. This is how I level as well. I put on a show or YouTube video and just zombie through it. Yeah. Definitely the best way to level. Just turn your brain off and listen to something else. I mean, if I'm ever, like, not streaming or recording the process, I usually just level with, like, a TV show on in the background or something. But lately, I have been recording pretty much every single leveling process I've done. So, that's how I've been doing it. I hope they make Torghast leveling good in 9.1.5. It'll be a lot more fun to bring classes through there. Absolutely, yeah. As it stands, it's unfortunately not really great. I don't know if you, like, saw the testing and stuff, but the experience is basically non-existent for Torghast, but I'm hopeful that they decide to, like, change it a little bit and actually make it viable, because it would just be a real shame if Torghast was added to Threads of Fate and then nobody did it because it literally gives no experience. That would just be kind of like a waste of potential. Which rare scanner do I use? I use NPC scan. That's a damn good clip, yeah. I'll think about it. I'm still, like, I'm trying to go back through my videos in, like, chronological order, so I have all, like, the highlights that I want to use from the Hunter run and the Mage run timestamped. So I already have that all planned out. And I'm slowly going through every single one of my older speedruns and then, like, saying, okay, yeah, this could be a clip, this could be a clip, that kind of thing. So eventually I'll get to the Guild Wars 2 one. It was one of the more recent videos, I guess, in terms of speedruns, right? Because I came back with the Mage speedrun, and then I think before then, yeah, it was the last one I did. So I should get around to it relatively soon. Didn't even see the bar move from Torghast. Yeah, it's pretty sad in terms of how low it gives. They definitely need to buff it a little bit.
I am out of range.
Can't wait for Legion Classic or even Wrath Classic. Played it too many times even on private servers. Yeah, I would still play Wrath Classic. I would definitely play Legion Classic just for nostalgia. Wrath Classic is like, I never raided in Wrath, but I did finally hit max level for the first time during Wrath, so I played it more than I did, like, BC or Classic, because I never hit max level in BC or Classic, but Wrath I would still play. I still think that would be, like, a fun experience to go through and do, like, Wrath as if it was current content. That would be awesome. Making the raids more of a challenge would be nice. Maybe implement transmog in one seasonal raid set to earn throughout raids for each season. Yeah, I think that would be a great change. It would be cool if they did something similar to Project Ascension, which is a randomized WoW private server. That would be neat. Yeah, I've heard good things about Ascension. I don't feel like Blizzard would change it that much, but I mean, it's something to think about. I have started playing WoW during BC. All I remember from it is how much I hated leveling. In fact, until I saw your vid for the sub 5-hour world record, I still hated it. Now it's not too bad. Glad to hear you say that, Pubs. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I still don't really like leveling. You know, I've said this before, but a lot of people have this assumption that I love leveling because I do the guides for it. But the reality is, I hate leveling. So I try to speedrun leveling because the less time that I can spend leveling, the better. You know? It's a more enjoyable experience if I get through it faster. That's why I've spent so much time trying to optimize it. But I will admit that the experience of leveling now is a bit more enjoyable than it used to be. Way back when, in like BC Wrath and stuff, I never leveled alts. And then over the years, I've slowly leveled up more alts, and now I have like a million of them, right? So, I definitely can relate to that. Mythic plus Maradon with a time goal of 3 hours. Yeah. I feel like if they were to do Mythic plus Maradon, they would do it in like, you know, different sections, kind of like they have it now with the Dungeon Finder. I feel like that would be the most logical way to handle it. I rated in Wrath and so much that I'm actually sick of playing that add-on. Yeah. Fair enough. I really want to thank you, Harlan, for making me realize that playing at a high level as a class you don't want to play is not worth it. I might not get to see this tier, but at least I'm having a blast. Thanks. Yeah, man, honestly, I would much rather miss Cutting Edge for a tier and play something that I enjoy rather than just slam my face into something I hate. Like, I know I've talked about that before, but for me, the big example of doing that was when I was playing Windwalker Monk for most of Ashar's Eternal Palace, and my guild leader kept trying to force me to go Havoc Demon Hunter, and I did not want to play Havoc Demon Hunter. And it wasn't even like I was bad at Windwalker. I was getting top 5 world parses on every boss on Mythic Ashar's Eternal Palace with Windwalker. And he kept saying, I'm going to bench you if you don't swap to Havoc. Like, I don't want a Windwalker in my raid. I will bench you. You gotta swap. And I just said no. I didn't finish that tier. I only actually got the first 3 bosses because he started being really pushy about it on like week 2. And I just said, fuck this. I quit. I stopped playing WoW for that tier. I missed Cutting Edge, and I don't regret it. I'd rather have, you know, stayed playing Windwalker, but if the choice was playing Windwalker or swapping to, or quitting WoW or swapping to Havoc Demon Hunter, I would have quit WoW every single time. I'm not going to force myself to play something that I absolutely despise just to get Cutting Edge. And I know a lot of people here like Havoc. There's nothing wrong with Havoc, it's just not a playstyle I enjoy. If you enjoy Havoc, you might be like, oh, why wouldn't you swap to Havoc? I think it's fun. For me, it personally wasn't fun. So the problematic part of that story is somebody was trying to force me to play a class that, either way, I just didn't have fun with. And I just think that was a shitty thing to do. And I would never try to get my raiders to do the same. Usually, like, so what I like to do whenever I'm leading a raid team, if I need people to play a certain class, right? So, I don't know, like, if we really need Warlocks or something. Like, for example, on, like, Council of Blood, you really needed Death Knights. So I would basically, like, say, in advance, like, I was telling my raid team for, like, a month in advance, I'm like, hey, I know we're only on Hungering Destroyer, right? But I've been looking ahead, and I see that once we get to Council of Blood, I'm going to want to have at least 2 to 3 Death Knights. So I'm giving you guys way advanced notice that I am going to be recruiting Death Knights, and once we get to that boss, I will have to bench people specifically to bring a Death Knight. So they had plenty of time, and I'm like, hey, if you want to work on a Death Knight, and you want to be that Death Knight and get a guaranteed raid spot on Council of Blood, I will help you. I will help you gear that Death Knight. I will make sure that, like, you can get that Death Knight to a point where it's Mythic raid ready. And I'm like, and if you don't, that's fine. And it's not like you're going to be benched, but I'm like, you have 1 month's notice. If you want to make sure that you're in for Council of Blood, make sure that your damage is the top, right? You know, obviously the lowest performers get sat. So that way, with full heads-up notice and full opportunity to swap to the class ahead of time and get a guaranteed raid spot, nobody can sit there and complain that, oh no, I wasn't made aware that I might lose my raid spot for this boss compared to a Death Knight. And that's how I try to handle it. Like, obviously, I wish that on every single raid boss you could just bring whatever class you want, but there are cases like that where you need XYZ class for a certain mechanic. And at that point, you know, all you can do as a raid leader is try to be as upfront and honest with your raiders about it. And then, of course, you know, make the right choices, right? So, you know, if you need to bring a Death Knight, don't just, like, sit an off-meta class in favor of a Death Knight. You know, try to make sure that the Death Knights you're bringing are actually good. So, let's say that I wanted like 2 to 3 Death Knights or something, but I was only able to get one really good Death Knight, and I was only able to recruit like 2 Grey Parsing DKs. Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting a Raider who's like really, really, really good in favor of a Death Knight just because their class makes the fight easier. So in that case, I would have tried to like adapt my strategy a little bit to work with only a single Death Knight or something like that. Now, luckily, in the case that I described, by the time we got to Council of Blood, people did exactly what I recommended. You know, I gave everybody the opportunity. A few people were like, yeah, sure, I'll swap the Death Knight. They started working on a Death Knight alt, and over the next few weeks, I, ran them through Mythic Zeros, Mythic Plus, Heroic alt runs, got them gear, and by the time we reached Council of Blood, we had the Death Knights that we needed. And nobody felt like they were forced to swap, because I gave everybody the option, and people only swapped if they actually felt like they wanted to. Alright, let's see. Hot take, I actually like leveling. The serotonin I get from getting a new level is unmatched. Yeah, fair. I mean, some people do really enjoy it. Personally, like, my enjoyment from the game is, like, doing big pulls. Like, honestly, this sounds stupid, right? But, like, when I'm going for, like, a really high parse on my warrior, and I finish a pull, like, I can literally, like, sit back and feel my hands shaking. Like, I genuinely, like, I'm, like, filled with adrenaline, and my hands are just, like, shaking violently, like, holy shit. Like, after that, that rank 1 remnant pull, I was going so fucking hard. I was, like, laser focused on getting every single last bit of uptime on the boss, min-maxing my execute damage perfectly. The moment the bombs go out and I get shot back, immediately charge back to the boss, and I'm, like, so pumped up, like, ready to get this, like, rank 1 parse, and after the fact, I'm literally sitting there, like, fucking shaking, like, oh my fucking god, I played that perfectly. So, like, that's where the adrenaline for me comes from. Like, Mythic rating it's really good for me in that regard. Leveling for me is always more of, like, a chill experience. Of course, when I'm doing, like, the world record speedruns, those were fun. Those, like, every single moment, I'm like, fuck yeah. I actually, like, out of curiosity, I rewatched, my reaction when I got the Horde world record. And man, I was so fucking happy. I've actually, like, I've never heard myself be that happy. It's kind of funny. Like, a lot of times, I know that some people complain about this, right? But a lot of times, even when I'm listening to, like, my recordings on streams and stuff, like, I tend to be, like, very, like, negative and critical of, like, a lot of stuff, like, with WoW and Blizzard and blah, blah, blah. So I'm kind of used to hearing myself talk about things like that whenever I listen to some of my old speedruns. So going back and watching, like, my old world record speedrun and hearing how excited I was, it, like, reminded me, I'm like, yeah, I was really excited when I got that. That was a fun experience. It's sometimes nice to go back and, like, listen to that. FYI, Project Ascension is like Torghast, but on leveling you choose random class abilities instead of anima powers. Yeah, I heard it has, like, a pretty interesting, like, classless WoW system, like, build your own class kind of thing. Sounds pretty neat. I might check it out at some point. A lot of people have suggested it to me. So, who knows? It's just, there's so much stuff coming out this year. Don't know when I'm going to have time. I'm going to try to get a Mass Grip. I missed that, Dark Goliath. Love leveling in Classic to Wrath, but now it feels like a chore just to reach the actual game. Yeah, like, that's why so many people told me that I wouldn't like Classic leveling, because they know that I love leveling really quickly. But that's the thing. I like leveling really quickly, as I said, because I hate the process of leveling. So, when I leveled in Classic, I didn't care about it being slow, because I was just having fun. I'm like, yeah, is this slow? Is this inefficient? Of course it is, but I don't care. I'm just enjoying myself. Like, the entire process of it was just really cool. Like, I've mentioned this before, but I stopped following, like, the leveling guides around, like, level 54, and I just went to Winterspring and got 2 levels straight from killing furbolgs. I spent literally an entire, like, I don't even know how long I played that day. I spent something like 14 hours just killing furbolgs in Winterspring, farming, like, the, what was it called? Like, the Echo stuff. And because nobody else had, well, some people had reached that point by then, but a lot of the people that were still, like, going really fast in their leveling were still following, like, the speedrun route. So I followed the speedrun route up until that point, and then I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take a detour. I'm just going to kill shit in Winterspring. And there were so many chests. I got I don't even know how many chests while doing that farming, and because of that, I got tons of BOEs. Nothing amazing, like, I didn't get anything like an Edgemaster's handguards or whatever, but I did get a lot of pretty solid, like, blues, and I made a decent amount of gold early on by selling that stuff in the auction house, so I actually had a lot of fun doing that. 14 hours of doing nothing but mindlessly killing furbolgs, and it was one of the most fun experiences I've ever had in this game. Because it was just like, it was, I don't know, it was cool, it was different. I don't know if I want to do that again, per se, but doing it at least once was interesting. And, you know, I was watching TV shows while I did that, so it was, like, pretty chill. You got the highest medal in Trackmania? Nice. Sadly agreed for past tiers and re-rolled to the demands of classes, but never again. Currently playing a Necrolord Survival Hunter? Ooh. Yeah, see, Necrolord, that's definitely off meta. Curious to see how far you can push that. Honestly, Death Chakrams is a really cool ability. I know they're buffing it in the next patch. I don't know if that's going to make it, like, meta. At least for survival, because I know it's probably not going to be meta for MM or BM, but it might be decent for survival. I don't know, I think it would be cool if it was, just because it's such a, like, fun ability to use. It's just a shame that it kind of does low damage compared to the rest. I'm back, what did I miss? Nothing, like, big, I guess, like, just random stories and stuff like that. We talked about, you know, Classic Plus for a little while. That's probably the main thing. And, you know, just in terms of gameplay, you missed me leveling through Bastion for the 20th time, right? So, really exciting stuff there. It can be fun, but since you don't have content where you need to be OP, it gets boring quickly, at least when I tried. So, if they haven't changed the raids on, like, Ascension, I would imagine that would be kind of boring, right? Because if there's no actual challenge, if there's no actual reason to min-max, then it kind of gets boring, right? Like, I love min-maxing, but I love min-maxing because it actually benefits me. You know, if I min-max my Prot Warrior, for instance, I can actually, like, help my guilds kill the boss faster. So I see, like, tangible benefits from actually min-maxing. But if there's no challenging content to use that min-maxing in, then it's like, why bother? Will I be playing New World? Not on launch, no. I've looked into New World, and it seems like it's a good game, but it's a good game that does not appeal to me. For people who really enjoy, like, more PvP gameplay, New World seems pretty good. I can't really complain about it, but I am not a PvP person. I like my raids, I like my dungeons, and all that stuff, so if at some point New World adds raids and dungeons that look really interesting and challenging, I'll check it out. Like, drop of a hat, I'll go over there and I'll play it, right? But everything that I've seen about it, it's just not, like, enough to draw me in. I'm just, like, not super interested, so don't really have any interest in playing New World, at least not right now. You leveled your first ever WoW character from 52 to 57, farming ghosts on the Ice Lake in Winter Spring while watching Family Guy in a tiny 320 by 180 window. That's awesome. Man, Family Guy, yeah. Isn't Family Guy, like, still going? It's very much like, you know, when I think of the Family Guy, like, it was really big back in the day. And I think it's still running, but, like, I do not know anybody who still watches Family Guy. I'm sure there's, like, an appeal to it, but that sense of humor of that show has definitely, like, been lost on me in recent years. I don't think Night Phase that good for Frost Mage. Yeah, right now, every single top Frost Mage runs Venthyr, hands down, for AoE and single target. If you have the conduit, so I forget what the name of it is, but it's like whenever one of your mirrors is consumed, it gives you like one of your clear casting things. I forget what it is for Frost Mage, but it also gives you like a stacking intellect buff. So Frost is like very bursty, right? So they really benefit from playing Venthyr because the mirrors, like when the mirror gets consumed, it's like it's really good for them. Night Fae is for fire right now. Fire has like a lot of those like really low cooldown abilities, so having like the CDR from the Night Fae ability is really strong for them. And if you're Arcane, Kyrian. Furion has like really good synergy with Arcane Mage's Burst Window. So unfortunately, right now, mages have 3 different covenants. Makes it a bit hard to play, unfortunately. Why did your GM try to force you to go DH? Back in Assured's Eternal Palace, DH was one of the top DPS, and I played Demon Hunter, so back then I mained, well, I've always mained Monk and DH, right? Right now I'm maining Prot Warrior, but historically the 2 classes that I've mained for years are Vengeance Demon Hunter and Brewmaster Monk. So that one tier in particular, I decided that I was going to try DPS, so I tried Havoc and I tried Windwalker Monk. And for the end of Battle of Dazar lore, I was playing Havoc Demon Hunter because I had mained Vengeance for most of the start of BFA. So my Demon Hunter had shit tons of gear. And when we got Cutting Edge Jaina, I was our top DPS. I was literally just destroying the damage meters as Havoc Demon Hunter. So he wanted me to be on my Havoc Demon Hunter. And then I told him, okay, well, for the next tier, I enjoy Windwalker more, so I'm going to be swapping to Windwalker. And Havoc was one of the top DPS, and Windwalker was, I think, literally the worst DPS in the game next to Survival Hunter at the time. And he was like, I am not going to let you swap from one of the best DPS to one of the worst. And I was like, okay, then fucking sit me, right? But then I showed up on week 1 for Heroic Ashara's Eternal Palace, and I was getting straight 99 parses, like top 5 world, on every single pull. And because of that, despite me being Windwalker, which was off meta, I was one of our top 3 DPS. And my guild leader kept telling me, he was like, yeah, sure, you're doing fine, but if you swap to Havoc, you would literally be the top DPS, and I want you to be on Havoc so we can progress faster. And I'm like, look, I get that you want me to be on Havoc, but like, I'm enjoying playing Windwalker. I am playing Windwalker well, so you can't say that it's like holding us back. Until the point where I am the bottom DPS, getting 99 parses as a Windwalker Monk, I will not swap to Havoc. I do not enjoy it. I'm not going to play something just because you're trying to force me to. And then eventually, he benched me to try and prove a point. Like, he would basically, like, give, like, hollow threats, or he would say shit like, so I was raiding with some of my other friends in that guild. The really scummy shit that he did, I should say, this I don't think I mentioned before, but he would, like, basically hold my friends hostage for me to swap to Havoc Demon Hunter. So he would basically be like, look, I can only bring your monk if I bench one of your friends. Even though I knew for a fact that one of my friends, that the friend that he was talking about, was really good and would have been one of, like, the top 5 DPS as well. So he was like, I only have room for one of you guys, but if you swap to Havoc Demon Hunter, then I could probably justify bringing your friend in. Shit like that. And that's where I was just like, go fuck yourself, man. Like, that was just fucked up. I wasn't gonna let him sit there and try to, like, fucking, hold my friends hostage, right? Like, basically force me to play a different class, and basically say that he wouldn't give my friends a raid spot, despite the fact that they clearly deserved one, just because I wasn't playing what he wanted. So, yeah, that's the kind of shit that I hate. So, like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Never let somebody force you into playing something you don't enjoy. If you enjoy playing a spec and somebody won't let you, fucking leave that guild and find a guild that does appreciate you and will let you play what you actually are good at and enjoy playing. Yeah, I see a lot of people saying, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was bad. It was fucking bad. I hated that guild. They're still around. I'm not going to say their name, but unfortunately, they are still a guild that is active on Mal'Ganis. So that doesn't really narrow it down. There's a million different guilds in Mal'Ganis, but yeah, it is unfortunate. I will say, I did take pleasure in the fact that their guild did fall apart in Ashara's Eternal Palace. My only hope is that after that shit went down in Ashara's Eternal Palace, like, because he did that to a lot of other people too. Like, he definitely was really hard on me because of that, but I saw him doing the same shit to other people on the raid team, and then myself and a lot of other people quit because of that. So his guild died on Mythic Ashvane. I quit on Mythic Ashvane, and that's where it ended. They went for a few weeks after I quit, but then after he kept pulling that shit and more people started quitting, his guild eventually died. Now, he did revive his guild for Nyalotha and is still raiding to this day, But I can only hope that after, you know, learning his lesson in Ashara's, he hasn't pulled that shit again. Fingers crossed, right? I don't want anybody else to have to go through that.
This gateway will take you above.
Alright, let me try to catch up. How much of the campaign do you have on muscle memory by now? Quite a lot of it. It's not quite as good muscle memory as like Silverpine Forest or Hillsbrad, because I've been doing those for years, but I've done the campaign quite a lot by now. So it definitely is pretty good on muscle memory. How do you feel about leveling mainly through dungeons? Leveling through dungeons is inefficient for 10 to 50, but for 50 to 60, it's not bad. It's not faster unless you have a group of level 60s carrying you through dungeons, but it's a viable alternative. In fact, I'm going to be doing that for most of the second half of the speedrun. So I'm going to go up until the end of Bastion, and then after Bastion, I'm going to be doing dungeon leveling. So yeah, it's not too bad. Definitely not.
Duties to attend to. Your steward can repair the beacon at your request.
Really?
How do you do? A steward's job is never done.
Yeah, let me, I need to equip this new gear. And I can put this on my bars. Cool. Huh. Yeah, those Nightborne shoulders are really cool. They, like, really stand out.
For what purpose do you like the beacon, aspirants?
Harlden, I got pretty inspired to play Survival from Bicmex, but I've always disliked pet classes, so when I saw you rolled Survival, kind of decided I'm going to take the plunge too. Awesome, man. I mean, honestly, most of Survival's damage doesn't come from its pet. A lot of Survival damage is from, like, Mongoose Bite and Serpent Sting and Wildfire Bomb and stuff, so the only thing that you actually have that contributes to, like, a lot of your pet damage is specifically Kill Command. But it's not, like... It's not enough to, like, make Survival, like, a pet class. It has a pet, but it's just kind of there. I know, oh, in PvP you have to use it a lot, I see. Okay, yeah, I could see that. I guess, like, half the time I forget I even have a pet when I'm doing, PvE content. Yeah, that's fair. Let me try to catch up. I don't want to miss any messages. Oh yeah, so I already answered the thing about Frost Mage and stuff. Most fun I've had in recent memory with WoW is tanking the entire LBRS in retail while listening to Family Guy. Okay, so a lot of people in chat do like Family Guy, it turns out. Thank God I made this mage in the week of Darkmoon Fair. Yeah, Darkmoon Fair is so nice. Makes life a hell of a lot easier. Speaking of which, my Darkmoon Fair buff fell off at some point. I completely forgot to refresh it. Oh well. Not a big deal. Which guild was I playing? I don't want to say the name of the guilds. Yeah, so that guild was really bad. All I'll say is they were on Mal'Ganis, but that obviously doesn't narrow it down a whole lot. I don't want to, like, dox the guild. I don't want people to, like, go and harass them. Like, obviously, really shitty guild leader, but a lot of the other people in that guild were actually pretty cool, and I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, I would just feel shitty if I, like, announced the name of the guild. It was mostly just the guild leader. One of his officers was kind of, like, also really shitty and, like, helped him pull shit like that. But most of the officers in that guild were really nice people. And, I mean, they weren't happy with what was going on either. So, like, overall, the guild itself, the raid team itself was fine. It was just that one guy. And unfortunately, that one guy was the leader. And that's, unfortunate. Is this an upgrade? No, it is not. I'll learn the appearance, though. Why not? You gonna do time walking or Shadowlands dungeons? I will be doing Shadowlands dungeons. They are more efficient than time walking. I believe so. At least. How much does time walking give? Time walking gives 73,000 experience, and time walking does give more than Shadowlands. Interesting. Maybe I will try time walking. You know what? Fuck it. I'll try time walking. It'll be fun. I didn't think about that. I thought they gave the same experience. I could have sworn that random Shadowlands dungeons gave the same as time walking. That said, I will still be doing at least one of every Shadowlands dungeon because of the quests. So those quests are really efficient. But if I'm spamming dungeons, then yeah, time walking would probably be better as a result.
It is an honor.
Peak blockers. And then if you abandon this quest, it teleports you back up there. I've shown that trick off every time. That strategy I did discover myself, completely by accident. I just abandoned the quest and then I got teleported and I was like, wait, what the fuck? So, I do take full credit for that strategy in particular.
I am the Archon's will.
Alright, let's see. Feral Druid is the only spec I like playing as a Druid. Too socially awkward to try and join a raiding guild. Oh, hello, Simply. Sorry, I missed that message when you said yo. Good to have you here, though.
It would be wise for you to listen until asked to speak.
You gotta do the most nasty Trackmania track, BO8. Interesting. I installed the Ascension private server, and I'm in a 100-minute queue. Nice. Ooh. That sounds... that sounds like a struggle. If you're not going for world first and just going for cutting edge, trying to force top players to play meta is ridiculous, straight control freak. Absolutely, yeah. That guy was off his fucking rocker, man. It wasn't even like a top 100 guild. That was like a top 200, 300 guild. But he definitely had limit max syndrome, man. Like, he wanted to be the next limit max. He was like so obsessed with having like the perfect meta comp. There's a video where I talk about that a bit more. Which, I believe that video is called Why Semi-Hardcore Guilds Are Usually Toxic. Something to that degree. But I go into a little bit more detail about that story.
Good.
But yeah, that guy was a fucking freak.
The Kyrian, meditating on their duty.
When did this timer start? At 50? Yes. So, if you want to know the full time for 10 to 50, you can just add up the times on the last speedrun and this one. So yeah, this is from 50 to 60.
Perhaps it would do the Forsworn service to relearn the lessons taught there.
I am quite relieved to see the Ward of Courage holds.
Oh, okay, so just to be clear, I just saw Limit Max is much less of a control freak than that. Yes, no, I agree. I respect Limit Max a lot. So when I say Limit Max syndrome, right? I've explained this before in like previous videos. What I'm talking about is like the people who basically are like wannabe Limit Maxes. Like they see Limit Max like raid leading, like, you know, his top world guild, and they're like, I want to be that guild leader. And then they completely misunderstand what makes Limit Max such a good guild leader and what makes Limit such a good guild. So they basically just try to act like some super hardcore raid leader and go like, oh yeah, I'm just going to copy all like the top comps and I'm going to force my people to swap to the best classes and stuff. And they have absolutely no clue what makes those guilds good. Because like you said, Limit Max is not like a super control freak. Absolutely not. He's a fantastic raid leader. But that's the thing. These people see Limit Max and they see Limit with like really top comps and stuff like that, and that's what they copy. They don't actually try to understand what makes Limit and Limit Max so good. So that's what I'm referring to when I say that like a guild leader has Limit Max syndrome. They're trying to like emulate him in all the wrong ways. I'm trying Guild Wars 2, but something just won't click with me. Guild Wars 2 is definitely not for everybody. It's in many ways like a very different game compared to like even Final Fantasy or WoW. But I think Guild Wars 2, while overall it's like a bit weaker, like it's a bit weaker in terms of like raids and dungeons, the world events in Guild Wars 2 are fantastic. So if you really want to get into Guild Wars 2, I would say first of all buy the expansion and then you get a free boost with the expansion. And then head to Heart of Thorns. If you really want to enjoy Guild Wars 2, Heart of Thorns zones, just doing the world events there, you're going to have a lot of fun. Verdant Brink is awesome. Auric Basin is awesome. Tangled Depths is awesome. Dragon's Stand is like one of the coolest events. And to have a more enjoyable time, look in the group finder and find like a pre-made group running one of those events. If you join one of those like pre-made groups and they're like doing the meta events for like one of the zones, you're just going to have a lot of fun. It's a really cool experience. back when I was playing Guild Wars 2, my guild set up like a meta train for all the Heart of Thorn stuff, and it was like really fun getting to like raid lead for. Well, I mean, I say raid lead, right? It's not a raid. It's still a world event. It's very like laid back, but it was still really fun just having to like coordinate everybody and like having people go to like different lanes and stuff. It's kind of like a player versus environment like battleground. It's really neat. I think that aspect of Guild Wars 2 is really unique, and it's awesome. Definitely the best part of the game.
Keep your wits about you. Our enemy
What else? I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything, right? Imagine thinking you can force anyone to do something they don't want to do in any circumstance. Yeah. Some people are just fucked. It's all fun and games until you get into Stratholme. Oh, God. Wait, Stratholme? Old Stratholme was part of the time walking? I did not know that. I haven't really done a lot of dungeons. Honestly, that should be fun, right? Yo, Eduardo. Eduardo is my cousin. Thanks for stopping by, man. Always good to have you here. Did I know WoW has a board game? I did. I've never played it, but I have heard about it. Isn't it, like, pretty old? Came out, like, way back when. Is it not? Yeah, I didn't think it was part of Wrath Time Walking, but somebody said all fun and games until you get to Stratholme. I want to play Mage and Raid since we don't have one in the roster, and I said I would level my Mage and bring it to Raid since DH is falling off and I get cock-blocked on playing it. Yeah, I agree. How is DH falling off? Someone said I will gear my Mage and let them play theirs, and it did not make me happy, but I'm still binging the game, or bringing the game anyway. Yeah, I mean, DH is still in a perfectly good spot right now. I mean, it's like, I guess it's falling off in terms of, like, I guess when the tier started, right, like, everybody wanted a Demon Hunter. Because Demon Hunter went from being, like, not super great in Nathria to being, like, absolutely bonkers good in this tier. So, at the start of Sanctum of Domination, everybody wanted a DH. Now, I guess you could say that maybe it's falling off in terms of, like, demand. Like, most guilds have a Demon Hunter at this point, but, I mean, it's still really strong. Like, there's a reason why everybody wants a Havoc Demon Hunter. It's very powerful. But, I mean, Mage is also really good. Like, can't go wrong with either one. Wish you could Mog that Darkmoon hat all year long. Mog restrictions are dumb. Yeah. I feel that. I was on world record pace and you got stuck behind a wall. Ah, that sucks.
Anima powers all things in
Oh, okay, so you meant you were lacking on Demon Hunter. I see, I see.
This will help it retain its charge.
I get what you mean, yeah. Now, trust me, I respect the hell out of Limit Max. Like, I've said before, in terms of, like, learning how to, like, raid lead and stuff like that, he is absolutely, like, the best resource. Learning how to raid lead, learning how to, like, build your raid team, even just boss guides, like, definitely I cannot recommend anybody else but Limit Max. Great resource. A lot of Mythic guilds suffer from people playing for logs instead of defeating the fights. For example, in my guild, everyone goes to even Heroic Fatescribe in full AoE burst, and that is minus 20% single. Yeah. No, so I'll be the first to admit that when I'm in, like, a lower tier guilds, I tend to do that. Like, right now, I would say it depends, right? So I've been, like, going full-on Parse War mode on my Prot Warrior, right? That said, I basically go as much into parses as possible as long as I know that I'm not going to die. So if I'm not dying and I'm not holding back our potential to get a kill, then I'm not going to, like, worry too much about, like, oh, can I, like, min-max this and, you know, make sure that I'm pushing out damage, like, in the exact correct things. At that point, I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go for a parse. That said, I'm also the tank, so, like, my damage is more just, like, a side thing. Like, if every single one of your DPS is going full AoE on a fight that's primarily single target, then, like, yeah, that's going to be a problem. But, I don't know, it's like, it's tricky. I think definitely there's, like, a bit of a mentality shift. I think even if everybody's running, like, heroic, or like on heroic Fate Scribe running like full AoE builds, if your players are actually doing well, you should still be able to kill the boss. Like, let's say everybody's getting like 90 parses or something with like full AoE builds. Well, even if you're losing 20% single, that would still mean that your single target damage is relatively good compared to other people. It's only a problem when people say they're min-maxing, and by min-maxing they mean they're just copying what all the top logs are doing and then playing it at a gray parse level, which is what a lot of people do. And at that point, you're not min-maxing anything, you're just playing suboptimally. Like, when I min-max, it's to get a rank 1 parse. Like, that's my end goal. So that really is min-maxing. I don't know much about Guild Wars 2, but that sounds kind of cool. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is... It's very different. I would say it's still a very good MMO, but it is not like WoW. Like, I'll sit here and say that, honestly, if you enjoy WoW, and you enjoy good storytelling, you'll enjoy Final Fantasy XIV. I've said this a million times, and I'll say it again. Final Fantasy XIV, in every single way, is just exactly like WoW. But Guild Wars 2, while I still think that Guild Wars 2 is a good game, it is a very different type of MMO. So, you might enjoy it. I personally enjoy it. But I know that a lot of people who historically have played WoW have tried Guild Wars 2 and been like, yeah, it's not for me. Personally, for me, I just really like challenging content, and Guild Wars 2 still has that, but it's much harder to get into. So, like, in order to actually access the difficult content in Guild Wars 2, I had to, like, spend months grinding and then, like, find a raid team and craft, like, my bis gear and stuff. That's another thing. Gearing in Guild Wars 2 is kind of strange. It's very counterintuitive if you've played other MMOs. Guild Wars 2 is good in some ways and bad in others. It's like, once you get a best in slot set in Guild Wars 2, that is your best in slot set forever. Like, every time a new expansion comes out, they don't increase the item level, they just add, like, new stat combinations. So, Guild Wars 2 is, like, a bunch of different stats that you can use. And let's say, like, you know, this item has, like, you know, crit and haste, right? So, in Guild Wars 2, a lot of your best gear is going to be crafted gear. And by doing new content, you'll get recipes that you can use to craft better gear. But the highest item level gear will be the same across all expansions. Like, it's been the same for, I don't know, ever since, like, the game first came out. But what you do get are new stat combinations. So maybe you'll get a piece of gear that has, like, crit, haste, and mastery. And then in the new expansion, you get recipes for a crit, haste, mastery set. And maybe for your class, you want that exact stat combination. So a lot of people run, like, the equivalent of, like, crit verse or something like that. And that is your best stat combo, and it's been in the game for a very long time. And if you crafted a full crit verse set, to use WoW terminology, way back when, that has been your best in slot set ever since. And you've never needed to recraft gear at all. So in a lot of ways, that's actually really good. Because it means that you can basically never have to replace your gear. When new raid content comes out, you just walk into that raid content and you're already, like, fully bis. Raid ready. All that matters is doing the new bosses. And you have new challenges. So, in many ways that is good, but it also does mean that getting that gear to kind of counterbalance it is very difficult. The actual process of farming your full best in slot set for the first time is really time consuming. It takes a ton of effort. So, like, when I first got my full set of Ascended gear in Guild Wars 2, it took me weeks of grinding. I had to farm a ton of money, I had to spend a ton of time getting crafting materials and, like, actually leveling up my professions and stuff. And then after all of that, after I had done all of that effort, I finally had my best in slot set. And it's kind of nice now because I know that no matter what happens, the moment the new expansion drops, I already have all the gear I need. I don't need to worry about it. But it can be kind of daunting for new players to look at this and be like, oh, so if I actually want to play this game at a high level, I'm going to have to invest a ton of time. And that can be pretty off-putting. It also, like, the rating is... the rating only has, like, one difficulty. So, there are like some optional hard modes and stuff, but it means that raiding is very much like kind of an old MMO type of raiding where it's very exclusive, where you pretty much need to be in an established guild that actually has people who know what's going on to get raid boss kills. The nice thing about it is the best gear is not necessarily locked behind raiding. Like, I'm already in full best in slot, and I haven't really done many raids in Guild Wars 2. But, I mean, most people raid not necessarily to get gear, but to enjoy the content, and that's kind of challenging in that game. But I still think it's fun. So, all that to say, Guild Wars 2, fun game, but kind of hard to get into if you're used to standard MMOs like WoW or Final Fantasy. Alright, let me see. Still, I can't believe it's been a while. I still haven't caught up on messages. It's just a constant stream. Did I ever consider making a guild and raid with people from the community? I did, actually. That's what I did in Nathria. I've talked about it before. I talked about that in my Survival Hunter speedrun, and I will make a highlight video discussing that. The unfortunate thing is that the raid team that I created in Castle Nathria, which was largely composed of people who came from my YouTube channel, it did not end well. In fact, my guild ended up clearing 6 out of 10 Mythic, right? So the guild was okay. But what ended up happening is a lot of the people that joined my raid from my stream were not that great. And as a result, I kept letting them know that, hey, I'm building this raid team as an actual Mythic raid team. Like, nobody gets a free ride. Like, I'm glad that you all like my videos, but I can't just automatically give you a raid spot because you like my videos. That would be unfair. That's not how Mythic raid teams are run. And as a result, I lost a lot of people early on because a lot of people basically joined with a bunch of friends, and then, you know, they were all like, oh, yeah, we love your stream and stuff, but then, despite the fact that they love my stream, when I told them, yeah, I can't bring you, your damage isn't good enough, and we have, like, 30 people in this guild, they got really mad, and then they quit the guild, and it didn't really end well. Now, after that point, I basically completely rebuilt the guild from the ground up. I think only like 1 or 2 people that actually joined from my stream were there until the very end, but everybody else was a brand new recruit. Some of my friends who like joined and helped me with it, like they got burnt out after a while, but they did help me like rebuild it, and then they quit later on. But pretty much the entire roster, when we killed like some of the later Mythic bosses, was a brand new roster of people. They didn't come from the stream. So, to answer your question, my Mutated, I did actually do that, and I'm never going to do that again. Now, if people want to like add me or something, and maybe like do Mythic Plus dungeons or whatnot, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I have nothing against like running with people from the stream, but when it comes to like doing like a raid roster where people are in your guilds, it's really challenging to make a raid guild with people from your stream who like your content, because I don't want to have to sit anybody who's like a fan of my videos, right? It sucks. I feel bad because like they'll basically be like, why am I benched, man? I love your stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I know, and I don't want to bench you, but at the end of the day, it's a Mythic raid guild. I gotta do what I gotta do. And it just, I'm put in a shitty spot where I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. You know, if I just let anybody onto the raid team, we don't get progression because, you know, good players are getting sat in favor of people who watch my stuff. And if I bench them, then I get a lot of hate, which is what ended up happening. I got a lot of hate from people who at first were like really active in my stream because they didn't get raid spots. So it's like a really unfortunate situation, and it's not something I would want to do again. But I mean, like I said, I'm not opposed to like running with people, right? But at this point, if I play with viewers or something, it would either be within a pug raid, where it's just like a one-time thing, or like Mythic Plus. Like if I run with somebody in like a Mythic Plus key, that's fine. But I wouldn't want to, at least I wouldn't want to lead a guild where I'm playing with viewers. That's just not something I would want to do again, just because of the problems that it caused last time. Cosmo said, if you bench me because my damage is bad, I'm okay. I don't care. I know I'm benched for the best. And see, Cosmo, that's a really good mentality to have, right? Like, everybody should have that mentality of, like, They just want to perform the best they can, and if they know that they're not performing, they understand that only the best people get a spot. Because, you know, at the end of the day, like, I wasn't benching people for personal reasons. It was purely based on performance stuff. And I wish that a lot of those people could have understood that, but they didn't. And a lot of them basically thought that I was, like, singling them out, and I'm like, no, you know, I like having you guys here. It's fun, you know, being able to do groups with people who, I guess, like my stream and stuff, but it wasn't fun when they, like, took it out on me for not getting a spot. So I wish everybody could have that mentality, Cosmo, but the unfortunate reality is a lot of people don't. A lot of people get very, like, petty if they don't get a raid spot. And it's just a sad fact of WoW. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. If I remember correctly, the bad Wrath time walking one was Oculus because most people just immediately left upon joining the group. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't hate the Oculus. The Oculus is a bad dungeon, but I did it so much back in Wrath that at this point, like, I know how to do it. It's definitely not a good dungeon, but, like, I would do it if I got it in a queue. Have I tried the new Threads of Fate changes in 9.1.5 PTR? How will it affect your speedruns in retail when the patch drops? So I have tried it. I posted a video of it. That said, currently, the values are tuned to be way too low to still be viable. The only thing that I can maybe speculate on is I think that it's possible that you'll do more of a hybrid route in the new patch, assuming they make no changes, right? Like, if 9.1.5 went live as is with everything that's currently on the PTR, Torghast would not be an option, and the bonus objectives would be good, but they wouldn't be enough to make Threads of Fate, like only Threads of Fate, a viable option. You would do campaign for a bit, and then you would swap to Threads and finish with Threads with, like, the really efficient bonus objectives. But I do expect that they're going to make more changes and tune the experience to make it more worth it. So it's hard to say for now. What are the red bags under the mana bar? Oh yeah, the Death Knight rooms. That's a Death Knight mechanic doo-doo. I love the first quest in Maldraxxus when you're going to kill the 30 elite mobs. Yeah, that one's fun. Intro to Maldraxxus is pretty fun. Unfortunately, at this point, I'm going to be swapping to Threads, so I will not be doing that.
I will meet you there. Stay safe.
Main reason it took my guild 100 pulls to kill Soul Render was because of AoE builds. I mean, to be fair, on Soul Render, you do kind of want to run AoE builds. Like, if the ads die really quickly on Soul Render, as long as you're not hitting the Enrage or people don't, like, die to stupid stuff, in many ways it could be argued that everybody running AoE builds on Soul Render is probably good. Like, there are certain cases where definitely you'd want to have some people whose classes aren't, like, specialized in AoE, focused on single target, but really, the ads are one of the only things that can reliably wipe you if you don't have enough damage for them, so yeah. I mean, I think that running AoE on Soul Render is fine, but it sounds like in that case what probably happened is people just weren't doing enough damage to meet the Enrage, and yeah, I mean, if that happens, that's definitely an even bigger problem. Alright, slowly but surely I'm catching up.
What do you see?
Alright. Threads of Fate time. Did I get to 54? Yeah, I got to 54. Nice. I think it would have been more efficient to get the Troll Dungeon on time walking while leveling in Bastion. With the shortcut, it can take about 10 minutes. Huh. Interesting. Haven't played Guild Wars 2 since Path of Fire. How's the game doing now? I mean, it's still Path of Fire, right? The new content in Path of Fire has been really good. I only just started playing it, like, earlier this year, so I've been, like, experiencing basically all of Guild Wars 2 in one sitting. But a lot of, like, the patch content for Path of Fire was great. I mean, it has a lot of cool new mounts, right? Like, the Roller Beetle is awesome. One of the most fun things to do in Guild Wars 2 is just riding around on a Roller Beetle. Mounts in Guild Wars 2 are awesome. It's one of the best mount systems in any game ever. And, I mean, the new zones are really good, like, Domain of Kurna is pretty cool. What is it? I forget the name of, like, the snowy place. But whatever, like, the little dwarf hold area is, with, like, all the snow and, like, the branded crystals, that new zone is pretty cool. And then, of course, Dragonfall is the newest map, and that one is really, really popular. There's like usually groups going for it like 24/7. Really cool map. So yeah, Guild Wars 2 is doing well. There's a lot of cool events going on. Overall, yeah, it's a still pretty good game. The nice thing about it also is it doesn't have a sub cost, so at any point, if I want to, I could just go and play Guild Wars 2 again. That is an option that is available to me. At the moment, I don't really want to, but I could. People want to pad on the ads with brands? Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, definitely the hardest part of Soul Render, right, is getting people to dodge mechanics, but, like, people's ability to dodge mechanics won't change whether or not they're running a single target or AoE build. So, like, if you have lots of people dying to mechanics, that is your biggest problem, by far. Dance is easy. We never lost anyone to it. We only died to CC breaks and getting extra chains because of our low boss damage. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Soul Render, though, is, like, if you have really good AoE damage and you have, like, a mass grip, then you can just mass grip all the ads together and nuke them down in one sitting. What in the hell is going on with my frame rate? What the hell? I'm getting like 2 frames a second right now. Blizzard? Hello? Okay, hitting escape somehow fixed it. That was really bad. I don't know what caused that. Sorry about that. Did I ever use the Heckley add-on? I have never used that, no. So I can't speak for it. But, I mean, Probably Manastarved says that if people are trying to learn new classes, Heckley is apparently a good add-on. Have not tried it. I cannot endorse it. I one way or the other, right? But, you know, maybe it's good. Nakasadu says, I like the Oculus. Wouldn't you just do the bonus objectives during the campaign? Not every bonus objective is available during the campaign. Some of them are Threads of Fate exclusives. Some of them are. So, like, for instance, if I look at Bastion, there's a bonus objective right over here that you can do during Threads, or not during Threads, that you can do during campaign. But the other ones, Threads has, like, a bunch of them, and the rest do not appear unless you're doing Threads. They do not appear during campaign. Alright, I got the Tyrann of Scythe quests. I'm gonna... Okay, while I pick up all the quests, I'll queue for time walking. Oh, right, my wormhole generator is still on cooldown. Yeah, I'll do some stuff in Ardenweald, why not? Lots of good side quests in this zone. Maybe there's something happened with my graphics. I mean, they're still pretty low. Just to be safe, I'll turn my texture resolution down a little bit. I've never seen my frames tank that hard, so... I just want to make sure that nothing happens. Don't want, like, the game to crash in the middle of the stream. If I'm skipping the intro quests to Covenants, what should I focus on next? Like at max level? Or while leveling? At max level, just focus on, like, world quests, callings, all that stuff. Get Korthia unlocked. Then farm Korthia for a bit. Time walking is basically a system where you can do old dungeons scaled up, or you get scaled down to old dungeons. So, I mean, you can watch me do it right now. So this is a Wrath of the Lich King dungeon, and I'm still able to do it at, like, as if it was current content, right? It gives me full experience. Now, if I really wanted to troll people, put on Path of Frost. Ah, people are smart. I couldn't resist, though. It's a time-honored tradition for anybody who played Wrath of the Lich King. You put on Path of Frost when everybody's jumping down into that pit. What's the vendor's name that sells the hats? It's one of the goblins, like, in one of, like, the little, stands next to the pet battle area. So, like, between the pet battle area, or no, between the carousel and the vendor that sells the hats is, like, the little pet battle arena. So just to the left of that arena, you should find the goblin that sells it. Something souvenirs, I forget exactly. Okay, Chori, can you explain the middle skip? I have not done this dungeon in a very long time. I do not know about the skip on this place. If you explain it, I'd be willing to try it, but I have not heard about it. Also, do these quests actually give good experience? No, they give nothing. Okay, never mind. So the quests do not scale up, unfortunately. Bring a bunch of ferals to do pure single target. Yes. Can always do that. But yeah, so if you're still leveling 48 to 60, I would say just follow the campaign. If you're in threads, just dungeon spam. Fastest way to level in Threads of Fate right now is just dungeon spamming. After oh! Okay, hold on. Instance, follow. Wait, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so I can go through the water. And then, clever. I've never tried this before. Alright, thank you, Chori. That's a cool skip. Prize tickets are like the main currency in Darkmoon Faire. The two main ways to get them, you can do like mini-games. Mini-games give them as a reward. Or if you buy Darkmoon quest items off the auction house, you can turn those in for a big chunk of experience, and they also reward prize tickets. So if you like search, like Google Darkmoon quest items, that'll give you a list of all of them. I forget the names, but there's a bunch of lists on Google that should tell you what you need to know.
Too far away.
Oh, it pulls the trash! Oh, shit! No, 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 no. Oh, this is bad. Oh, no. I was not prepared to have the trash pulled. We didn't have Battle Shout or Intellect. Yeah. That's definitely gonna hurt. Definitely good to have a Warrior and Mage just for that alone. You just filled your inventory with ride tickets? Oh, I just saw that message, Cosmo. Ah. So that add-on, Mana Starved mentioned, teaches your classes single target and AoE rotations. Changes based on procs and whatnot. Great add-on. Interesting. Am I gonna... Where... So, actually, Chori, if you know this too, I just saw your message about the Halls of Atonement quest. Where do I pick that up? Because I actually have no idea. On one of my recent speedruns, I looked for it, and I could not find it. I know that there's one for Venthyr players, but... I don't know if you can access it if you're not a Venthyr player, and if you can, I don't know where I would pick it up. You got 2 Frost Mages, the trash should be fine, yes. After the Golem returns to the water and on the left, you can get through some metal bars and get to the 3rd boss. I guess I could have done that, huh? I'm used to doing just this skip where you jump into the water. Do have to kill the patrol or it's going to pull everything around there, though. This skip I do remember. I did this back in Wrath all the time. Path of Frost was the ultimate DK trolling tool. Yes. Absolutely. Fond memories of trolling people with Path of Frost. That was always fun. Trying to make sure I don't fuck up here and I hold aggro. Heading out now, Harl. Catch you later. Good luck in the rest of the run. Thank you, Lycan. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's see. Halls of Atonement wouldn't be worth it since you need essences for it to be good in time walking. Oh, does HOA mean Heart of Azeroth or Halls of Atonement in this scenario? I actually didn't think about that. I forgot that it can also stand for Heart of Azeroth. Yeah, I wouldn't want to use Heart of Azeroth, but I thought you meant there's a Halls of Atonement quest, and I was like, oh, if there is, I couldn't find it. You forgot Halls of Atonement exists. I can't blame you. It's not a very memorable dungeon.
I need to target something first.
I got a hat. Nice. Okay. Trying to keep Path of Frost up for these guys. There we go. Yeah. I mean, this seems relatively fast, overall. For Halls of Atonement quest, you need to do the Avowed quest line. Ah. That makes sense. I don't know. I might not do that. It's hard to say.
I am out of range.
Maybe, if I have time. Holy shit! That dealt a lot of damage.
Too far away.
I almost didn't react in time. That would have been bad. Just getting chain silenced is really fun. Love this. Okay, maybe this pull was a bad idea. Shit. The healer is dead. We're almost dead. I can't cast any spells. Oh shit, I have a B-res. Whoops. What am I doing? Oh, Jesus. So if you missed what happened there, I meant to click Phial of Serenity, and I accidentally clicked Minari Training Amulet instead. And Minari Training Amulet sacrifices 10% of your health. God, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. Well, At least the pull was not a wipe. That would have been really embarrassing. Whew. You're making me really want to try tanking again. I mean, tanking's fun. What can I say? I hope I am, because I definitely enjoy tanking. I find it a lot more engaging than just playing a DPS. Especially because, like, you can still min-max your damage on the tank. It's just, you get to min-max your damage, but you also get a lot of other fun stuff to do. Also, did the healer not get rezzed? Oh my god, the healer didn't get rezzed. What am I doing? I thought the Warlock cast Soulstone on the healer. I was not paying attention. Okay. Fuck. I don't know how I'm alive right now.
I am out of range.
Ooh. Okay, Vamp Blood. Sorry if you're typing in chat, but I actually am focusing for this. I actually am really fucked up with this pull, so I'm trying to recover it. But I will respond to every message right as soon as I'm done. Oh. That was almost really bad. Fuck me, man. Does this give experience? It gives, like, nothing. I might still turn it in. Just, why not? No, Nakasadu, you absolutely are correct. I didn't wait for my group to come back, because I'm stupid. I am blind. And for some reason, I saw the Warlock summoning his pet, and I thought the Warlock was using Soulstone on the healer. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, he rezzed the healer, we're good to go. So I pulled, but I didn't pay attention to the fact that, no, he was not using Soulstone on the healer was still running back, and then I almost died. But hey, I mean, I did manage to save the pull, so, you know, that was kind of neat.
Evil has
Whew. Okay, let me queue for another one. That was actually really fun.
What shall I craft next?
If it's a Tuesday and I'm walking to the school and the color of the sky is watermelon and I watch YouTube, true or false? I don't understand any of what you just said, Infinic. But, true. What tank spec is the easiest one to learn tanking on? There's a few. I would say Blood DK, Guardian Druid, or Brewmaster Monk. Any of those three. They're all good beginner tanks. Like, you really can't go wrong with either one. I'm not saying they're easy tanks. Like, they all have really high skill caps. But in terms of, like, beginner-friendly tanks, those three would probably be the ones I'd recommend. The only tank I would absolutely not recommend is Protection Paladin. Protection Paladin is not a beginner-friendly tank at all. It's really, really, really fucking good, but it can be very difficult to play if you're, like, not familiar with tanking. I would say Protection Warrior is also good. That's what I main. And I mean, I think it's a really good tank. It's a really fun tank, but I would say Prot Warrior can be a little bit tricky because you have, like, no actual self-heals, and you're very reliant on, like, using your shield blocks and stuff. So, if you're not super familiar with it, and you're not used to, like, you know, having to block a lot of auto attacks and, you know, maintain your boss positioning and stuff, Prot Warrior I could see being a little bit trickier for new players. Same with Vengeance Demon Hunter. Vengeance Demon Hunter is also pretty good. I mean, every tank is good right now, I should say. Every tank is viable. Every tank is very good. Vengeance DH could be considered a bit of an easy tank, but I would say that if you're not playing Vengeance well, you can just get insta-gibbed because it has a bit of a weird mitigation style, so probably wouldn't recommend it, but I would say that's probably like the fourth easiest tank to learn. But the main thing that I would say makes all three of those tanks that I listed Guardian Druid, Brewmaster, and Blood DK so, like, easy for beginners to pick up is your positioning doesn't really matter a whole lot. Like, Death Knights can grip mobs to them, and all they do is, like, after you already take damage, you hit Death Strike. And then you just heal back for the damage you take. Then, you know, Guardian Druid, you know, you just get auto-attacked and you reduce the damage with Iron Fur. It's pretty straightforward. Same thing with Brewmaster. Brewmaster staggers all of its damage, and a lot of the stuff that you do, like for mitigation, is passive. So a lot of Brewmaster's skill cap is like on a high end, like basically purifying off your stagger at the right times, or like using your abilities in the right sequence. So Brewmaster has a really high skill cap, but at a basic level, Brewmaster can just get slapped in the face and immediately mitigate a lot of that damage just by the fact that you are a Brewmaster. So for a new player, it can be a bit easier to get into. But that's not to say that any of the tanks that I say are good for beginners are easy tanks. It's just they're more intuitive for a new player to pick up. If you're really trying to, like, get good at any tank, it's going to take practice, and there's going to be a lot of things that you'll have to learn. No tank is easy at, like, a mythic raid level. Every tank does require a lot of skill to play. Okay, gonna Dark Commands around the corner here. Doing a big pull, so I'm trying to focus a little bit right now. Tank is a hard thing to play. You need to study each dungeon to be good. Agree, yeah. That's another thing. If you're tanking dungeons, knowing the dungeon layout is very important. As a tank, a lot of times you're kind of expected to be like the leader of a group. So there's a lot more emphasis put on tanks actually knowing what's going on beforehand, whereas a lot of DPS can just kind of waltz in and, you know, be perfectly fine. Oh, fun fact about this dungeon. So, I didn't really mention it, but if you use Control Undead on this Spellflinger here, you'll get a lot of damage out of it. It's really, really, really good. So if you look here, one of my top damage things is Shadow Blast from Ankahar Spellflinger. Very, very powerful. Let me scroll up. I think I missed a few messages. I want to get into tanking, but for some reason I'm afraid to tank for a whole raid team because I feel like a lot of attention's on me. Not really, man. Honestly, I generally feel like most people are more like okay with the tank taking a bit to learn a raid boss or something. Like if you die as a tank, obviously your tank shouldn't be dying, right? Like once you get really good as a tank, you should not be just randomly dying. But for newer tanks, it's like kind of more expected that you might die a few times. So people aren't going to be like super harsh on you. I wouldn't worry about that too much. If you're in a good guild and you like prove that you're willing to learn, most guilds would be like a bit patient and like help you actually learn the fights and stuff. Let's see. Questline of Halls of Atonement takes some time. You need to do about 10 quests. Yeah, I remember unlocking it on my main. I forgot that that's where you get the quests, but I do remember that it was pretty time-consuming. You use Soulstone on you, and you use the Soulstone to res yourself. Oh my god, you're right. I can't believe I didn't, like, think of that. Yeah, definitely. Good call on that. I tried to tank once in Atal Lazar, and we got wiped 3 times before the first boss, and then 3 people left. It was embarrassing. everybody has those experiences. If you want to hear my experience like that, one of my earliest, like, really bad tanking moments is... It was way back in Wrath. I had first started playing Blood DK for the first time. And while leveling up, I queued for a random dungeon, and I got, the wing of Stratholme where Baron Rivendare is in. And I tried to do this, like, one pull around, like, one of the ziggurats, and I just kept getting chain silenced, and I didn't really know what to do, and I lost aggro, and then the ads ran everywhere and killed a bunch of people, and everybody said, like, shit tank, and they all left the group. And I was so embarrassed from that I stopped tanking for years. That was back in Wrath, and the next time I actually tried tanking was in Mach. And now I love tanks. Because I finally gave it a shot, and I realized, wait, no, I actually do really like this. You're gonna have bad experiences all the time. Just ignore them. Shit happens, right? I mean, hell, I've had dungeons, even, like, not like, super recently, but, like, speaking of, like, Atal Dazar and stuff, like, back in BFA, every once in a while, if I was just, like, not really paying attention, I did, like, a shitty pull in, like, Atal Dazar or something, I would just absolutely eat shit. That dungeon especially was really, really bad for, like, accidentally pulling extra mobs. And then everything goes to shit, and you're just, like, scrambling to pick up threat, and it's just a mess. I've had tons of situations like that. So I feel you there. But don't let that stop you from tanking. If it's something that you're really interested in, just ignore people who give you shit. Keep trying. People are always going to give you shit as a tank. It's just part of the role, frankly. If you want to learn tanking at max level, I'd try using Torghast to learn it, since if you use dungeons, you'll probably get vote kicked. I don't know about that. I think if you do Mythic Zeros... Like, I'm not saying Torghast is bad, but if you do Mythic Zeros and, like, you make your own group, and you, like, explain to people that you're new to tanking, like, as long as you tell people that, and you're like, hey, I'm new to tanking, just, you know, be patient with me, most people will be like, yeah, you're good, man. Like, I've never flamed somebody who has told me, like, I'm a new tank. I mean, I don't really like to flame people in bugs, like, ever. But I've never even, like, if somebody tells me that they're a new tank, right? I'm not going to tell them, like, you know, oh, hey, you need to, like, pull faster, or you need to, like, do this pull better, or something like that. Or, like, I won't criticize their use of mitigation. If they're new and they tell me they're new, then, like, that's okay. Everybody starts somewhere, right? Don't try to learn tanking with Haraldin's friend Paul in the group. Yes. So, my dad is saying this because when I tried to teach my dad how to tank a few years ago, we were running in a group with my friend Paul, and we were doing Stratholme. Or not Stratholme, Scholomance. And my friend Paul just ran into, like, 3 rooms, dropped, like, Moonfire and Sunfire a bunch of ads, popped dash, sprinted all the way back, and then basically was like, alright, here's your test. And basically forced my dad to try and pick up aggro. And of course, my dad was still keyboard turning. He had no fucking clue what was going on. And he just got really confused, and then a bunch of people died. So, my dad did not have a very fun tanking experience, thanks to my friend Paul. To be fair, though, I learned tanking largely from my friend Paul. And he did the same exact shit to me. And honestly, it kind of worked. Like, he would always just pull a bunch of extra packs and be like, think fast! And then I would have to, like, quickly go and grab aggro on them and, like, recover the pull and stuff like that. And that, as cancer as it was, it actually did help me learn tanking. Like, Paul basically helped me learn to adapt very early on. Because every time I was doing a dungeon with him, he was fucking unpredictable. He'd just pull random shit. And then I'd have to, like, think fast and react to it. So that honestly did help me grow as a tank pretty early on. So, you know, there's something to be said about that. That sounds amazing, yeah. It was a fun experience. Too bad I wasn't streaming at that time. That's funny because I feel like back in the day, people always said Prop Pally was a noob tank. Really? Yeah, these days that is absolutely not the case. Prop Pally, I would say, is like the highest skill floor for a tank. If the sun is out at night, walking in the sun, how cold is your hot tub, true or false? I'm gonna go with false. Once again, I have no idea what you're saying. I've been maining DPS since Mop, but I want to switch over to tank. I've leveled a Vengeance Demon Hunter in Shadowlands and started getting into tanking in Mythic Plus. Do you have any tips on how to get into raid tanking? I mean, start small, right? Start with like normal Sanctum of Domination. Just join pugs, and then if you've tanked a bunch of pugs successfully and you feel confident in your ability to tank, then just apply to a guild. There are lots of guilds that are looking for tanks, so if you feel confident, definitely it shouldn't be too hard to get a spot. But honestly, raid tanking, I would say if you've tanked Mythic Plus, the honest truth is that raid tanking is easier than Mythic Plus tanking. With raid tanking, a lot of times, you know, once you understand a fight, it's just a matter of like, I know the fight, I'm just gonna, you know, execute the pull correctly, I'm gonna, you know, taunt at the right times, and I'm going to pop my mitigation when I need to. It's very formulaic, which is one of the reasons why, to spice up raid tanking, I always go for parses. So I try to, like, you know, min-max and, like, push my damage as much as possible, because that's how I enjoy tanking in raids. But in terms of, like, a difficulty setting, Mythic Plus is way harder, even on, like, lower keys, because there's so many variables, because extra mobs can just get accidentally pulled. That's one of the things that really helped me learn, like I mentioned with my friend Paul, just pulling extra mobs in. The fact of the matter is that that happens a lot of times. Sometimes you're in a Mythic Plus and a hunter just fires off an auto shot and you have this extra pull coming in. And, you know, a bad tank will sit there, get mad at the hunter, and wipe because they refuse to get aggro. A good tank will be like, oh shit, I gotta adapt, run around, get aggro on all the mobs, pop a defensive, and survive that really big pull. And then, you know, your dungeon is saved, right? So I would say Mythic Plus tanking is way harder than raid tanking. So if you're already used to Mythic Plus, you probably have all, like, the basic tanking skill stuff down. At that point, all you need to do is build up your confidence to tank in raids. That's it. Once you've tanked in raids before and you feel, like, confident enough to do it, you can handle it. It's really not too hard. So that's why I would say start off with normal Sanctum. That's your best bet. Hey, Harlden. Hello, Duplexity Dave. Thanks for such a detailed answer. No problem. Tanking is hard. You need to study the dungeons. Oh, yeah, I did respond to that one. Tanks are the ones to go first. Your group will always expect you to be the leader. Absolutely, yeah. As much as I hate the hallway layouts of Final Fantasy dungeons, it's a lot more tank-friendly since you don't really need to know the layout. That's absolutely true. Final Fantasy dungeons, by and large, are much more linear than WoW. So, as a result, when you're tanking in Final Fantasy, it's pretty simple. You just do each pull one at a time. Final Fantasy also doesn't have a lot of, like, I guess, large pulls that it lets you do. Some dungeons do, but usually the dungeons are, like, designed to be done one pull at a time. Like, each pull is perfectly calculated to be, like, this is the amount of mobs you should pull. If you watch, like, speedruns of Final Fantasy dungeons, people still do really big pulls, but you don't feel forced to do them if you're just doing the dungeon casually. So Final Fantasy is a lot easier to learn tanking in. Like, I would say, for people I know who basically are interested in tanking in general, and they play both Final Fantasy and WoW, my recommendation is always start tanking in Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, one of the best things about it, in my opinion, for tanks, is it makes it so easy to learn. First of all, it has, like, a mini tanking tutorial called the Hall of the Novice, I believe it's called. And that tanking tutorial is actually really fucking good. Like, I was impressed the first time I saw it. I'm like, this is really thorough. It basically teaches you everything that you need to know. And also, like, just the way that, like, the dungeons are laid out, right? And the way that a lot of, like, the raid bosses that you have to do while leveling are designed make it really easy to learn how to tank. Like, it teaches you exactly what you need to do for, like, tanking. And then suddenly, next thing you know, you have, like, people who are beginner tanks getting into Final Fantasy tanking. By the time they get to the endgame bosses, they're tanking bosses that are, like, on a similar difficulty level as, like, a WoW heroic raid boss. And they're like, wow, that was easy, because Final Fantasy helped them build up that toolkit without even realizing. It's a really cool way of, like, teaching players. That's one of the best things that Final Fantasy does. It has a very, very, very good learning curve. Like, people will complain about how long it takes to get to max level, but for new players, Final Fantasy is second to none in terms of, like, introducing you to all the core elements of an MMO and helping you learn how to, like, actually play your class. It's really good at that. I tried to tank as soon as I got to level 10. I got flamed after one pull and decided to quit trying. Yeah, honestly, that's one of the biggest problems with tanking. People are going to flame you, and it can be a major deterrent for new players. And unfortunately, flaming in this game is, you know, not really punishable by, like, reporting or anything, so a lot of people do it, and it's unfortunate. So yeah, I would say just ignore those people. Ignore those people and keep trying. If tanking is something that you genuinely want to do, and you have your heart set on it, it would be such a shame if you let, like, some random hater in a dungeon, like, make you not want to play something that, in my opinion, is really fun. Wow, I took a lot of damage there for a second. Weird. I don't talk in pugs unless specifically addressed in some way. I'm usually the same in pugs, yeah. So when I played Blood DK once, I played damage, and I played damage as a tank, and I got flamed. So building for damage as a tank can be kind of tricky. It's definitely the way that you want to play, but if you are, like, still learning a spec, I wouldn't recommend, like, building for damage. Focus on, like, actually understanding your mitigation as a tank before you go for damage, because you want the, like, mitigation and the survivability aspect of tanking to be, like, down to muscle memory. If you have that all down to muscle memory, then you can start going for, like, damage. And then, basically, once you know what you need to do to survive, everything else should be put into damage. You do that, and you're good to go. But, yeah, if you're trying to, like, learn how to min-max your damage on a new tank, at the same time as you're learning how to actually survive pulls, that might be a bit tricky. My cousin said, I was willing to learn tanking using my paladin. Should I give up? Just have a paladin, mage, and hunter? I mean, honestly, if you want to start tanking on a paladin, I love playing a prop paladin. Prop paladin is extremely fun. I will say, if you are brand new to tanking, you're going to have a harder time on a prop paladin compared to, like, other tanks, but I mean, I would never say don't play it. If you have your heart set on playing prop paladin, it's really fun. You'll probably enjoy it. You're just going to have to spend a lot more time and effort practicing the rotation and understanding how it works to actually, like, really make it work. So, if you're willing to, you know, take that challenge, then absolutely go for prop paladin. But, I mean, personally, I would say for people trying to get into tanking, a lot of people are brand new to tanking just as a whole. And a lot of times there, it's better to just get used to, like, the tanking fundamentals on a class that's, like, a bit easier to play. But absolutely, no, prop paladin, once you really learn how to play it, it's really rewarding. It's really fun, really great. Absolutely love it. That being said, since I finally caught up with chat, I'm going to mute my mic really quick because I still haven't had anything to eat and I am starving. So, muting my mic for like 5 minutes tops, and then if anybody, like, messages now, I will get back to your message in time. I'll respond once I've unmuted my mic.
We serve the Queen.
Unfortunately, Warhammer, I do not know. Oh, it already has stat changing? Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't messed around with professions too much this expansion, so I couldn't tell you. But that's good that you figured it out.
My liege, I have done as you asked, and now beseech you for your blessing.
Your sacrifice is a testament to your obedience. Indeed, you are worthy of this charge. Arise and
Too far away.
Okay, so they're telling me to skip this boss. Am I even able to skip this boss and still get credit? I guess we'll see. I always thought you needed to kill every single boss to get, like, the end of dungeon completion. But if not, that would be cool. Is it good XP to level in time walking now? As far as I'm aware, it's not, like, bad. But it would not be, like, world record levels of fast. I'm doing this because, obviously, I've leveled 1 million characters recently, and if I had to do campaign for, like, the 5th time in a row, I would just blow my fucking brains out, right? So, this is just a fun little change of pace. But it definitely isn't bad. Like, it's decent experience. You can skip it? Interesting. As for your question on whether I've talked about Preach stopping WoW coverage, I think I've mentioned it in the past, but I mean, I'm fine answering it again. So, obviously, like, I've mentioned before, but Preach was, like, pretty much the WoW YouTuber that I watched. I like Bellular for news and stuff, but in terms of, like, actual WoW content creators that I regularly watched and, you know, really enjoyed their opinions and stuff on, Preach was by far my favorite, like, hands down. So, it's definitely, like, disappointing to see him quitting, but, like, I don't blame him at the same time, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, the man has been trying to get Blizzard to fix their shit for years now. And every single time, he just gets completely fucking ignored. So, for that to keep happening over and over and over, to keep slamming your head into a wall like that, for Blizzard to just keep not respecting your opinion, I can absolutely understand why he stopped. Because then, like, after all of that, after all of the effort that he spent, you know, trying to make WoW a better game and getting ignored, to hear about the Blizzard allegations, like, man, it's just... Yeah, I feel bad for him, honestly. So, while I'm sad to hear that Preach is quitting, or, well, I was sad to hear that Preach quit, I don't blame him for quitting. I think that he made the decision that was best for him. I mean, maybe not, like, best for his channel, right? Like, I'm sure that he probably still would have gotten more views if he continued with WoW, but that's, like, honestly even more commendable, right? Like, he did what he believes is right, regardless of whether or not it's, like, the right choice for his career. I think that's always something that should be commended. So, I mean, I have a lot of respect for Preach. I'm sad to see him go, and, you know, I look forward to seeing, like, all the stuff that he's doing in the future. I've watched a few of his recent videos, but admittedly, I haven't had tons of time to watch YouTube, like, in the past month. And it seems like he's doing well. Like, he's living his best life now, so, you know, happy for him. But definitely, you know, it's not the same without Preach here to shit on Blizzard's all of Blizzard's new stuff, so. Definitely, miss having him in the community, I suppose. Yummy Hot Pocket? Nice. You can kill Hogger in the Stockades for full experience? Yeah, actually, I vaguely remember that. That's fair. I wasn't sure if it worked for this one, too. Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've done all of these dungeons. Usually when, like, time walking rolls around, the only thing I actually do is, like, the raid, because that's usually a good source of gear. I generally don't actually do the dungeons. What level am I at? I honestly forget. I think I'm 55? I might still be 54. I can't see now because it's like I have, wait, can I, like, slash shoot myself? I'm level 55, okay. I had to type slash who Rossiliana to remember what level I was. Because if I click here, it just says level 30. So I can't check. I guess I could have checked the character panel. That would have worked too. Cosmo. Yeah, I'm only level 30. You're catching up. Oh, I'm stuck in combat. Crap.
A feast for the one that brings me their heads.
About the killing the last boss gives you LFD completion, killing all bosses gives you objective completion XP. I don't know why people skip. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what the difference is. I think a lot of people just see the fact that they can skip something, and they're like, oh yeah, we definitely should. But I definitely think that there are a lot of cases where just doing extra stuff is more efficient for experience, but I don't know. I've never tried skipping all this before, so I guess we'll see. Maybe it does give still a lot of experience. Who knows? That's the kind of thing that if I wanted to really find out, I would have to, like, basically do time comparisons. I'm like, okay, how much XP am I getting per, like, minute spent if I did the entire dungeon versus, like, the skip? So it's hard to say. Rets are pumping numbers? Yeah. Two really good Rets in this dungeon.
Too far away.
Ooh, nice. We got him in one cycle. I guess it took a few different cycles for us to actually fire off the harpoons, but 3 in one shot was pretty nice. Wonder if somebody's gonna get the mount. Oh, that guy got deleted. Holy shit. Ooh. Yeah, no, Cosmo knows that. Cosmo actually ran into me while I was doing leveling in Hillsbrad. He's just joking around. Yeah, I'm at level 55, Foxy Eureka. So about halfway there. If you're 50 to 55 in 3 hours by just tanking dungeons, that's pretty good. I did a mix, so I started off, I did Bastion, and then after Bastion, I swapped to dungeons. So I'm just doing threads from here on out. Just kind of experimenting with different things, seeing what works, what doesn't. Yeah, I'm gonna do a big pull here, come to think of it.
I'm out of range.
Oh, I got fear. We're good. Gonna pop IBF. Oh no. Oh, the fear won't break! Why wouldn't the fear break? The fear insta-broke last time. This time it just refused to break, and I just ate the entire duration. That's unfortunate. Hopefully they can kite in time. Unfortunately, there's no checkpoint in this dungeon, so you have to run all the way back. Which is awesome. Have I ever played a healer? Yes. Dudu, I've played a healer at various points in time. It's never been something I've enjoyed a lot. So, healer is definitely the thing I've played the least. But basically, the only healer that I've ever seriously played is Mistweaver. So, I've played Mistweaver quite a bit, and then in terms of, like, progression kills, on my guilds... Iminar the Soul Hunter, I think it was called. Whatever that boss in Antorus was. Obviously, you wouldn't know that because you just started, but... it was a boss back in Legion. We were missing a healer, and one of our DPS had a tank off-spec. But nobody else had a healing off-spec except me. So despite being our tank, I swapped to Mistweaver and I healed on that kill. And then I went Mistweaver for Kael'thas just recently back in Nathria because Mistweaver was really good and we could not recruit one. So I literally geared up Mistweaver, learned how to play it, and healed specifically for that fight. And that one we actually solo tanked. So Cosmo, the quests in these time-walking ones don't scale. All of, like, the really old quests, so if you look here, this is another time-walking quest, it gives 50 experience, which is not good. Unfortunately. My dad said, Dudu, get Pri to play healer and you can have a quality time playing WoW. Who's Pri? Is Pri his stepdaughter? I think they managed to kill the mobs, which is nice. God, this run back is brutal, though. Almost back. Thank God. That fear was really rough. Oh, that's your girlfriend. Okay. Yeah, when the pandemic's over, I'll have to go to Brazil and meet them. Unfortunately, you know, it sucks that I missed Fernandinho's wedding, right? But I don't really want to take that risk at this point in time.
I must get closer.
Well, at least this dungeon is almost over. This one was a bit rough. I think I might stick to Shadowlands after this. We'll see. Oh, there goes my cat. She finally left.
Ranulf of the Screaming Abyss, snuff these maggots with darkest night.
Love this boss.
Of the brutal siege, bestow your might upon me.
Ah! My camera.
Too far away.
No, dungeon leveling 10 to 50 is not efficient. Believe me when I say that I have extensively tested dungeon leveling for 10 to 50. I did a ton of testing on it in pre-patch. It's not efficient. I can 100% guarantee you that. It's unfortunate because I do enjoy leveling through dungeons. I think it's more fun that way. But it is not efficient at all. I tested every X-Pack in Chromie time. Mop was the one that a lot of people did say they thought would be faster, and it just was not. Like, I mean, Mop could theoretically be okay if you had a perfect, like, group of people running it, like, really, really fast. But I mean, I really don't think it can compete with Silverpine and Hillsbrad. Silverpine and Hillsbrad are just so fast. My cat's upstairs now. I see. Yeah, she's been just sitting there, like, sleeping for, like, the entire stream, but I guess at some point she had to get bored and leave. Mop is the second fastest behind Draenor? Yeah. That gave a decent amount. That wasn't too bad. I'll go get the Plaguefall quest. I'm pretty sure that the tank queue being, like, special only gives me extra badges, but it'd be cool if it gave more experience, too. Donuts or chicken strips? I'm gonna have to go with donuts in that one. I mean, who doesn't love donuts, right?
Our house's research continues, apprentice. Perhaps you can help gather the necessary reagents for our latest mixture.
Alright, I'm not going to do this world quest, but I think it's this quest that I need to pick up. And then this should give me access to Plaguefall.
How do you serve the Margrave?
Yeah, Plaguefall, cool.
The air was once rich with anima. You would make quite the...
Oh. You have 5 chocolate donuts? Nice. I still remember the Pit of Sauron strat. It's been years, but some things you just don't forget.
The master's domain. Signal the alarms. Father, not even fit to labor in a quarry. Relish these final moments, for soon you will be nothing more than mindless undead.
Do you ever grab mining and herbalism for extra XP? I do not, no. Some people like to do it. I don't think that it's efficient. It's not bad, right? Like, I would say if you're trying to, like, get money while leveling, especially, like, in Shadowlands and stuff, it's an option, you know. It's not terrible. But I think in terms of, like, pure leveling speed, it probably wouldn't be efficient. And the limited times when I've tested it, I didn't really find it to be very good.
You will have to battle your way through this cesspit on your own.
I remember when Sylvanas was a well-written character.
You will most certainly need their assistance in battling Tyrannus. I will gather reinforcements and join you on the other side of the quarry.
What did they do to you, Sylvanas? God damn. I wonder if I can use Control Undead on anything here to speed it up. I haven't really tried. I know that, like, that Spell Flinger from Ankahet was, like, really good, but I don't remember what the best, like, Control Undead thing from here is. I'll try Wrathbone Laborer. Maybe that one's good. Can't hurt to experiment. I think we'll probably still pull, but I'll try to hug the wall. Oh! No! I managed to squeak past, but the other guys didn't. Unlucky. One thing that I think would be kind of cool is, like, I don't know, speedrunning old dungeons. So maybe, like, getting a group of friends and doing an entire leveling process through, like, every single dungeon and trying to do it efficiently. So, like, the run ends when we, like, complete every single dungeon in the game starting from level 1. It could be cool. I guess it would be starting from level 10, right? Because it would be pointless if you started it at level 1 and you couldn't even enter dungeons. Like, I could go through and do, like, every single classic dungeon. You could do specific queue, maybe, to make sure you don't get any duplicates. And then going through every BC dungeon, every Wrath dungeon, stuff like that. It would be a lot of work. That would probably be a very, very long speedrun. But, I don't know, it sounds like it could be cool. Oh no. Ah shit, I let Bone Shield fall.
Too far away.
What? That stun, man. That almost fucked me.
I must get closer.
I'm gonna be taking a lot of damage from this. I might be able to, heal through it. And then now I can let my stacks fall off. Cool.
Too far away.
What I want to understand is why Dancing Rune Weapon is such a shit cooldown. Like, this thing lasts for 8 seconds, and it's a 2-minute cooldown? Like, that's just so pathetic. Nice. Whew. Do I still have my Control Undead thing?
You waste your time.
What happened to the guy that I controlled? Huh. I used Control Undead on the Wrathbone Laborer, and I guess... Oh, did he die to Garfrost? Oh, I didn't even consider that. That's actually kind of cool that the boss can kill him. What's this buff? Oh, that's somebody's Shard of Domination set bonus. Huh. Holy shit. Their autos hit hard, man. Wow. Some of the tuning on these time-walking dungeons is just crazy. Okay, so this Geist Ambusher just does autos. Yeah, nothing special. Okay. What about this guy? Wait, did that say immune? He's immune to Control Undead? Oh, shit! Well, I guess I'll just get the Geist again. That feels a little bit cheap. He's immune to the spell, but it still just has, you know, the thing wear off on the other guy. Weird. Cosmos said, I remember back in Legion on my Hunter, I would quest the Southern Barrens. What has well become. Yes. Southern Barrens is a pretty cool zone. Ah, shit. Honestly, I'm not hating Blood DK. This is kind of fun. I am kind of enjoying this whole thing. I mean, it feels very slow, but... I mean, I guess I do miss the old mitigation style of hitting Death Strike and healing back a lot of the damage I take. That's always pretty fun. Definitely good to get back to that a little bit.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them.
And I don't remember any of the mechanics from this boss. I think, doesn't he have like an explosion or something? Oh, and I guess my Geist died again. RIP. Control Undead doesn't seem super consistent on a lot of this stuff.
What you seek is in the Master's lair, but you must destroy Tyrannus to gain entry.
Too far away.
Within the halls of reflection, you will find
I must get closer.
It holds the truth.
Hello? Oh, was he gonna try to Cloak of Shadow us through?
If you are lying to me,
I swear it's true, but please don't kill me.
Oh shit, healer's dead. Oh shit, there's more mobs. Okay, this was a bad idea. God, these... Okay, yeah, these pulls are rough. Especially with AoE cap, man. This is just brutal. Like, I don't remember that pull being so difficult, but when I can only hit 5 targets and there's like fucking 10 of them, Jesus Christ. Also, I can't release Spirit. Hello? Game? I can't release Spirit? What the fuck? Well, this is new. Awesome. Well, I mean, hopefully I can still accept a res from the healer. But they are really taking their time. Haraldin, do you skip the Stag Witches quest in Hillsbrad? It's really tedious. So you can do the Stag Witches quest with a bunch of others. So what I usually do is I'll do all those other quests and I'll try to do the Stag Witch quest at the same time. And if I don't get any drops, I just skip it. If I get drops, then great. But if I don't, then yeah, I usually do skip it. Okay, so I can accept a res. That was very strange.
I am out of range.
Try to reload, yeah. I mean, if I wasn't able to get rezzed by the healer, I would have reloaded. But I kind of figured at that point, I'm like, fuck it, you know. The healer can probably res me. At this point, it was better to just wait for the res either way. shit. I was like really high HP and then out of nowhere I get dropped super low. Okay. So, like, these guys have spells, right?
You will not reach the entrance of my lord's.
Oh, I see. I got the wrong one. I was trying to get the Flame Bearer. I didn't realize there was a difference. Okay, so it looks like this one's just gonna auto-attack a bunch of times. Oof. So, I know speedrunning is more your thing, but I was curious, do you play endgame at all? Of course. Man, if I was playing this game just for leveling, I would have quit a long time ago. My entire thing in this game is mythic rating. Okay. Thank you, Blizzard. Yeah, no, like, literally the main reason I played this game is mythic rating and mythic plus. That's what I play this game for. The reason why I've tried to do speedrun leveling stuff is because I like having a lot of alts. I like having every single tank at a mythic raid level so that I can swap from a fight-to-fight basis, right? So, if I figure out the best leveling route and minimize the time that I spend actually leveling, then, yeah, it just makes my life easier. So, you know, I'm raiding a bit more casually this tier, but the guild that I'm in just got to Mythic Soulrender Dormazane. So the main reason why I've been really looking forward to getting a Blood DK is because I want to play a Blood DK on Soulrender Dormazane to make things easier. And honestly, I'll be real here, my goal is, at this point, like, every single tier that I play, my goal is to get, like, a rank 1 parse on as many tanks as possible. So, I got my rank 1 warrior parse, I'm set on that, now I can start working on Blood DK. Once I get a rank 1 Blood DK parse, I can work on a different tank. So I want to try and cloak through the cave? Sure. Alright, Rogue, do your thing. Cloak of Shadows, or whatever it's called, Shroud. Nobody else is following, though. Okay.
Trap them within the tunnel. Bury them alive.
Can we actually... Nope, it does not work. Oh shit. Alright. Well, at least the rogue tried. Apparently you can't cloak that. Would you consider a video of what to do with your fresh 60s in today's game? I literally have videos on that, yeah. As Rigaldo said, I have 2 videos on that. I made a video talking about, like, my experience with my mage, and I'm literally doing a series right now where I pug my way to Keystone Master and AOTC on a survival hunter. I only have episode 1 out. I just started that series, but yeah, that's literally something that I'm doing. So if you're interested, you can check my channel, and that should be on there. That video did surprisingly well, so looking forward to it. Part 2 should be out on Tuesday, depending on how much free time I have. I'm hoping that I can get this run done before too long, right? I'm shooting for like 7 hours, I think would be a good time. And if I can do it in 7 hours, then I should have enough time after the speedrun to, you know, get some stuff done on my hunter and get enough footage for part 2.
I am out of range.
Alright. Out of the tunnel, thank fucking God.
Too far away.
One of the DPS is still running back. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We will get there. Alright. How do I start this RP? Do I just have to tag the boss? Warrior's almost here.
Brave, brave adventurers, your meddling has reached its end. Do you hear the clatter of bone and steel coming up the tunnel behind you? That is the sound of your impending demise.
We will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the
Is time walking good for leveling? It's not bad for leveling.
Such an
Tank, you know to kite across ice when he says power.
I have finished with you.
Well, I don't, so
Blade will feast upon your
I guess we'll see.
die.
I completely forget how to tank these dungeons. It's been, like, a very long time. Holy shit.
I am out of range.
If any tank's really bad at kiting, it's fucking Blood DK, though. Fuck my mobility. Okay. Yeah, that was great. So apparently I was supposed to just, kite magically. That's great. Love time walking. Heard last time it was bonkers and they nerfed it again. So time walking was really broken because of the actual, like, XP values that you were getting. It's not necessarily, like, a strong option these days, but it's, like, it gives about as much experience as just spamming Shadowlands dungeons would.
In the mountains.
Yeah, I don't really know how I can actually kite this as a Death Knight. Gotta tank him by the ice? That's great, but if a single auto attack does my entire health pool because of scaling, I'm just kind of fucked. Yikes. I guess we'll see. But I have a feeling that this boss isn't supposed to two-shot you, because kiting as a Blood DK, when you can only survive 2 auto attacks, is kind of impossible. But I'll try. Should get more, files. Unfortunately, I'm burning through these Darkmoon top hats really quickly. I think this is probably the last time walking dungeon I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do, Shadowlands dungeons after this. Because the scaling on some of these Lich King dungeons is just a little bit absurd. It took you 40 to 50 minutes to kill this boss? Oh god. Well, that doesn't bode well for me. I could probably do this. I just need to figure it out, right? So, I'm technically not able to kite him, or to run through the ice to kite him, but if I pop Death's Advance, then I can't get slowed by the ice, so I should just be able to run right through it. Oh, okay, this rogue has informed me that apparently I have 2 speed-ups. So apparently, I should be perfectly fine, because I have... I have Wraithwalk and Death's Advance. Look, I'm not saying that I can't tank this. I absolutely think I can. But to say that I should be totally fine and that there's no problem with playing Blood DK, it's a little bit absurd. But whatever.
Brave adventurers, your meddling has reached its end. Do you hear the clatter of bone and steel coming up the tunnel behind you? That is the sound of your impending demise.
We will hold off the undead as long as we can, even to our dying breath. Deal with the Scourge Lord.
Such an amusing...
What did you miss? Not much. Mostly just been doing time-walking dungeons.
My master's blade will feast upon your...
Just tank him right by the ice? Well, that's great and all, man, but, last pull, the ice just kind of fucking despawned. So, that's the ice? Okay. Main issue is his fucking auto attack range is massive. So I have to, like, really run far, and then if the ice doesn't spawn in an ideal location, I'm kind of fucked. I don't think... Yeah, my Nightborne racial doesn't really work. So I should be good. I need to get a target at cursor macro for my Death and Decay.
I am out of range.
I forgot to do that after stream. Okay, this seems to be working decently well. Fuck, man. This boss is so cancer. Like, this is just the most boring thing ever as a tank. The way that you're supposed to tank it is just constantly kiting. Like, fucking amazing. And there he just fucking sprinted right through the ice patch. So, fuck me, I guess. Now, this is like, where do I go? Here, I guess. But then if the ice patch spawns the other... We just ran right through it! What? You're joking, man.
It is not ready yet.
What the fuck is this boss? Fuck me.
Too far away.
And I have to get into melee quickly to refresh my fucking bone shield. Dancing rune weapon. I'm just gonna tank him for the last 5%. Should be fine. Fucking hell. That is awful. Fuck that. Holy shit. I mean, the worst part about that is every once in a while when he just goes up to the ice patch and sprints straight through it before the slow actually ticks on him. Because at that point, what the fuck am I supposed to do? The rogue says I don't have to kite him the whole fight. Yeah, tell that to the fucking autos that were doing half of my health bar. Look, if you're doing this with full Sanctum of Domination gear on your main, I'm sure it's a bit easier, but fucking hell. That thing was destroying me. Cosmo, you're gonna leave to call your friend? No problem. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, before I queue for dungeons, I'm gonna go... I'll do the Halls of Atonement questline. Why not? Might as well just grab every dungeon quest. Maybe there's some good world quests over in Revendreth. Yeah, so I know that that with the buff, he was trucking me really badly, but, I mean, this is a leveling character, right? Even with scaling, some of my gear is still pretty crap. So, I was still getting absolutely demolished just by regular autos. The healer was also struggling a little bit, so... Like, I may have been able to tank him, but the problem is, if I didn't get out of melee range in time when he got the buff, there wasn't really a lot of time. So, I mean, hey, it worked, right? I think playing it that way was just a lot safer. That's just my opinion on it. I'll do this thing, because there's a world quest overlapping with the bonus objective. This bonus objective on PTR takes literally 45 seconds, so let's see how fast it is on live. How much did they manage to speed it up by? It's an annoying boss, yeah. As long as we get the boss killed, I don't really care whether it's like super clean or not. That's what matters. And considering we already wiped once, you know, I'm not going to take that risk. I'm not going to try to, like, play really ballsy to try and, you know, get more uptime. If I needed to run in and refresh Bone Shield, I did, of course. Nice thing is, with, like, Blood Drinker and Shackle the Unworthy, I can still do decent damage while fighting, but... yeah. That fight always sucks to tank, yeah. I'm pretty sure I tanked it on a Brewmaster once without having to kite him at all. But, you know, that's just Brewmasters being Brewmasters.
I require a heart.
Yeah, everything here gives absolutely no completion. They really increased the bonus objective XP. Like, right now... this is just not even remotely worth the time it takes. I would have to be here for like over 5 minutes to get this. On PTR, if you have not seen my video, this bonus objective with the changes takes literally 45 seconds. That's it. So, the main improvement they've made to threads is with these things. Making them take like way less time. But everything else about Threads of Fate on PTR is still honestly pretty trash. Even the Torghast stuff is nowhere near good enough. I guess I could do these world quests. These are actually 3 really, really easy ones. And then this gives bonus experience. Yeah, sure, why not? I can do some Threads of Fate to show how it's, like, really slow.
In the Fearstalker's absence, new leadership has taken root.
Pet Journal... I forget exactly what this one uses. Gotta get that rank 1 parse, yeah. Rank 1 heroic, or rank 1 time-walking Pit of Sauron parse, for sure. So this would be Aquatic Magic Beast. Okay. One second. My dad's making a lot of noise. Okay, there we go. Close my door. So, magic would be next. And... beast. Kovak.
The living in the land of the dead.
This one is not too hard. There are, like, I would say, out of the Shadowlands pet battles, there's a lot of really easy ones compared to previous expansions, but then there's 1 or 2 that are just stupidly difficult. Like, the ones that I really struggle with are, there's one in Ardenweald that spawns right around here, this guy, Feral. This one is brutally hard. I really cannot do this consistently whenever it's up as a world quest. And the other one that I really struggle with is this guy. Dudley Sticky Fingers. in Maldraxxus. That one I cannot consistently beat. It's a bit rough. Does my dad play WoW besides the one time you taught him how to speedrun? He does not. So my dad got me into WoW way back when, back in vanilla. And he played a decent bit back then, but I mean, I think my dad quit sometime in Wrath, and then the first time he had played since Wrath was that time when on stream I taught him how to play. But, I mean, my dad started a new job recently, and he's been super busy, so... You know, he's able to kind of watch the stream sometimes. He keeps it open on a second monitor while he, like, does some work. But a lot of times he's really not able to, like, actively participate, and of course that means he's not able to, like, really actively play WoW. DH2 scaling is weird with the leech damage, and you can tank that boss easy. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even at max level on a Blood DK, I might be able to do that, but with the... Wow! Okay, that one shot. Usually it takes me another hit. Nice. That pet battle's pretty simple. Don't need to worry about it too much.
That bag is full.
I should clear out my bags if that many of them are full. You know, one thing I'm curious about, how many people actually pet battle? Because I really enjoy pet battling. It's something that I do, like, all the fucking time. And yet, every single time, like, I ask somebody, like, in-game, like, one of my friends, if they pet battle, they're like, oh no, I don't touch that Pokemon shit. And I do not know a single person, besides my friend Paul, who actually really enjoys pet battling. Not I. So Andrew doesn't pet battle. I don't know. Like, most of the people I've met don't touch it. But I think it's kind of a shame because I think it's really fun. Like, I really enjoy pet battling. And also, one of the nice things about it is, for doing your callings every week, like, getting pet battle quests done for callings is, like, really, really easy. Like, once you actually understand pet battling and you have, like, a really big roster built up, you can do pretty much any pet battle world quest, and it takes, like, 2 minutes tops.
Enemies approach. Man the mirrors.
I love pet battles. It's a lot more fun than triple try. Aw, no. No. Okay. See, I was with you when you were saying that you love pet battles. I love pet battles, too. But saying that it's more fun than triple triad? Fucking hell. Man, triple triad is sick. I love triple triad. I would definitely say I prefer triple triad to pet battling. I mean, I love them both, but triple triad is, like, second to none, man. I love that shit. I didn't try it. Sounds fun. Yeah, it takes a bit to get into, because obviously you need to, like, get a large collection of pets, but once you have it, I think it's really fun. Couldn't get into the pet battling system. Pet battling kind of ruins pet collecting for me. Fair. Honestly, pet battling is the main reason I enjoy pet collecting. Because I see a new pet and I'm like, ooh, I could use this in a pet battle. So I actually like it a lot because of that. Kristaps said, I did not know it existed. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty niche part of WoW, but, I mean, Blizzard still keeps updating it every single expansion, so it's definitely still something you can get into, and there's, like, good reason to do it with, like, world quests for pet battling, like, constantly being added. I've done it, but I don't have any big level pets, so I don't do them. Pretty lazy to level some. I love the Pokemon collecting aspects of it. I super enjoyed pet battling, but as an achievement hunter, I came to the point where you just have to win 5,000 PvP pet battles, and that slapped the fun out of it. Yeah, so for achievements, if I go to pet battles, for battling, I've done, like, a lot of the, like, PvE stuff, but yeah, I'm with you there, man. I don't do PvP pet battles. I do not touch that shit. I've won 145. Does that show up on stream? Yeah, okay, it shows up on stream, yeah. 145 PvP pet battles. I do not touch that. But I've done a lot of PvE pet battles. I went there. For a second, I was like in the pet battle mindset. I almost went straight there. Okay, so I need to do this quest. Cosmo says I pet battle a lot. Yeah, I mean, apparently a lot of people here like it, so that's good. I don't really like pet battling, but it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody. But, I mean, I guess I'm pleasantly surprised to see that quite a lot of people here enjoy it, because I always thought I was the only one. And I've always thought it was a pretty fun system. Triple Triad is great until you get the cheating AIs. No, but that's what makes it fun. See, the fun part about Triple Triad is when you've collected a bunch of different cards, and you have to, like, perfectly build your deck to counter the cheating AI. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, any sort of AI mechanic in, like, a game like that, like, you look at strategy games and whatnot, and AI cheats all the time in strategy games. But that's because it's really hard to build AI that's smart. It's very easy to build AI that just gets numbers cheats. But I still enjoy it because it means that with an objectively worse deck in Triple Triad, I have to beat AI that have ridiculous cards. And I think that's a fun challenge, personally. And honestly, I would say that you may not be able to consistently win like 100% of the time, but once you actually understand the ideal way to build your deck in Triple Triad, you can beat pretty much every single AI. Like, I've done almost every single Triple Triad AI battle. It won almost every single Triple Triad AI battle. I'm down to, like, 10. So I literally have, like, a Google Doc somewhere where I tried to beat every single Triple Triad NPC. The only ones that I haven't beaten aren't because I can't beat them. It's because they're locked behind some gigantic quest line that I've never done. And it would take me, like, days to actually complete the questline and unlock that one Triple Triad battle. So I'm slowly chipping away at it. But, yeah, I mean, I love Triple Triad. It's fun as fuck. Hey, Same Plus rules, I'm with you there. Fuck Same Plus rules. I hate that. Absolutely can agree. Dude, so I know I can understand on, like, a basic level how Same Plus works, but I don't get it, right? Like, it makes sense on a basic, like, this is what the actual, like, mechanic of the game does, but when I actually play around with it, I can never see the lines. I never, like, am able to quickly on the fly do the math in my head to figure that shit out. So I agree with you. I hate those rule sets. For me, like, the ideal Triple Triad rule set would be Chaos and Sudden Death. I think that with Chaos and Sudden Death, it's, like, enough to not make it, like, too chaotic, right? Despite the name. It shakes it up a little bit. You basically have to spend a bit more time thinking about how you want to play your cards. So you don't get to just basically have the formulaic opener and finisher. You actually have to kind of experiment with it. And then Sudden Death means that you never have a tie. And it can really spice up tiebreakers because sometimes, like, you know, like, one player gets a bunch of really good cards, like, in that last Sudden Death, and you manage to pull out a win from that. It can be a bit RNG, but I think it's kind of fun, compared to just, like, constantly tying over and over and over. So, those are my favorite, like, 2 rules for Triple Triad. But I agree with you that Same and Plus are absolutely garbage. They also added rare moves to Wild Pets and Shadowlands. Yeah, I noticed that there were a lot of cool new movesets in Shadowlands. I haven't really messed around with pet battling this expansion in terms of, like, collecting the new pets. Usually, like, pet battling is one of those things where at the end of an expansion, when I've kind of run out of stuff to do, I mess around with it, and I try to collect all the wild pets and, like, experiment with new abilities, but I have a pretty standard pet battling team that I use for, like, everything. I mean, there's very few, like, AI fights that I struggle to beat in pet battles. Oh, Grats on level 45, Cosmo. Chori said, I mostly like to collect pets and the pet achievements. It's also pretty handy to get the portals to the pet battle dungeons. I've actually never done the pet battle dungeons. So, a lot of my experience with, like, pet battling in this game is more from, like, a practical standpoint of, like, I like to do pet battling to get really efficient calling completions, or, like, back in the day, like, emissary completions and stuff, so that's why I would do pet battling. But I've always thought about trying out those pet battling dungeons. I've heard good things about them. What time do I expect to hit 60? I'm hoping for 7 hours. I would say 7 hours would be a good time, in my opinion. And, I mean, I'm on track for that, yeah. It's only 4 hours and I'm already 56. That's pretty standard, I would say. We'll see, though. I can almost imagine a stream where you go 10 to 50 with pet battling. No. Leveling through pet battling is garbage. I would never do that. That sounds like hell. No. I'm masochistic, but I'm not that masochistic, right? Like, I have limits. I played the hell out of Celestial Tournament, but only won Deadmines once. Haven't tried the others. I have done Celestial Tournament. That was, like, I guess the original pet battling dungeon, so that one I have done. But I haven't tried any of the new ones. Like, they have Wailing Caverns now, right? Like, Deadmines and Wailing Caverns. It's a bunch of new stuff. So I haven't messed around with those. What? I got stuck in the wall! Okay. That was almost very bad. Alright, worked out, though. Oh, this world quest just spawned. Nice. That one's pretty fast.
New leadership has taken root. Strike them down.
Someone said 420. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess the timer did just hit 420. You're correct. I thought you were just saying 420 for the sake of saying 420. But yes, the timer was at 420. I'm off to bed, going to work tomorrow. Have a good run. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you for good luck on the run. But yeah, I will say, like, if people are interested, I don't know if this is something people would care about, but I thought sometimes about making, like, a guide for pet battles, or at least, like, a basic guide for all the pet battle stuff you need to know to, like, get world quests done. So, like, I guess practical pet battling. Because that's pretty much all I'd use it for, but I have, like, a pretty consistent setup that I use to do, like, every single world quest. So, maybe it might be a bit too late for that in Shadowlands, but, like, maybe whenever a new patch comes out or something, or a new expansion, if they have, like, a lot of focus on pet battling, I could maybe put out a guide for that. I don't know if that's something anybody would be interested in. Could be cool, though. Now I'm going to go unlock the Halls of Atonement quest. Deadmines, Wailing Caverns, Stratholme, BRD, and Nomercon? There's that many now? Wow. I didn't realize they've made that many pet battling dungeons. That's insane. Yeah, damn, maybe I should check it out more. Okay. It's been a very long time since I've done this questline. Every single undead in Shadowlands that actually has a model is from Azeroth. No unique souls in the Shadowlands, apparently. Despite the fact that the lore says they come from every single world. I will never understand that. You receive 3.8k XP for each pet battle, so it might take a while. Yikes. Yeah, I would not be looking forward to that. Let's see. Okay, so these have a chance to give... They have a chance to give the quest item that I need. Interesting. Covetous Pirate King, Arrogant Blade Master. The Pirate Kings are hosen. Interesting. My dad is awesome. He just brought me food and some water, which is perfect because my throat has been getting a bit sore now. Been talking for... Well, I mean, mostly it was just from the last stream, right? Talking for 10 hours will, you know, do a number on your throat, right? But it's still been about 5 hours so far, so... Definitely been a bit rough. Now, this questline is going to be long. I remember it taking a while the first time I did it. And so far, none of the good stuff has dropped. I only got 4% bonus objective for all of that. I don't understand Shadowlands. I get the theme. Heaven, Asgard, Tirnanog, Purgatory, Hell. But I don't get that they only have ideological extremes. I mean, that's just how Blizzard writes stories. Yeah. I'm not saying it's good, but I'm used to it at this point. Blizzard, like, as much as it's a meme to say, like, morally gray, Blizzard does not operate on anything other than, like, in-your-face, most obvious storytelling, like, plot ever kind of logic. Like, they have no idea how to do any sort of subtle or intricate writing. The only time that Blizzard's ever, like, really succeeded at writing, I've talked about this before, but it's with character-driven stories. So a good example that I like to give is, like, Suramar. Suramar, you follow Thalyssra, and you, like, see her journey throughout the zone. There's lots of other good examples of that, and that's what Blizzard has done well. But when it comes to, like... I mean, Blizzard's world building has not always been bad, but as of late, a lot of Blizzard's world building has been, like, very just, like, uninspired and kind of boring, in my opinion. All of, like, this cosmological shit is just... I'm not interested at all. So it's... that's just kind of, like, what I've grown to expect at this point from WoW's writing. You could get a mini fridge to store food and water. I could, yeah. I mean, that's obviously something to consider if I, like, you know, continue doing this a lot. But I would say the first thing, like, once I save up enough money, the first thing I'm going to do is get a better computer. Because this thing is, like, 4 years old, and it's honestly starting to get pretty garbage. It's especially hard to do video editing on this thing. Like, if I'm, like, trying to edit, like, a really large video file with, like, Adobe Premiere, it just starts really chugging. And it does this really annoying thing with the playback where, like, every once in a while, I'll start, like, trying to, like, rewatch the footage, and it will just, like, keep skipping forward, like, every few seconds. And I have to sit there and, like, let it take a while to load before I can actually begin editing. So, yeah, this, that is, like, by far my first priority. And also just because, obviously, like, having, like, you know, a better computer and stuff will make it, like, you know, more enjoyable to watch, right? You know, better computer means better graphics, and a lot of people care about, like, watching, you know, people who stream with better graphics and whatnot. I've never been, like, super big about that, but I do know it's important to a lot of people. So yeah, that, like, mini fridge would be nice, right? But that's definitely low on my priority list of things to get. Shadowlands could have been so much more. I think the idea of Shadowlands could have been so, like, the idea of Shadowlands could have been better, right? But honestly, I'm not even going to sit here and say that the Shadowlands story could have been that much better, because I really don't think they could have done a better job with it. Unless they literally replaced their writing team, this is, in my genuine opinion, the best that these people are capable of. I mean, Battle for Azeroth was, like, one of the worst stories ever told in a video game. And, look, I mean, Legion was a good expansion, but the story of Legion was very basic and formulaic. I didn't hate it, but a lot of people really dislike how Argus was handled, and I can understand that. I think they kind of dropped the ball with that a little bit. But overall, I think their writing team has been missing on a lot for years now. I don't expect much out of them at this point. If I was playing this game for the story, I would not be playing this game. I play WoW for the raiding and the dungeon content. That's pretty much it. That's not to say that story in a game isn't important. I mean, I've given the highest praises to Final Fantasy's ability to tell a story, but I mean, when you look at how good Final Fantasy is at telling a story, and you realize that WoW has literally never even come close to being able to tell a story that well, it's like, and then you just look at Shadowlands, and it's just a fucking joke, right? It just kind of makes you not even really care about WoW's story at all, because you're like, yeah, once you've, experienced that level of storytelling, it's so hard to just go back and even try to appreciate what WoW has to offer. So, my way of approaching it is to just fucking ignore it, right? I look at the new story, I'm like, okay, let me see if I can enjoy this, and I clearly can't, and then I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just not going to think about it, right? Like, I could sit here and be really mad about how Sanctum of Domination was, like, one of the dumbest raid stories of all time. Or I could just be like, yeah, I mean, Sylvanas was a cool boss fight. Was it super dumb and contrived how the entire thing happened? Yeah, but I don't care. We got to run across this gigantic chain that was, like, linking Torghast and Oribos. And then, we got to fight a bunch on, like, all these different platforms and stuff. And, I don't know, like, the entire backdrop of it, if you think too closely, is really dumb. It's really fucking dumb. But the fight is cool. And in my opinion, that's what matters. Vol'dun in BFA was good. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Vol'dun was much more character-focused. In Vol'dun, it was a lot of focus on the specific Volpera, like Mira and Kiro and stuff. So, yeah, actually, I did kind of like Vol'dun. As a zone, it was good. The overarching story of BFA was pretty bad, but Vol'dun was good. Rematch is the best add-on for World Quest because once you get a team for each battle, you don't lose time choosing the pets. Interesting. I have not heard about that. If you were some peasant farmer that didn't live a selfless life, no connection to nature, wasn't sinful, not a troll, and not a warrior, where would you go when you die? Bastion. In fact, I will say, out of all of your critiques of the Shadowlands, that's actually, I would say, you clearly haven't played the Kyrian storyline, because I don't think it's good. I think the Kyrian campaign is really bad, but the irony of saying that is one of the first quests in the Kyrian campaign literally follows you going into Azeroth and saving the soul of a peasant farmer that basically, I mean, he basically was just a regular peasant farmer, as far as I'm aware. He does die semi-heroically, saving his family from the undead, but it's like, for the most part, it is just some farmer in Red Ridge Mountains. So the irony of that is, they do kind of cover that. For all of Shadowlands' flaws, that is something they touch upon. He dies saving his family from the Scourge. Definitely, honestly, that quest is probably the best quest in Shadowlands. That was a really fucking good quest. Like, I remember that was the first campaign I ever did in Shadowlands when I was testing it on beta. And I remember being really excited. I'm like, oh shit, that was actually really good. If the rest of the Covenant campaigns are like this, just imagine how good the story in Shadowlands could be. And turns out that was just the highlight. That was the best it ever got. So, oof. My Mutated said, I really need to unlock the Nightborne. I mean, yeah, Nightborne are pretty cool. Cosmo said, my PC is more than 10 years old, but I upgraded it so it works like a 2-year-old PC. Nice. Yeah, I could so I don't have a PC. I have a laptop. So I play everything in stream on, like, a 4-year-old laptop, which isn't the best. You can't really, like, upgrade a laptop. You can, but it's much harder than upgrading a PC. So, really, my best bet would be to just actually invest in getting a PC or something. And then, hopefully that would last a bit longer. At the very least, Night Fae get more Blansamdi? Yes, absolutely. Blansamdi is the highlight of the Night Fae campaign. 100%. What is the quickest class to level, in your opinion? Guardian Druid. Druid, but specifically as Guardian. BFA had a great setup, Horde versus Alliance in an all-out war, but they screwed up by making a Broken Isles 2.0 with Kultiris and Zuldazar, Nazjatar, and Mechagon. Yeah, I agree. The story was way too disjointed. It had a solid foundation, but they just did not see that foundation through. Could have been a lot better. Can absolutely agree with you on that. Could they be showing the consequences of no Lich King? I think that's what they were going for, ATD, yeah. And, like, that is interesting, but Blizzard is just really bad at explaining that stuff. Like, they have... The problem with the Blizzard writers is they have a lot of cool ideas, but they are just unable to, like, get those cool ideas out of their heads and into a story. Like, that is where they struggle. They have, like, a really cool idea, and they're like, wow, players are going to love this. But then, when they actually translate that into a storyline, it's just a disjointed mess. Nobody understands what's going on, and it just ends up being garbage. So, yeah. That's the main problem. As Guardian Druid? That could be cool. Still going hard, I see? Yes, I am, Virex. I'm going all the way to 60 this stream. Had to split it into 2 parts, or I would have been doing, like, a near 24-hour live stream, but, you know. I'm getting there. Apparently that farmer was an ex-militia for Red Ridge. Interesting. I did not remember that. Do I have a guide for 50 to 60? Yes, I do. It's in the description. My leveling guide in the description covers all the way from level 1 to 60. It tells you pretty much everything you need to know. Uther questline a couple weeks ago for 9.1 was good, but Uther is a well-written character. I'm probably one of the few people that I've seen that actually didn't really like the Uther questline. I thought he was okay, but I really hate the, like, bullshit morality that Blizzard tries to force, where they had this whole thing going with Uther's questline about how, like, Uther was, like, doing the wrong thing because he didn't try to talk to Arthas. And it was this whole big thing about how, like, Uther was the bad guy because Uther never gave Arthas a chance. And he just immediately hated Arthas. And that is just so fucking stupid. I think that is so fucking dumb, and I don't know why people really enjoy the Uther questline and think it's, like, super great because of that. Because, like, no. How can you say that Uther was wrong because he immediately got mad at Arthas because Arthas fucking betrayed his kingdom and killed his father? It's not like Uther had the knowledge that Arthas was corrupted by Frostmourne. How the fuck was Uther supposed to know that? The idea that Uther was somehow in the wrong in any sense at all, just because he was unaware that Arthas was, like, being controlled by the Lich King and then judged him too harshly for fucking murdering his father, is just absurd. Like, that is basically trying to force some, like, gray morality upon Uther when there was literally nothing there. Uther did everything correctly, nothing that he did was even remotely wrong, and the fact that Blizzard tried to spin it as, like, Uther was a bit too quick to judgment, and people actually enjoyed that, I don't fucking understand. That I don't fucking get at all. So, I really don't like that questline. But a lot of people seem to enjoy it. He said, as Guardian Druid. I was making a joke about Asgardian Druids. Just imagining Thor as a druid. I see.
I'm out of range.
Okay, that's clever. I like that. I see. Okay. Now I understand what's going on in chat. I was confused, like, reading over. You can only feasibly upgrade laptop storage. Yeah, and that's what I've had to do. Like, a lot of people have asked me why I don't, like, save my stream recordings directly to my computer. It's because I play on a laptop, and I have really garbage storage space. I do have an external hard drive, which is the only reason I'm even able to store, like, anything on this piece of crap. because it has absolutely no good storage space at all. So I'm making do with the tools that I have. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Let's see, I'm trying to make sure I don't miss any messages. There's a lot of lore you need to discover by buying books, which I hate. Absolutely agree with that. In the Grimoire book, it straight up says that Denathrius took out the Arbiter, but that is... Wait, it says that in the Grimoire of the Shadowlands? I knew that people speculated about that, but I didn't know it was outright confirmed. They actually confirmed that Denathrius was the reason the Arbiter got knocked out? Oh, that's so dumb. Oh man, if they actually go with that, I've lost any faith in their ability to tell a story. Holy shit. A lot of the reason that people don't understand it is because they hide so much of it in out-of-game resources. Matthias Shaw being homosexual. See, I never even knew that. I never knew that apparently Matthias Shaw is homosexual. That's interesting. But I never would have known about that. I don't read the books anymore. And, like, I've actually had people comment and tell me, like, oh, well, you would appreciate the WoW story more if you just read the books. And, like, look here. If I'm gonna spend time to read a book, a World of Warcraft spin-off novel is the last fucking thing that I'm going to read. Right? Like, there are lots of good fantasy books out there. I already don't really like the WoW story these days. I am not going to waste my fucking time. I would much rather just, you know, spend time reading something that's actually good. I mean, my dad has been nagging me to read Wheel of Time for, like, years now. So, if I actually had the time to read a book these days, I'd just fucking read Wheel of Time. Not gonna, you know, read a fucking WoW novel. I don't understand. Where are the Dredger chisels? Oh, they're just sitting on the ground. I thought they were dropped by a mob, and I was so confused. Okay. Just read the books, forehead. Exactly. A problem Blizzard thinks players are going to love this. I mean, in beta, when they say it sucks, they can't swallow their pride and fix or change. Yeah, absolutely. The biggest issue with Blizzard right now is their ego. They have kind of swallowed their pride a little bit. But, I mean, you look at the PTR notes, and they had that whole little blurb in there about how, well, you know, covenant swapping wouldn't have made sense before now because the narratives have aligned. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. Like, nobody gives a shit about the narratives. It's just kind of a fucking joke at this point. Will I be streaming my Survival Hunter stuff? I will not. So, as much as I would love to stream the Survival Hunter things, the entire premise of that challenge is that I'm supposed to be pugging my way to Keystone Master and AOTC without any external help. And I have a feeling that, like, if I streamed my Survival Hunter, people would, like, come in and help me. Because, like, a few people have, like, run into me while leveling and said hi and stuff like that. So, I feel like if I stream that, there's, like, a higher chance that it might be skewed. And that maybe I would get, like, advantages without even realizing it. Like, maybe I would apply to a group and somebody would realize that it's me, and they would invite me. And that would kind of be unrealistic, I guess. It would, like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't think that would give an accurate assessment of, like, how to do that challenge. So, as a result, I'm going to do all the Survival Hunter stuff, off stream. I'll still be making videos about it. I don't plan to stop that video series, but I will be doing it completely off stream, just to keep, you know, everything honest and whatnot. The source of his guilt was established in that quest, though. He went against the principles he swore an oath to. Yeah, and like, I don't think that's a good excuse. Like, I get that they were trying to establish the whole thing with his oaths and whatnot, and, like, he swore an oath of compassion, but the idea that you should be compassionate for a cold-blooded killer is fucking bullshit. Like, I mean, that is, like, faux morality right there, and I am not buying a second of it. Just because that's something that, like, he swore to uphold as part of his paladin oath, that doesn't suddenly make it not bullshit morality. It's just dumb. Because, like, that is not compassion. Like, basically trying to reason with somebody who just murdered a bunch of people and, like, betrayed his kingdom and is, like, now trying to kill you, that is not compassionate. That's just fucking stupid. So, acting like Uther wasn't compassionate because he didn't try to be nice to Arthas is just Blizzard being fucking dumb. And that's, like, childish writing. So, I remember that excuse. I did that questline. I don't buy that reasoning. That doesn't work. I don't think it works. Is Kyrian the best covenant for Blood DK? Yes. Yes, it is. For Blood DK, it's very close. So, I would say, as it stands, you could go Necrolord, Kyrian, or Venthyr and be perfectly viable. They're all, like, very, very, very close in performance, but as it stands, Kyrian is slightly ahead for Blood DK. So, I'm going to be going Kyrian. Necrolord is nice because of its utility. So Necrolord is, like, very close, and it does have the benefit of having, like, the, you know, slappy hands grip and stuff. But, I mean, for pure damage and survivability, in my opinion, Kyrian is better. So, that's what I'll be picking. You're on a laptop? Oof, yeah. What do I plan to do for my new computer? I don't really know. Haven't really decided yet. I mean, this isn't something that I'm going to be getting anytime soon. Like, I still need to save up a decent bit more money before I can actually get a better computer, so I haven't really looked into getting something, you know, that much better at the moment. And there we go, Halls of Atonement quest. So now I have every single one, and I can start doing Shadowlands dungeons. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure whenever I, like, feel like I can afford a decent computer, I'll do a lot of research, and I'll pick out something good. Just read The Name of the Wind. I've heard good things about it. My dad read that book, and he said it was really good. So, at some point, maybe. There's a lot of really good fantasy books that my dad has read, and he's, like, told me, oh, yeah, you gotta read this, and I'm sure I'll get around to it eventually. I've heard good things, especially, obviously, my dad loves Wheel of Time. He said Name of the Wind is good, and I heard a lot of stuff about the Mistborn Chronicles, I think is how you say it. That's another series that a lot of people have said good things about, so I'm sure I'll check them all out eventually. It's just I haven't really had time to read books as of late. I stopped caring about the story in-game and just began watching Nobel for the lore. I don't feel like buying a book, while also paying for the sub and the X-Pack. Yeah. How do you say his name? Nobel or Nobel? Yeah, I've seen some of his videos. They're really good. For lore stuff, I really like how he presents it. Brack, is that you? Yeah. Read about your druid artifacts. What do you mean, Cosmo? Druid, like, artifact weapons? Is that what you're talking about? Honestly, I just want WoW to be like Final Fantasy in terms of story. Your main has to go through all major storylines, alts get a skip, and nothing is cut in favor of selling books. Absolutely agree, yeah.
Too far away.
See, here's the thing, though. So, as much as I love the way Final Fantasy handles its story, it is very problematic for new players. It's really hard to get people into Final Fantasy because of the story. Because when you tell somebody that they need to go through, like, hundreds of hours of questing before they can even reach max level, most people are like, no thank you. And I can't really blame them. And that's the thing. Final Fantasy story is really fucking good. And if people play it, they're probably going to really like it. I haven't met a person who has genuinely played through the entire Final Fantasy story and hated it. Every single person I know who's actually given Final Fantasy a try and played through the story has enjoyed it. It's a really good story. But a lot of people, when they want to play an MMO, they just want to get to the endgame content, and that's it. And they just ignore the story. And because Final Fantasy forces you to do that, or buy a boost, it ends up being really unappealing for a lot of people. So, I wouldn't necessarily say that Final Fantasy shouldn't do that. I think for Final Fantasy, it works. I mean, Final Fantasy as a game, like, series, has always been very story-focused. That has always been its thing. I mean, it had one other MMO, right? but most Final Fantasy games are single-player JRPGs. So it makes a lot of sense for even the Final Fantasy MMO to be heavily story-focused. And I wouldn't say that that game should change it, because I think that's a major strength of Final Fantasy XIV, but I don't know if I would necessarily say that every MMO should be like Final Fantasy XIV in that regard. There are other ways to tell a good story in an MMO. You don't have to go the Final Fantasy route. Final Fantasy is going to do it the best, but that way of telling the story, while it may be the best for actually, like, telling a story, it's not going to be the best in terms of, like, getting people to try your game. And having a large player base is ultimately the most important part of having a successful MMO. So, luckily Final Fantasy has finally, like, over the past few years, like, broken through that barrier and reached, like, mainstream appeal. And now it has, like, a massive player base. But, I mean, it was always, like, a good game, right? But it definitely struggled early on to, like, really grab players' attention because of the story. Stormblood MSQ is pretty garbage. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about the story because I don't know, like, what might accidentally be a spoiler for people, but I do agree with you there. I think out of the Final Fantasy expansions, Stormblood was the weakest, and I 100% agree that Lys was one of the main reasons why I did not enjoy Stormblood. Lys is just such a boring character. She's just way too fucking whiny. Like, I don't know. You have, like, characters in Final Fantasy like Alice who are just so fucking awesome, and then you have characters like Lys who just spend every single second of screen time just complaining, and I could not enjoy Lys's character at all. I will say, though, without spoiling it too much, I do agree also that Azum's Step was pretty good. Without spoiling it too much for people who haven't played it, I thought that the patch content for Stormblood was really good. So, basically, the main thing when I think of Stormblood is the 4.3 patch. And the story for that and the boss for that. Because that was fucking amazing. That entire storyline, culminating with that boss fight, was one of the best, like, stories, like, self-contained for the most part, stories within FF14. It was fucking brilliant. But I don't want to get into the details because that is something that I think everybody should experience on their own. Cosmo said, read up on your druid artifacts, only 100 pages for all 4. Ah, yes. Harlden's commentary is just great to have while doing anything boring. Thank you, I appreciate that. I try. Went on a hiatus during WoD and returned to Legion late. When I got to max level, I queued for a dungeon. Guess who was there to greet me? Illidan. The game spoiled me hard. Yeah! I assume you're talking about Cathedral of Eternal Night. I think Illidan pops up at the very beginning. I think that's probably what you're referring to.
I require a target. Face me, Necromancer. Thanatos will be...
You're telling me that there's a spec where Night Fae isn't a superior choice. Yes. No, I would say a class. Death Knight is probably one of the only classes where... Actually, no, Paladin. Death Knight and Paladin are probably the only two classes that I can think of where Night Fae is just completely garbage. Does any Death Knight spec still run Night Fae at all? I think early on some Frost DKs were running Night Fae, and they've mostly swapped at this point. But pretty much every Death Knight doesn't run it. And I know for Paladin, nobody plays Night Fae. So, if you really hate Night Fae, those two classes will probably be your go-to. I'm pretty sure every class, like, at least someone kind of plays Night Fae. Monk is close. Phalanx Stomp is pretty weak for most specs, but I would say Phalanx Stomp is decent for Mistweaver. Yeah, Guardian Druid runs Fae. Did I say Druid? If I said Druid, I meant Paladin and Death Knight don't run Night Fae. Yeah, no, Feral Druid and Guardian Druid both run Night Fae, I believe. Guardian Druid definitely runs Night Fae. I believe Feral Druid runs Night Fae. And I think Restoration Druid still runs Night Fae. I could be wrong on that, but if memory serves, Resto Druid still runs that. Unholy? No, Unholy definitely doesn't run Night Fae. I was looking at logs just the other day, and I could have sworn they were still running Necrolord, right? Did something change? If I said no tanks run Night Fae, I'm definitely wrong in that. No, I run Night Fae on my main. I'm assuming you misheard me, because I definitely would not have said that. Literally, my main right now, my Prot Warrior is Night Fae. So, honestly, I would say most tanks run Night Fae. Prot Warrior runs Night Fae. Guardian Druid runs Night Fae. Vengeance Demon Hunter runs Night Fae. These days, they nerfed Kyrian into the floor, so I would say most Vengeance Demon Hunters have swapped to Night Fae, so that's at least half the tanks, right? So Blood DK goes Kyrian, Prot Paladin goes Venthyr, and Brewmaster Monk goes Kyrian or Necrolord. But yeah, half the tanks go Night Fae, so... Lurking in stream while I go to get dinner? Well, either way, it's good to have you here, Andrew. Even if you're not, like, actively talking in chat, I still appreciate each and every one of you who's tuned in. Definitely means a lot. I'm glad you're all enjoying the stream. Post MSQ for Stormblood was awesome, and Sigmascape raids were awesome for an old Final Fantasy fan. See, I never actually did the Savage raids in Stormblood. I started FF14 in Stormblood, and I only just barely caught up right before Shadowbringers came out, so Shadowbringers is the first expansion that I've ever actually done Savage raiding in. But I heard a lot of good stuff. One of the fights that my friends sent me when I was like first thinking about playing FF14 was they sent me Kefka Savage. I think it was Kefka, right? That was how you say it. But it was like the big clown dude. And they sent me the, like, I guess like the world first kill of like Kefka on Savage and stuff. And I was like, okay, this looks really cool. I also, whatchamacallit, the other fight that my friend sent me was Susano. And, I mean, that one, obviously, I have done, right? Because, you know, you have to do it for the story. And Susano is, by far, one of my favorite boss fights in Final Fantasy XIV. That sword thing as a tank is just so fucking awesome. One second. I know lots of things happening in chat, but I'm falling behind a little bit because I'm trying to handle this poll because they decided, hey, let's just do a gigantic fucking poll. I don't have really good uncapped AoE. I'm struggling over here. Oh god, the fucking Frosty Capes keeps pulling for me, buddy. Come on, please. Okay, let me see if I can at least read one message in chat in the time it takes. Feral Druid is cracked with Night Fae and the new Convoke. Gotcha. Fuck, they're pulling more! Come on, give me... Let me... Ah! I'm not comfortable enough to handle big pulls as a Blood DK. I'm still learning exactly what I need to do. Okay. Probably did mishear. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's just, like, I definitely would never say that no tanks play Night Fae, because I literally play Night Fae on my main, so. I fucking love Ancient Aftershock. It's such a fun ability. I played Frost Mage at the start of Shadowlands and Orange Parse, but never got invited because you were Venthyr and you weren't Fire Mage? Wait, really? Wow. Yeah, if people didn't invite you as a Venthyr Fire Mage, or Venthyr Frost Mage at launch, they're fucking stupid. One of my friends played Venthyr, I keep saying Fire Mage, Venthyr Frost Mage at launch, and they kicked ass on it. Like, yeah, they were also getting, like, straight orange parses and stuff. And they were one of our top DPS. A lot of people are way too meta-focused. And yeah, that's the thing, like, feeling like you need to swap specs and covenants just to be viable, fuck that feeling, man. Don't let anybody tell you what to do. Just keep doing what you enjoy, and if people try to force you to swap, fuck them. I mean, hey, I'm playing Survival Hunter and I'm enjoying every second of it, so. I definitely don't like to play the meta. Yeah, okay, so somebody already answered the question about Boomkin. Yeah, I mean, right now, I think, pretty much all the top Boomkins are going Venthyr, I believe, but as far as I know, Night Fae is still a viable option, so. I mean, if you really enjoy Convoke the Spirits, I don't think you would be absolutely garbage if you had to play it. But I do know that Venthyr is best for Boomkin right now, in terms of, like, raw damage, right? People force you to swap 1v1 them. Yes, exactly. I kind of wish Covenants had 3 to 5 abilities each, and you could pick and choose any 2. This would solve the issue of choosing main Covenants for DPS rather than aesthetics. Yeah, that would be nice. I just wish that Covenants were purely an aesthetic choice, and there was just an extra talent row, right? And the talent row was themed based on your Covenant ability. So Shackle the Unworthy would get like a different color depending on... Oh, god damn it. This guy doesn't know what's going on. Well, shit. But yeah, I mean, I would say that, like, being able to freely swap Covenants is, I guess, better than nothing, but I do wish it was just a purely cosmetic option and, like, the abilities were changed to fit the Covenant. I hit harder on Kieran for Vengeance. I tried Night Fae. I don't hit as hard. Oh, come on, man! Do none of these people know the mechanic? Aim that at the boss.
I must preserve your parts for later. Another exquisite creation.
I must get closer.
Not per class, per covenant, universal powers. I see. Oh my god, man. Fucking kill me! I hate this boss with pugs. Why? Please let the meat hook target literally anything else. I swear to god, if this targets the hunter again, I'm gonna be so fucking sad. The stream just reset for you? No, because I can see in chat, right? Like, I intentionally have my timer cover up chat. So everybody but the hunter understands the mechanic. The shaman apparently accidentally fucked it up. They just said that, oh, sorry, I fucked that up. The hunter just keeps getting targeted, and he doesn't know what to do. Everybody else keeps saying in chat, Hunter, please aim it at the boss. So it finally targeted the DK. Fuck me, man. So I don't know if the stream just had issues for anybody else, but Cosmo said it just reset. Fuck. Thank God, okay. We're saved. Yeah, the Warlock and the DK were both trying to explain the mechanics to the Hunter in instance chat. Stream is fine? Okay, cool, cool. Good to know. Yeah, so Kyrian is definitely a good option for Vengeance Demon Hunter. It's very, very close to Night Fae right now, but with the changes in 9.1, as far as I'm aware, Night Fae is pulled ahead. Especially with all the Soulbind stuff. Like, Night Fae Soulbinds, for a lot of people, are generally better than Kyrian Soulbinds. Like, Pelagos is really good for people who like Mastery, but generally speaking, Night Fae just has a lot of raw damage things. So, like, Nia's Tools Burrs is just really good for everybody. So, if you don't need, like, any particular stat, a lot of Night Fae Soulbinds are just going to be really good for you. And the meat hook drops, yes. I should probably equip that. I'll do it after this boss. It's actually not a bad trinket. Yay! Oh, I got a sword! Woo-hoo-hoo! Nice. Very nice. I haven't played since a few months before 9.1 dropped, and Night Fae was fun then. Fury Warrior was awesome. Unfortunately, Fury Warrior is not very good right now. Fury Warrior is in a pretty bad spot. And here's the thing, right? Like, you can make Fury Warrior work. So I'm not saying that you can't make it work. Like, I have a friend, like, one of the people that I play with, like, all the time, my friend Amar, he mains Fury Warrior. And he's pretty fucking good at it. But he keeps getting declined from keys because Fury Warrior isn't doing really good right now. So pretty much if he wants to get a key done, he has to run with me because he can't just get into groups otherwise. It's kind of sad. Like, they're not bad, but the community perception is that they're really bad right now. And as a result, nobody brings Fury Warriors. So, it's kind of unfortunate. I'm gonna head over to Bastion to hand in this quest. Let's see. Convoke the Spirits is such a fun spell. Even if it wasn't Biss, I'd still run Night Fae. Yeah, that's fair. That's why I said, like, I know a lot of people who play Boomkin that just refuse to swap off Night Fae just because they love Convoke the Spirits. But I'm pretty sure that even though Venthyr is the strongest now, Night Fae is still a pretty viable alternative. I was forced to swap because my group always pushes M+ at the start of expansions and we needed every bit of damage, but you love Frostmage. Ah, I see. Feels Fury and Survival. Man, no, I'm telling you. Survival? So, Fury is unfortunately hamstrung, no pun intended, by a lot of problems within its kit right now. I'm confident that they'll buff Fury, but Fury is definitely lagging behind. That's not to say that Fury is unviable, but it is actually lagging behind. Survival Hunter? I genuinely believe, after doing more research and playing it more often, that Survival Hunter is just straight up underrated. Nothing to do with, like, it actually has problems right now. Survival Hunter right now is legitimately a very powerful DPS choice, and people just don't realize it yet. Like, go right now and check a lot of the top logs for, like, a lot of the earlier Mythic bosses. Because, I mean, Survival Hunter is really underplayed, so if you look across the entire tier, if you look at, like, Kel'Thuzad, like, 2 Survival Hunters have killed Kel'Thuzad, so their numbers are skewed, because you don't have an accurate sample size. But if you look at the earlier bosses, where there's been a decent amount of Survival Hunters who have actually killed the boss, look at where they fall on the overall rankings, and your jaw will hit the fucking floor. Survival is doing really, really good right now. Like, they're pumping crazy numbers. In some bosses, on average, Survival Hunters will beat MM and DM Hunters. Now, in most of those cases, the absolute rank 1 parse is higher for BM and MM, because what you have to realize is that, like, all of the top hunters are still playing BM and MM, so they're going to be able to put out higher numbers, but I genuinely believe that on certain fights, Survival Hunter has the potential to beat other hunter specs. And it is a very top choice, like, right now. Like, just look at the fucking numbers. It's crazy. Fury Warrior, though, is sadly lagging behind in many cases. That's not to say it's unplayable, though. It's just a bit behind the pack, right? Just unfortunately how it is. What really bothers me is when people think that, for example, it's impossible to kill Remnant without 2 priests just because the world first people did it. Yes and no. 2 priests, yes, I would agree. You don't need 2 priests. Killing Remnant of Ner'zhul on Mythic without a priest is going to be fucking hard. The bounce strat isn't impossible, but if you've done Mythic Remnant, right, getting that final phase done without Mass Dispel is really tricky, because you basically need to bounce once, bounce twice, and then run to the helmet in time, or I think it's like the breastplate or something. So you have to execute 3 bounces really quickly, or your entire raid gets knocked off. So that is really fucking hard. I would say for the average Mythic group, killing Remnant of Ner'zhul without a single priest is challenging. You're going to have a hard time. But if you have 2 priests, like, that isn't necessary. 3 minutes on your top hat? Thank you. I'll refresh it the moment I get into the next dungeon. I don't want to refresh it now and then, like, waste up time if the queue takes a while to pop. But yeah, so I would say definitely 1 priest at the bare minimum is kind of important for Remnant of Ner'zhul, but I do agree that people do really think that you need 2 priests for Mythic Remnant, and you don't need 2. But I would say you kind of need 1. A Saint says, almost 5 a.m. for me. I'll be off. Hope you're streaming tomorrow. I am streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming myself gearing this Nightborne DK tomorrow. Probably. I might do some other stuff, but I do want to get a lot of gear for this Nightborne DK. I want to try to get it, like, Mythic Raid ready by next week. That might be pushing it a little bit, but I'm going to do as best I can. So, we'll see. We'll see. But yes, either way, I will be streaming tomorrow. Same time, 11 a.m. EST. I will be here. Thinking that a boss requires any specific characters is dumb now, since Blizzard designs it around bring the player, not the class. Unfortunately, they don't, though. Blizzard definitely does not stick to that philosophy. I wish they did, but Blizzard does not stick to the philosophy of bring the player, not the class. I mean, just look at this raid, right? Soul Render does require at least 1 priest. For the most part. Technically, you can kill it without it, but it is so much easier with at least 1 priest. You look at, did I say Soul Render? I meant Remnants. Remnant requires at least 1 priest. Soul Render Dormazane, you basically need a Death Knight, right? You really fucking need a Death Knight for that fight. You could, in theory, do it without it, but doing Soul Render with a Death Knight versus without a Death Knight, it's night and day. And although they've changed it before, like, look at the original iteration of Painsmith, you basically needed a Warlock for the actual efficient strat, right? Like, if everybody had Blinks or, like, Night Fae teleports and stuff, you didn't need a Warlock, but why would you try to do Painsmith before it's nerfed without a Warlock teleport? So, it's not as extreme as it used to be, but Blizzard definitely does design a lot of the fights with specific classes in mind. Makes things easier, sure, but it's super killable without it. I mean, yeah, you could kill any of those fights without the classes that I mentioned, but it's going to make it so much easier to the point where for the average Mythic guild that isn't, like, extremely good, it's just, why not? Why not just recruit a priest or a Death Knight or a Warlock for those particular fights? If it just makes your life that much easier. If it's going to save, like, 50 pulls, you might as well. Sepsis is okay. I love the Night Fae aesthetics for my Blood Elf Rogue, too much to swap. They're buffing Sepsis, though, in 9.1.5, so there's that. Remember to ignore Taragru because of anima powers? Yes, very true. Taragru does skew things quite a lot because of that. I mean, here's the thing. I love min-maxing the shit out of my Taragru damage. Like, I am such a fucking whore whenever my guild does Taragru. Like, they all know at this point that I'm gonna be going full damage powers, and I'm gonna be getting fucking destroyed by Taragru's autos. But at this point, Taragru is such an easy boss that, like, the healers are kind of okay with it. They're like, yeah, we'll put more healing into you just so I can get, like, some stupid cheeky parse on Taragru. So, it's just kind of fun. But I absolutely do know that Taragru is, like, not really a good boss to judge damage on. I just like parsing on it anyway. It's fun. It's definitely gotten better over the years, though. I will agree with that, in terms of bring the player, not the class. It's not as bad as it used to be. Uh,
I require a target.
now I have a sudden urge to play Fury Warrior. Yeah, I feel that. It could be fun to play things that are, like, considered unviable and try to make them really good. Does nobody have a CC for this? Guess we're pulling. Let's see, level him, gear him, etc. Yeah, I feel that. My dad said, a priest walks into a bar and the bartender asks, do you need another priest to kill Remnant? Dad, what the fuck? What are you doing? How is the catch-up year in 9.1? I quit just after our guild finished Nathria and I'm looking to jump back in. It's... really, if you're looking for, like, what the item level catch-up is, you can get caught up to 200 item level. If you need to get caught up to anything above that, so if you're already past 200 item level, the unfortunate reality is it's kind of a pain. There's not really great catch-up gear, unfortunately. Now, that said, Mythic Zeros drop 215 gear, so I guess if you have a group of people to run with, or if you feel like pugging it, which I hate pugging Mythic Zeros because it's just usually pretty awful. But if you run Mythic Zeros, you can get 215 gear, which I guess is like decent catch-up. I think that's above what Heroic Nathria was. But overall, it's kind of a bit of a grind to get caught up this patch. Not amazing. The other problem is there's just so many systems, right? So, Shards of Domination is one of the biggest deterrents towards people trying to get into World of Warcraft, because you literally need to get a specific item to drop off the raid, and it doesn't matter if you get a better item level piece. That is worth, like, such a massive damage increase that if you don't manage to get it, you're just straight up fucked. So, even if, let's say, you had a Mythic Nathria piece in all 5 of the Shards of Domination slots, it doesn't matter. You're better off using an LFR Sanctum piece over your Mythic Nathria gear if it's for a Shard of Domination slot. It's a really garbage system. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. So, it's kind of like a give and take, right? Because I really hated my first 2 weeks coming back into 9.1. There's a reason why one of the first WoW videos I made when I started, like, making WoW videos again was 9.1 is WoW's worst patch ever. I fucking hate this patch. I think it's garbage. But after I actually got through that initial grind, I mean, the raid is kind of fun. So, it was definitely worth going through the grind to get to the raid, but, like, they really need to improve it. 9.1.5 is good in many ways, but it's not really improving the alt catch-up at all, and that's still a very serious problem. Especially with Shards of Domination. I honestly think that they should add just a Domination socket to every single, like, chest item or whatever in the game. Chest, shoulders, helm, everything. Fucking everything should have a socket. It makes no sense that it's, like, a specific raid drop. Because also, one of the other biggest problems is right now, if you open your Great Vault, and the only things in your Great Vault are a chest, a shoulders, and a helmet, you basically got nothing. Because you can't use any of those items if they came from, like, Mythic Plus, right? So, there are so many just completely dead drops that you can get from your Great Vault now, and it's really awful. It feels terrible. I have been decently lucky in that regard, because I managed to get a File of Putrefaction on my warrior, so that was pretty nice, but oh man, it's pretty bad. A lot of my friends have been getting pretty shit RNG with their Dom sockets and stuff. Okay, if nobody wants to figure it out, I'm just gonna guess. Okay, I guessed incorrectly. Whoops. Bring the player, not the class was Wrath. The guy who came up with that doesn't even work at Blizzard anymore. Yeah, that's true.
I require a target. I do not have a target.
How do you figure this out? Okay, so this one is obviously, for rooms like this, you're always going to go to the right. This room over here is a dead end. It will never send you to this room. So that's one easy way to do it. These rooms are a little bit easier, because, you know, once again, we're right on the border here. I'm fairly certain that over there is a dead end as well. I could be wrong. I might be misremembering it. But a lot of times, if you get, like, the path all the way on the right, there's, like, fake doors that don't actually go anywhere. But the actual sigil thing, I can explain if we get, like, a good room. So here. Okay, I'll explain it here, even though I already know which one it is. So, this rune, there are three states for a sigil. Every sigil has either a leaf or a flower. It is either full or hollow, and it either has a circle or no circle. So that sigil was a leaf, or it was a flower that was hollow with a circle. Now, if I look at this sigil, I see that it is a leaf that is full with no circle. Then if I look at this sigil, I see that it is a leaf that is hollow with a circle. So two of these symbols are already hollow, meaning that the fact that a symbol is hollow cannot designate the fact that it's a correct door. Both of these symbols also have a circle. Okay, I didn't get to demonstrate the full thing, but basically what I assume would have happened is the next symbol would have also had a circle, and then the fact that that leaf was full, and actually it may not have, it was either the fact that it was full or the fact that it didn't have a circle made it unique. And one of the qualities, one of those three qualities will always be unique. Only one of the symbols will have one of those states, and that means that's the one you pick. So here, for instance, these guys are all attacking the wrong one. This is the only symbol that has a circle on it. So it is unique in that quality. And that means that this is the correct symbol. It sounds really like, you know, tinfoil hatty when I try to explain it like that. But once you actually understand, like, how to read the symbols, it's actually pretty straightforward. Basically, I like to think of it as, like, binary states, right? So here, let's see. It is the only one that doesn't have a circle. So I quickly look, and I'm like, okay, 2 leaves, can't be that. 2 fulls, can't be that, so it must involve circles. And then I look for the one that's different in that regard. And then I see, okay, well, that one doesn't have a circle. So guessing game, let's see. It's the flower. So I look over there, I see 2 of them have circles, so it can't be that. I see that 2 of them are hollow, so it can't be that. So I'm like, okay, it must be that the symbol is different. And then I find the one that has a different symbol, and that's the correct thing. It makes sense now? Awesome, okay. Glad I could help. Yeah, I actually really like the Mystic Tyranid Scythe puzzle. I think it's really creative. Unfortunately, there are weak auras that do it for you, but, like, when I'm doing this in a pug, I just don't give a shit. But when I'm doing this in a... Really? Thank you, Blizzard. How did I die to that? That's so bullshit. Fuck. God damn it. Apparently, the water was too shallow. Rip these Darkmoon buffs. God damn. Am I gonna start grabbing Lumbering Form when 9.1.5 buffs it? Wait, Blizzard's buffing Lumbering Form? What? I did not see that. Holy shit. Wait, how much did they buff Lumbering Form by? That's fucking hilarious. Because if they are buffing it, I'm 100% gonna take it as a fucking meme. It's 30% to 45%? Oh my fucking god. Oh, my guild's gonna fucking hate me. Oh yeah. I'm definitely gonna be taking that. I mean, to be fair, though, I'm the tank, right? So if anybody is okay taking lumbering form, it's the tank, because I'm usually kind of stood off of my own. But, oh, that's fucking great. Why the fuck would they buff that? That's so dumb. Do they not understand that there's a reason why nobody picks that option? I'm sure that, like, some fucking developer looked at what anima powers were actually getting picked, and they were like, huh, nobody's choosing this lumbering form option. I guess we must have tuned it a bit too low. Gotta buff it to make it viable. And I mean, here's the thing, lumbering form is already really good for damage, but nobody picks it because it's fucking troll. I can't believe that. Oh, I need to find that change in Wowhead after this. That's fucking amazing. They also buffed Ten of Towers! Oh, that's brilliant. What did they buff Ten of Towers to? Oh, I'm gonna be running that shit. I'm already looking forward to that. All primary, secondary, and tertiary stats increased by 10%? Jesus. I mean, honestly, that's like kind of a nerf. I think in most cases, 10% primary and secondary stats will be lower than like a flat 10% damage increase. I guess it depends on the class. Like for some classes, getting 10% of a particular stat is probably really good. But at least for tanks, that's actually a straight up nerf. Like, my primary and secondary stats on tank don't matter that much. Like, they matter, but they don't amount to a 10% damage increase. So, that I definitely won't run. But, lumbering form, that buff is actually... It's significant in terms of my Terragru parses, which I totally am going to go for as a fucking meme. That's gonna be great. Man, as if my guild doesn't hate me enough. Carlton has died more to fall damage than the actual content. Yeah, kinda. See, I'm used to playing tanks where I can, like, cancel my fall damage. Like, on Prot Warrior, I can leap. On Brewmaster, well, I don't really have anything, right? But, on Vengeance Demon Hunter, I press spacebar, right? Death Knight, I've got fucking nothing. Lumbering form is the size increase, yeah. It's the thing that increases your size and causes you to knock all your raid members back. So, if you've ever been in a Terragru kill and somebody knocked you into the one-shot, like, mist and stuff, that's lumbering form. Awesome ability. You need to get a specific item, 3 shards, and 2 other domination socket pieces? Yeah. I'm slowly going back through chat. Most of the mythic dungeons in Group Finder are 14 or above? Yeah. If you create your own groups, Chori, people will do it within 5 to 10 minutes. Definitely true. It's easier to make your own groups for anything. Legs and belts count for bonuses now. Legs giving blood and belt and holy. Depends on your armor type. They've added new new things that proc the set bonus, but it's dependent on armor type, right? So, like for plate, it is bracers and what is it? Bracers, gloves, and pants, I think. So, I don't know what legs and belts, what class or armor type uses legs and belt. I'm not sure. Alright, and then I'm going to head over to Ardenweald. I got so good at doing the puzzle for Mists of Tyranid Scythe. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, so what Loch Elsley said, Loch Elsley, I think I'm saying that right, said, basically that puzzle's all about like checking for the unique symbol. It's pretty cool. I definitely enjoy it. It's totally catching up through chat. Unfortunately, I'm reading stuff like after it's relevant, but I want to make sure I don't miss any comments. It would be 10% Versa, yeah. On Druid, you just cat form. True. If you ever want Loch Elsley, Loch Esley, is that correct? Or just Loxley? But yeah, if you ever want to have fun, go into LFR and pick Lumbering Form. Oh god. As if LFR wasn't bad enough. Now we have people encouraging others to use Lumbering Form. Dear god, what does this world come to? Really hope that this one is Plaguefall or Halls of Atonement. Loxley. Or just say Lock. Gotcha. Thank you for letting me know. I don't want to mispronounce anybody's name. My dad brought me a coffee cake a while ago, and I still haven't eaten it. Pretty good, though. People already pick it in there, so you may as well make it worse. Fair. Yeah. Nice, Halls of Atonement. I guess, like, you can pick Lumbering Form and target the people who are using Lumbering Form and try to knock them into the mist and kill them off. You know, fight fire with fire. Oh, I'm so sorry. How do you say your name, then? I've been saying it mutated. I thought that's how you said it. My bad. Target the people with 10 of towers. Oh. Now that's fucked up. But I like the way you think. Ignore the Y. Oh, so just mutated? I see. Alright, mutated. Should be good now. Definitely not a fan of Halls of Atonement, though. I mean, if I get Plaguefall next, that would be really nice. Because then I would have all the dungeon quests done without having to, like, re-queue. You can pick the 99% damage reduction anima power on a priest and pull people into the mists. Oh god, you guys are fucking evil, man. And I thought I was bad for just, you know, going full Parsaur mode and only picking damage powers on a tank. At least I'm not actively killing people in my runs. That's genius. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is pretty genius. That's like evil genius shit right there. But holy shit. I don't want to be on a raid team with any of you fuckers. Holy crap. The moment somebody grips me into that mist and I die and lose a 99 parse, I am fucking done. Honestly, though, like, if you want to know one surefire way to piss me off if you're on my raid team, it's to, like, ignore a mechanic, let me die because of it, and then I lose, like, a rank 1 parse. That has happened before, and that is, like, one of the few times when I sit there and fucking hold a grudge. Like, if I lose what would have been a rank 1 parse because somebody just let me die to dumb bullshit, that's where I'm sitting there like, this motherfucker. Oh my fucking god. It seems so petty, but I like my parses, man. I will never let somebody die just to get a parse. But if somebody lets me die and I lose a parse because of it, oh, I'm pissed. Final Fantasy Rescue PTSD. True. 58. Honestly, this is pretty fast. Obviously, I have Darkmoon buff, so that's helping, but this is going really well. All I saw was Haraldin is A, and that was all. And then the message got deleted. Now I'm curious. You wouldn't do it in an actual raid group? Fair enough. If you ask me, as long as it's not Sanguine Depths, I like Sanguine Depths. I don't know. I know a lot of people dislike it. I actually think it's good. I mean, on High Mythic Plus, Sanguine Depths is kind of cancer, but I think the boss fights are fun. Like, first boss is alright. Second boss I really like. I really like having to, like, dodge the big orbs and stuff. I really like the one that you fight, like, with the Naru and stuff. It's pretty simple, but it has, like, a very consistent, like, cadence to it. And I like that. And then I really enjoy General Call. I think General Call is pretty cool. And I just think the overall layout of the dungeon with, like, that, like, big gauntlet at the end is pretty cool. I enjoy that. It's, like, very stressful. But the fact that it's very stressful, in my opinion, makes it pretty fun. So, I don't know. I kind of like Sanguine. It's not my favorite dungeon. Like, I'm not a massive fan of any of the dungeons this expansion. I would say it's better than BFA, but like, none of them really make, like, my top 10 dungeons of all time list. Like, there's a lot of really good dungeons in, like, WoD, Legion, and even, like, MoP and stuff. So, it's really hard to compete with some of those. Like, if I gave, like, my top 10 dungeons of all time, like, tier list or something, at least, like, 8 of the top 10 would be from both Legion and WoD. And WoD. Like, there might be 1 or 2 dungeons sneaking in there from other expansions, but the dungeons in Legion and WoD were just so fucking good. Really hard to compete with that. I guess, like, this expansion, I do like The Other Side. I think The Other Side is decent. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. Like, overall, my favorite dungeon this X-Pack so far is Tazavesh. But saying that my favorite dungeon is Tazavesh is, like, almost cheating, right? Because it's a mega dungeon, and it clearly had way more time put into it than every single other dungeon, so, like, I think everybody would say that Tazavesh is their favorite dungeon so far. But I would say, out of the originals, probably Mists of Tyranid Scythe. I really like Mists. Last boss isn't amazing, but yeah, last boss and first boss, actually, yeah, both of them are kind of meh. But I think Mists as a whole is, like, solid. I really like the second boss, and I just really enjoy the maze as a whole. The maze just really carries Mists, in my opinion. It's a really unique mechanic, and it just makes Mists be, like, my favorite dungeon of this X-Pack. Even though, like, I mean, the last boss isn't bad. It's not, like, special, but it's a solid boss. I think the way that you handle the whatchamacallit. I'm trying to think. Like, so those, like, poison circles that he puts below you, the way that you're supposed to handle that on higher keys, I think is really cool. So I like the way that mechanic is designed. I like the idea that he, like, has precognition and he, like, knows where you're gonna go. And the way that that is interpreted into the mechanics is actually really cool. I think that's neat. So, yeah, actually, maybe Tredova isn't, like, as bad of a boss. I would say Tredova's, like, a solid boss, come to think of it. But I definitely am not a fan of the first boss of Mists. But overall, I'd still say it's, like, my favorite dungeon this X-Pack. Necrotic Wake is decent. Plaguefall has a few good bosses. Like, Domina is interesting, but I think Margrave Stradama is one of my favorite dungeon bosses this expansion. But overall, I'm just not a huge fan of Plaguefall, especially the trash in Plaguefall kind of kills it for me. And, yeah, I mean, the other side, I really like Muzala, I really like Dealer's Iexa. I think, I don't like the Mana Storms in practice, but I think as a concept, the Mana Storms is a cool boss fight. And I think a lot of the trash in the other side is really neat. I really like it. It's kind of unique, so... Yeah, probably, like, Mists and the other side are my two favorites. Sanguine is, like, maybe a close third. Theater has a lot of cool bosses, right? I think Gorechop is cool. Gorechop is pretty simple, but, like, having to dodge the meat hooks I think is pretty interesting. First boss is alright, but it's not bad. Zav the Unfallen is a really neat boss. Definitely the best one in the encounter. I think Mordretha is a really good boss. Kultharok is okay. And Theater trash isn't necessarily that bad. So yeah, Theater is probably up there. I would definitely say, yeah, the other side, Mists, and Theater and Sanguine are like my top 5. The other ones are like, eh. They have their moments. Like, I don't think there's any dungeon in this expansion that I absolutely despise. Like, even Halls just isn't really interesting for me. Halkias is, like, okay. I really hate Echelon. This boss, High Adjudicator Elise, is just really boring. Lord Chamberlain's okay, but Halls is just so long. It has so much trash, and the trash is kind of boring, so... It's not a bad dungeon, it's just not great. And, like, same with Plaguefall. Plaguefall has its moments, but overall, I think it just has a lot of frustrating bits. Like, a lot of the tentacles and stuff are just kind of annoying to deal with, so that kind of ruins it for me. Same thing with, like, Spires. Spires, like, Ventanax I don't like, Kentara I don't like, Devos is a cool fight, Orifrion is a pretty standard fight, not good, not bad. But the main thing that I really hate about Spires, in fact, I'd probably say Spires is my least favorite dungeon this expansion, is the trash. The trash in Spires is so cancer if people don't do proper CC. There are so many casts that if they go off are just brutal. And the biggest thing about Spires, right, is like those pulls where you have like this, I think it's the squad leader, right? Whatever the one that gives the AoE damage reduction is, if you're in a coordinated group, those aren't too bad. But if you're in a pug and people don't know to focus that mob, it can be really, really bad. Because then, you know, that thing stays alive for way too long and it just ends up being really awful. So there's just a lot of pulls that really, really suck in Spires if people don't know what's going on. So it's kind of an annoying dungeon to pug. And the reality for me is, like, I don't really have a Mythic Plus group. I do pretty much all of my Mythic Plus either with, like, 1 or 2 friends or entirely in a pug. So a lot of my experiences with these dungeons are influenced by how they're done in a pug, right? And as a result, I end up really disliking dungeons where people not knowing what's going on in a pug can really fuck you. And I think Spires really suffers from that. Let me see. Missed a few messages while I was talking about that. Take the big guys at the start of Sanguine Depths and put them near the stairs and knock people off when he stomps. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds pretty evil as well. Hey, I want to get back into tanking. What's the easiest tank to do well with? Probably like Guardian Druid or Blood DK. Depends on what you're looking for. Like, if you're looking for dungeons, Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid right now is by far the easiest tank to play in dungeons. Or, not the easiest tank to play, but the easiest tank to, as you phrased it, do well with. Guardian Druid is one of the best dungeon tanks right now, and I would say the skill floor for it is pretty low, but it has a high skill ceiling. So, definitely if, like, Mythic Plus is your thing, Guardian Druid, if you're interested in raiding, then I would say Blood DK. Blood DK is in really, really high demand this tier, and it's not super hard to play at a basic level. So if you're looking to, like, get back into Mythic raiding, then definitely consider Blood DK. Even Heroic raiding, right? Like, Blood DK is just a very strong option right now. Can't go wrong with it. Wait, what? It didn't teleport me out. That was weird. Sanctum of Domination. Ah, I see. Now, yeah, I have seen people do that in LFR. On the topic of trolling, we had a rogue in the last raid who pulled the boss with serrated bone spike, but the combat was started 20 ms before the spell hit, and he was super far from the boss. Any idea? Interesting. So, if you fire off a spell from a really long distance, I think sometimes the boss will get into combat before the spell actually connects. I could be wrong in that, but I feel like I've seen that happen before. I might just be talking out of my ass, though, but I would not be surprised if that's what happened there. Which quest am I missing? Oh yeah, I'm missing Plaguefall. I'll do one more dungeon. Hopefully it's Plaguefall. That would be really nice. Would mean I don't have to, yeah, that would be nice. I wouldn't have to go ahead and, like, you know, spam dungeons over and over until I get that. But I can go and hand this in Revendreth. You love Spires for the sole reason of how much gold you make skinning everything. Yeah. I mean, that's something, I suppose. If you're in a pug, just make sure to skull marker it and hope they understand to focus that. Oh, trust me, every single time I pug it, I always say, focus the squad leader. And, people ignore it. I mean, sometimes they do it, but... 2 people asked back-to-back, are Vengeance tanks good? So... all tanks are viable right now. I would say... I honestly can't remember a time in recent history where tanks have been as balanced as they are currently. Like, every single tier I hear people saying, oh, well, you can play any tank and be viable. And that's always been kind of bullshit. Like, as somebody who played Vengeance Demon Hunter for years, back when it was considered to be literally unplayable, people would still say, well, technically you can kill any boss with any tank. And as somebody who literally mained Vengeance and pushed it to its limit back then, I can tell you that that was an unreasonable statement. If you played Vengeance back before when it was, like, really fucking bad during BFA, you would struggle to clear content with it. So the balance was really fucking skewed. Right now, though, I would genuinely say that balance is very, very, very tight for tanks. Every single tank is good. With that being said, Vengeance is the weakest tank currently. By a very small margin. And I mean very small margin. Like, we're talking Vengeance is still a powerful option, but it's arguably the worst tank right now, just slightly behind every other. And the reason for that is mostly because Vengeance is good, but it just doesn't excel at anything. So, if you want a tank that can do a shit ton of damage, you play Prot Paladin. If you want a tank that basically can't die and has insane utility with mass grip, you play Blood DK. If you want a tank that does a shit ton of damage second only to Prot Paladin and also can't die, you play Guardian Druid. So those are the 3 best tanks right now, by far. Well, I wouldn't say by far, by a good amount. I would say those 3 have a decent edge over the others because they all offer something that's pretty unique that nobody else can bring. And the problem with the other 3 tanks right now is while they're not bad, right now, like Brewmaster Monk doesn't really bring anything to the table. It has Monk buff, but Windwalker is insane right now. So a lot of guilds will have a Windwalker Monk. I mean, most guilds will want to recruit one. So if your guild doesn't have a Windwalker Monk, then obviously Brewmaster becomes like an insanely good tank just by nature of it providing the Monk buff. But if your guild has a Windwalker, which it probably will, then Monk just doesn't offer anything. It's not a bad tank. It does really good damage. It has really good survivability, but it's just not better than Prot Paladin, Guardian Druid, or Blood DK in any discernible way. Then, same thing with Prot Warrior. Now, mind you, I main a Prot Warrior, so I'm literally saying that the class that I main, the spec that I main, is the second worst tank right now. I love Prot Warrior to death. I will stand by the fact that it can clear any content. It's perfectly viable. But it's the second worst tank right now, just behind, Necrotic Wake again. Unfortunate. Prot Warrior is like the second worst tank, just above Guardian, or just above Vengeance Demon Hunter, right? Because Prot Warrior at the moment doesn't really offer anything. The only reason I'd put Brewmaster slightly higher than Prot is because Windwalkers are admittedly kind of hard to find. Like, Windwalker's really good, but a lot of guilds will struggle to find one. So you're going to have an easier time getting into guilds with a monk buff. Now, Warriors still provide Battle Shout, but Arms is, like, ridiculously good right now. So, because of how good Arms is, you're going to see a lot of Arms Warriors, and I've seen a ton of them, right? Arms is pretty popular. Windwalker is good, but it's not very popular. Arms is good, and it's popular. So, most groups will already have a Battle Shout. So, like, in my guilds already, there's 2 Arms Warriors, right? I'm not unique. I'm not helping by providing that Battle Shout. The only thing that it could be argued that Prot Warrior really helps with is that it has another Rallying Cry. And Rallying Cry, admittedly, is a very, very potent, it's a very potent, like, raid cooldown. So, Prot Warrior is, I would say most of its usefulness at the moment lies specifically within Rallying Cry. If you utilize that properly, you can be a massive help to your raid because of it. Now, obviously, you can get Rallying Cry on other warriors too, but there's no disadvantage to having more of them, right? Like, if you have 3 Rallying Cries, you just spread those out over the course of the fight to cover basically every single major damage spike that you might have to deal with, and it's just good. There's never an opportunity where having a Rallying Cry will be bad. So, that is probably the main advantage to Prot Warrior specifically. Their survivability is pretty good, but it's nowhere near the level of, like, the other tanks that I mentioned. Their damage is... I mean, so, speaking as somebody who has gotten a rank 1 damage parse on Prot Warrior's damage is pretty fucking good, but it has its problems. A lot of times, on really hard bosses that deal a shit ton of damage to you, Prot Warrior will struggle to output a lot of damage because you have to, like, sacrifice a lot of your DPS to put more rage into Ignore Pain. So on less intense tanking fights, Prot Warrior can actually keep up with the other tanks on damage, but the higher you go into Mythic Prog, the more Prot Warrior struggles to maintain damage. So, as a result, it's one of the weaker tanks, which is why I would rank it as the second worst. But I still love playing it, so... what tank is fun and easy to play? I would say go Guardian Druid if you're looking for, like, an easy beginner tank that's also really fun. I would say Guardian Druid is, like, one of my favorite tanks to play, and right now it's pretty beginner friendly and it's very powerful. So that would be my recommendation for that. But, for instance, like, so that's Prot Warrior, right? And then, like I said, I rank Vengeance as the worst tank right now. Once again, just to repeat it, just so that nobody pops in and misses the context or anything like that. That's not to say that Vengeance is bad. Vengeance is a perfectly good tank right now, but Vengeance offers nothing. So when I said that, like, Prot Warrior has some strengths and weaknesses, and at least it has Rallying Cry, Vengeance doesn't have Darkness. So, the utility that Havoc brings that makes it really good, Vengeance doesn't have. It only offers that debuff, and Havoc is also really good right now. So, all 3 of your raid buff classes are really struggling, or all 3 of your raid buff tank classes, I should say, are really struggling right now because their DPS spec counterparts are all insanely powerful in Sanctum of Domination. So, every single raid already has, in theory, a Windwalker, an Arms Warrior, and a Havoc Demon Hunter. So, you gain nothing by doing that. And also, coming from Castle Nathria, Vengeance's damage has been gutted. Vengeance's survivability has been gutted. It's still good. It can still tank every single boss perfectly fine. It can still do perfectly fine damage. But Vengeance will struggle to beat pretty much any tank except Blood DK on damage. On some bosses, you might see it beating Prot Warrior. At least until I get around to doing that boss, right? But for now, Vengeance is one of the lowest DPS tanks. And in terms of survivability, that has always been one of its weak points. And it just doesn't manage to beat, at the moment, Guardian Druid, Blood DK, or Brewmaster Monk in terms of survivability. Even Prot Warrior, I would say, is tankier than Vengeance on most fights. Vengeance is good for magic damage. That is a really big niche it has. But even then, Blood DK is better than Vengeance for magic damage. So, doesn't matter. Like, Vengeance, I would say, is like the second best tank for magic damage. But it still doesn't have that niche. So that's still not something that you can look at and say, yeah, Vengeance is really good at X. Vengeance is solid at X, but it is not better than Blood at X, and Blood is still better in so many other categories. So, there is just really, at this point, no upside to bringing a Vengeance Demon Hunter. Also, holy fuck, can I get a heal, please? I know that this guy has, like, a healing absorb bolt, but come on. But yeah, all that to say, Vengeance is still viable. But if we are objectively ranking the tanks in order of, like, viability, I would say you could bring any combination of Prot Pally, Blood DK, and Guardian Druid and be perfectly fine. And then after that, it would be Brewmaster, Prot Warrior, and Vengeance in that order. It's really hard to say which of the three top tanks is the best, though. Like, I genuinely could not say, like, Blood DK is the best, or Prot Warrior, or Prot Paladin's the best, or Guardian Druid's the best, because every single one of those three is the best tank at X, or the best tank at Y. So, you could basically... I wouldn't run double, so I wouldn't run, like, double Blood DK, I wouldn't run double Protection Paladin, but, like, any combination of, like, Guardian Druid, Prot Pally, Guardian Druid, Blood DK. The world first comp was obviously Prot Pally, Blood DK, right? But Limit Max and Roger Brown have both said that if, like, when they were looking at tanks, right, Guardian Druid was basically their next go-to pick, because it was very, very close. They only went Blood DK, or they only went Prot Paladin, because while Prot Paladin was, like, not quite as tanky as Guardian Druid, the damage it was putting out was just so ridiculously good. And they figured that it would be able to, like, easily survive every single boss, and they were correct, right? And as a result, they just went the full damage comp of, you know, well, they basically full sent on the damage tank with Prot Pally, and then they kept Blood DK, which Blood DK is the worst damage tank, but it's, like, literally unkillable, and it has insane utility, right? So, you know, there's that. Yeah, like, in theory, definitely that would be the best comp. Prot Pally, Blood DK, but, like, Guardian Druid is a very, very, very good replacement for either. Let's see. I rambled about that for a long time. I haven't played Blood since Legion, but when I did, I was duoing with a friend, and ran dungeons. I didn't realize until we were halfway through Arcways that we were doing Mythic. At that point, I really fell in love with how unkillable Blood could be. Oh yeah, Blood back in Legion M+ was fucking ridiculous, man. In fact, Vengeance Demon Hunter was what I mained back in Blood. And I kind of... what I mained back in Blood. What I mained back in Legion. I kind of hated Blood DK back in Legion because I mained a Vengeance DH. And they were really good, but when I started getting to, like, plus 23 keys, that was the only time I seriously pushed M+, was back in Legion. And I got to that point where I was doing plus 23 keys, and every single M+ team that I, like, was playing with was basically like, hey man, you're a really good Vengeance DH, but if we're pushing further, we're gonna need you to swap to Blood. And then I'm like, okay, just hit me up if you're doing plus 23s or something. I absolutely refuse to swap to Blood DK just to push high keys. So I pushed Vengeance as far as it could go. Technically, it could have gone a little bit farther, but most groups wouldn't take me to, like, anything like plus 25 level unless I was playing Blood DK, and I just refused to level a Blood DK because I really wanted to play Vengeance DH. It was good, but at a certain point, like, the only tank that could reliably push, like, to the highest keys possible back in Legion was Blood DK. Blood DK was fucking bonkers. I mean, there were keys people were doing back in Legion where you 4 DPS'd it with a Blood DK. Because Blood DK with consumption would give everybody in the group leech, and that was enough to keep them up on some dungeons. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Blood DKs in Legion were fucking broken. And I kinda hated them for it. Because I didn't want to play one. Just normal Mythic, not Mythic Plus? You've never run Mythic Plus before? I'd recommend giving it a shot. If you've never done M+, it's pretty fun. It's not for everybody, right? But a lot of people really enjoy M+, and I mean, you never know until you try, right? And it can seem kind of daunting, but, like, Mythic Plus is kind of nice because there's a very smooth progression. You're upgrading a key slowly over time. So, especially as, like, a new player getting into Mythic Plus, it's not too bad, because you kind of get, like, a very slow, gradual learning curve as you begin to do the dungeons. So, honestly, I would recommend trying it. I think it's pretty fun. I missed a few dungeons, but... or a few, messages because of this dungeon, but... I'll get around to them. Let me see. You can scout a dungeon using a seesaw, but don't enter it. You have to wait 15 minutes to search again. It doesn't give the deserter debuff. Yeah. I do know about that, Chori, but, like, I kind of feel bad, especially on stream doing that, I guess. Like, I'd be lying if I said I never, like, did dungeon scouting to get the one I wanted, like, if I'm really trying to min-max my leveling time and I'm, like, not streaming, but it is something that I always kind of feel a bit scummy about, where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna make these people wait for a tank again. That feels a little bit shitty, at least to me, so I don't like doing it, and I especially wouldn't want to do it live on stream, because that would kind of look bad, so those are the kind of strategies that I would be forced to use, basically, if dungeon spamming was ever, like, used in a world record speedrun. And that's one of the reasons why I don't really want to use dungeons in a world record run. At the moment, it's good, because dungeons are not faster. But if they are, then I will be forced to do them for world records, and I would kind of feel shitty about that, you know? So it's a bit of a tricky situation in that regard. Away from BC... Oh yeah, I already answered the question about what spec is fun and easy to play. Is it just a feeling of mine, or are Shadowlands dungeons a bit unfriendlier if you're just getting started tanking an M+? I mean, in BFA, Freehold was an easy one. Now you have orbs in different routes. Yeah, I mean, they've been making dungeons harder and harder to, like, get into for tanking. Like, I would say the problem with, like, learning tanking in Shadowlands right now is every single expansion, like, a dungeon will have, like, a new special mechanic that tanks need to do, or a special thing that tanks are supposed to do. And, I mean, for experienced tanks, like, for me, that's kind of fun, because it makes my job more enjoyable whenever I'm doing dungeons, but if you're still trying to understand how to tank a dungeon, and you're still trying to learn the fundamentals, I can see how that would be kind of tricky. And no, how do I say that? Saragurk? I hope I'm saying that right. Saragurk? Yeah. No, I don't think you're really overthinking it. I think that you're probably correct about that. I have noticed that, especially in Shadowlands, a lot of, like, the ideal strategies for doing M+ tend to be a lot more involved, right? They're much more complicated. So, yeah, I think that it's easier to get into tanking when dungeons are as simple as, like, just go forward, right? But there are so many different strategies that tanks need to know now, to the point where, like, I even get overwhelmed trying to figure it out, right? It's kind of tricky. A lot of times I feel like there's all these different, like, Mythic Plus strategies that I don't know about that, like, every time I join a group, I'm worried that they're going to tell me that, oh, you haven't seen this strategy for, like, Necrotic Wake or something? Like, did you not watch the MDI? And I'm like, fuck, man, I just want to do, like, a basic strategy. I'm not trying to do these, like, fucking MDI pulls, right? It's a plus 15. So, I definitely understand that feeling. It can be a bit, like, daunting trying to get into, like, dungeon tanking right now. A lot of times, like, I'm at the point where, like, I am confident enough in my ability to tank dungeons that if a group is, like, trying to pressure me into doing some, like, janky fucking strat that they watched in the MDI, I'll just be like, fuck off, just follow me, we're doing it my way, right? Like, I can do dungeons to the point where we'll time it, right? Like, if it's a plus 15 and I'm just trying to get a plus 15 done for my box, I am confident in my ability to, like, do like, pulls. Oh, come on, Shaman! Oh, you were so close. He even angled it at the last second, and then he ate the hook. I'll give him credit, though. He tried. Poor guy. But yeah, so I definitely feel like a lot of times, as a tank, if you know that you're, like, good enough to, like, tank a dungeon and get the key timed, basically, if people are trying to pressure you into doing shit that you have not learned and you don't really want to do because you think it's going to wipe the group, you just need to be confident enough to tell them, fuck off, just follow me. And a lot of times, if I'm in a group where people are being really pushy and really trying to press me to do pulls that I'm not comfortable with, I'll just say, no, I'm not going to do that pull. That is a stupid pull. It's difficult to do that as a new tank, though, because if you're a new tank and you don't have a lot of experience with the dungeons, it's not the easiest thing to basically say, yeah, fuck you, just do my route, right? You're gonna feel, like, insecure, right? You're gonna be like, oh, maybe I should, like, listen to these people and stuff like that. Like, if I'm running with guildies and stuff, and my guildies are like, hey, there's this really good, like, new route that we should try, and I'm in voice with them, I'll be like, yeah, sure, I'm willing to try it. Like, explain the route to me. But if I join a pug, and we're just doing, like, a plus 15 for the weekly, and some random dipshit DPS is like, tank, do this big pull. We're gonna group all these mobs up, and then, you know, I'm gonna slappy hands and group them all together, and then, you know, I need you to hold aggro on all these different things, and healer, make sure to, like, you know, bot me or something like that. I'm just like, dude, get the fuck out of here, right? Like, this isn't the fucking MDI. We're just trying to get a completion. Because a lot of times, if you go for those strats that save, like, 1 or 2 minutes tops, and you wipe, you could really just fuck your key. Because that's obviously a massive, like, time loss. Just every single time you wipe, it's a pretty hefty time loss, right? Just in the deaths alone. So, people who try to go for those, like, all or nothing strats in a plus 15 are just the fucking bane of my existence as a tank. And yeah, as a new player, it absolutely can make the experience kind of miserable. Or not as a new player, I guess, just as a new tank, right? How much XP does this quest give? Only 10k, that's not too great. Ah. Well, those are, time-walking quests. Let's see. I'm pretty close to finishing the Bastion and Revendreth ones. Especially the Revendreth thing. I'm actually almost done with that. I'm just going to finish this at this point. That's a pretty big chunk of experience, so that should help me out a lot. Even though this isn't necessarily, like, an efficient bonus objective currently, because I did that entire questline, I already got so much progress towards it, it's like, fuck it, might as well, right? But goddamn, you really feel the AoE cap on some pulls like this. It's fucking brutal. .1.5 can't come fast enough at this point. Oh, shit. 70%'s pretty good.
I must get closer. I am out of range.
I wonder how much damage the Nightborne racial actually amounts to in like a realistic AoE setting. Because I know it's not like that good, especially on single target. It doesn't hit super hard, but it feels like it's pretty much like an extra Blood Boil. But it's like a Blood Boil that slows on a 3-minute cooldown. Kind of wish it did something like different than that. I guess it's cool at the very least. The main incentive to running Nightborne, of course, is the magic damage racial. So that's just, you know, passive DPS increase. Can't complain about that one, right? I'm glad they're removing the cap in 9.1.5. As an assassination main, it really hurts to only hit 5 people with Fan of Knives, yeah. One thing that I did notice, though, is they're not uncapping Ancient Aftershock, which, as a prot warrior who plays Night Fae, that makes me very sad. I guess, like, I think the reason they're not uncapping Ancient Aftershock specifically is, like, it... Technically, like, if you uncapped it, I think it would just allow you to do some ridiculous pulls where you just keep a group of mobs just completely locked down, but... I mean, I think Ancient Aftershock, what they should do is just make it so, like, it can, like, basically be uncapped up until, like, what is it, 10 targets or whatever that they're doing, so... I think, like, if they uncapped it to that degree, but made it so, like, the CC could only hit 5 targets, I mean, that would be better, right? I can understand how they don't want to make it so, like, the CC can hit more than 5 targets. Like, okay, fine. But at least let me hit a large group of mobs with an entire Ancient Aftershock. That always kind of feels bad. Like, even on Soul Render, if you mass grip all the adds onto the boss, and I'm hitting all the adds and Soul Render with an Ancient Aftershock, I miss one of the mobs, and that kind of feels bad. At least on Mythic. I think, I'm pretty sure there's additional adds on Mythic compared to Heroic. I've never really, like, compared it, but it always just feels like there's more up there. Nice. Loot 1,000 golds. I don't think this is going to complete the Revendreth thing, though. I'll probably still have to do a bit extra, but there's some pretty easy world quests nearby that I think I can complete. Not sure what I'm going to do after finishing Revendreth, though. Like, I was hoping that I would get the Plaguefall thing. That would have made my life a lot easier. But, I mean, I suppose, so... I could queue for a dungeon, and yeah, I don't really like to do that, but if it's Plaguefall, I'll do it. If it's not Plaguefall, I will leave at this point, because I effectively would get nothing out of anything else. So, alright, I'll demonstrate the seesaw trick. Maybe I could say I'm doing it for science, right? But I really don't want to have to do a different dungeon that isn't Plaguefall because it's just not time efficient at all. And to be completely honest, I'm feeling fucking tired right now. Fanatic Crusader. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that one spawn yet. I don't even remember the last time I did this area. It must have been like first few days after Shadowlands launched. 99%? Really? Ah. There we go. I gave a decent chunk. Oh, wait. Legs I have equipped are actually better. Interesting. Okay, so that gave me 7%. I could finish that bonus objective. Maybe. There's some good quests over here, though. Like, Beast Control and Hunting Trophies are both good. Yeah, I think I'll do those. I'll do the, Trash in the Camp World Quest, and then I'll do these 2 quests over there. Hopefully that's enough to finish this bar. I might be a little bit short, though. Yeah, we'll see. I also feel like cleaning up my bags, because it's getting a little bit too cluttered for my taste. Alright. So this one is, yeah, 6 dread bats. So this quest is, like, you know, pretty nice. It gives... how much XP? 16k. Yeah, that's a pretty good chunk. That's about as much as a bonus objective. And this takes all of, like, what, 1 minute to do? If I had better AoE, like, if I was on a Guardian Druid, I'd just pull all 6 in one sitting, and boom. Quest done.
I am out of range. Too far away.
Cosmo said, hey, sorry I won't be watching. I'm going to play Fortnite with my friends. Cosmo, you don't have to apologize. If you need to go, that's totally okay, man. Have fun playing Fortnite. And thank you for saying that. Have a great day as well. Yeah, don't feel bad if you, like, need to leave or something. Final stretch? Yeah. Almost there. Pretty much only 1 level left to go because, I mean, I'm almost at 59. But yeah, no, Cosmo, never feel bad if you need to leave the stream or anything. Like, I appreciate everybody that's here, but, like, nobody needs to be here. You know, you're here by your own choice, right? And I appreciate it. Hunting trophies. I just picked up 2 quests, but... okay, yeah, so that overlaps with, okay, here, so... Seesaw... can hop on the seat. Oh no, I got kicked off. Whew. Okay, that was close. I forgot that he boots you off the seesaw. Okay. So if you sit on the seesaw, it counts as being in a vehicle. So it won't teleport you once the dungeon starts. Well, or the dungeon can just not start. That works too. Okay. So that was Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. Mist is fast, but, like, at this stage, if it isn't Plaguefall, like, if it was Plaguefall, I could basically do 1 or 2 more things, get the dungeon XP, and I'd be good to go, but Mists would only be, like, 1/3 of a level, and that's just not time efficient. But there you go. If you want to implement that trick, I mean, I wouldn't recommend using it too much. Like I said, I only like to use it if I'm, like, really trying to min-max a speedrun. Now, usually if I'm just dungeon spamming, I'm just like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. I'll get it done at some point, right? But, I mean, that is always an option that you have. Lots of alliance here.
It has been so long since I laid hands.
That also gave 16k XP. That's pretty good.
I must get closer.
Ah, shit. I forgot to kick that. Go. The damage on this feels honestly pretty bad. I know it gets a little bit better once I actually get like my legendaries and stuff, but Blood DK without any like the systems and Shadowlands feels just kind of awful. I got all 3 Doomfang skulls just from killing one. I guess it makes sense, it does have 3 heads.
Too far away.
Didn't manage to get any of the fangs though. Kinda sucks. Alright, there's a bunch of mobs over here that I can kill. And that should get me the quest items that I need. Open this up. Would this helmet even be an upgrade when I got it? 132 item level? It would be an upgrade. Nice. You've inspired me to play again and finish leveling every one of your characters to max. Oh, wow. See, I haven't even done that. That said, I've leveled, like, multiple Guardian Druids and multiple Protection Paladins, so I've leveled a lot of characters to max, but I wouldn't be able to level, like, one of every class to max. Or at least, I mean, I could, but I just wouldn't want to, right? I'm sure I'll eventually get around to, like, playing a Warlock or a Priest, but it's just not something that interests me right now, so I could not do that. But I respect it. You just realized MM does more damage without a pet out? Yes. I think Lone Wolf is no longer a talent, right? I could be wrong in that, but I guess MM Hunters in the chat if you know. I'm pretty sure Lone Wolf is baseline, right? So, yeah, MM's whole thing is that you can still summon pets, but you really only ever want to summon a pet as an MM Hunter if you need to, like, pop Bloodlust or something. So, if you have no Bloodlust in your group, it's generally a good idea to start the fight with a Bloodlust pet, pop Bloodlust, and then immediately dismiss your pet. At least that's how I've usually seen MM Hunters do it. It's baseline, okay, yeah. Because I remember for like a few years, Lone Wolf was a talent, and it was the only talent that people picked, and then I was like, I'm pretty sure I remember that they made it baseline, but then I had that moment of like, wait, did I just like make that up in my head? But, okay, good to know I'm not going crazy here. I'm just gonna go unlock flying, and I only have 3 more to go. Nice. Yeah, definitely having flying before you level characters will make life a lot easier. It doesn't take too long to unlock either way. It's pretty simple.
I am out of range.
Brett said I only tend to play melee. Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I mostly play tanks, as you can probably tell at this point, but if I do play a DPS, it's usually a melee DPS. In fact, one of the reasons that I really like playing Mistweaver, and why Mistweaver is the only healer that I've ever seriously played, is because of Fistweaving. When I saw that I could play Mistweaver Monk as a melee DPS and get, like, good healing out of it, I was like, oh yeah, sign me the fuck up. That said, Fistweaving has, really in my experience, has never been, like, the best way to play Mistweaver. I feel like it's always been, like, for PvP, sometimes Fistweaving has been good, but for raiding, Fistweaver has always been, like, a supplementary build, or, like, something that you do on the side, like, with what's the talent called where it's like when you do Rising Sun Kick, it like extends the duration of your hots and stuff. Like in that case, you're still playing Mistweaver like normal, but then whenever you need to extend the duration of your hots, like whenever Rising Sun Kick is off cooldown, you just Rising Sun Kick. But you're not really fist weaving, you're really just using Rising Sun Kick. So that talent was cool. I forget the name of it. It was like, was it Rising Mist? I think it was Rising Mist. I could be wrong on that. Good for you, bud. Fist weaving is the meta build. Is it really? Maybe I should look into it more. Oh, you hate it. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I've always found it fun. I like the idea of, like, you know, you get to heal by punching things. No, it's like the Josuke playstyle. I think that's pretty cool. So, I've always found that to be a bit interesting. I do know that, like, fist weaving back in Nathria, if I remember correctly, was, like, something that some people played. But I remember when I looked at all of the top Mistweaver parses, then they weren't running fist weaving, right? Like, I didn't get to fist weave while doing KT healing. Because, like, on KT, you went, like, full single target healing. So, the top parses on Kael'thas, which was the only fight that I've recently played Mistweaver on, seriously, at least. You ran... What's the legendary? Was it this one? Yeah, this one. So healing with Enveloping Mist or Vivify while channeling Soothing Mist increases their healing done by 20% and reduces their mana cost. So all the top parses were running this thing. So that was the legendary that I used on Kael'thas when I swapped to Mistweaver for that one boss. And I would just, like, Soothing Mist into Kael'thas and just pump out a shit ton of healing. It was kind of fun, though. I felt like a Gatling gun healer. Just rocket off a bunch of spells in a short period of time, and just, I would see my name fly up to the top of the healing meters. And then, of course, like, all the other healers were like, oh, well, healing parses don't matter, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm a DPS and tank main. Like, as long as my name's at the top, I don't give a shit. Like, it's my one fight where I get to heal, I'm gonna go full Parsour mode, even if it's on a healer. But, I mean, I'm joking, right? Like, I do know that, obviously, like, healing parses at the end of the day don't matter that much, but you can bet your ass that when I was playing Mistweaver on Kael'thas, I was, like, really happy about my parses. I don't think I did amazing. I think I got, like, a purple parse, but it wasn't, like, super good, but that's also because I had, like, garbage Mistweaver gear. I was at, like, basically normal Nathria item level, with the exception of the stuff that stat changes, right? So I had, like, a mythic chest piece and whatnot, but, like, my trinkets were normal Nathria item level, my weapons were, like, 200 item level and stuff. I think I had a PvP weapon equipped or something. And then I had just an item level 190 of that Clouded Focus legendary. So, didn't have a lot of gear for Mistweaver, so it was hard to, like, put out really high numbers for it, and admittedly, I had to learn the thing in, like, a few days. Because I was kind of sitting there holding out hope, like, hey, maybe I'm going to recruit a Mistweaver for this fight, or maybe somebody has a good Mistweaver off-spec that they can play, and I did not manage to find a Mistweaver, so when we got to Sun Kings, I just said, fuck it, we're going to one-tank this, let me Mistweaver. I mean, it worked out, we killed it. That said, re-killing it was a bit hard, because I did say on future re-kills, I was like, okay, look, like, especially because after that, I eventually swapped to Prot Warrior, and I did want to get Sun King killed on my Prot Warrior, right? I didn't want to have to play healer every single time. So it was a little bit rough on the re-clear, because our healers had to kind of, like, relearn the fight without my Mistweaver healing on Kael'thas, so that was kind of iffy, but for our first kill, at least, I did play Mistweaver for that, and it was kind of cool. I did get to Fistweave in the intermission, though, because I was running, what is it called? Like, Teachings of the Monastery or something? Whatever the talent is where when you blackout kick, it restores your mana. So, I was playing that, and basically, the way that it would go is I would get, like, double innervates during the, like, the Kael'thas phase. Most people are doing Ancient Teachings of the Monastery and Rising Mist. Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't running Rising Mist on that because I think there was, like, a different build. Because, like, Rising Mist didn't really help you with Kael'thas healing. So, for that fight in particular, I forget exactly what I ran, but it wasn't Rising Mist, but I was running Teachings in the Monastery because basically, during the intermission, when there was, like, not very much healing going out, my HPAL healer was basically like, just stop healing, I got this, and he would completely cover healing that entire phase, and I would just sit there and constantly just blackout kick the boss and regenerate a ton of mana. So I would pump really hard in, like, phase 1 and phase 2, and then during that intermission, it was my time to shine. Or my time not to shine, I guess. It was his time to shine, it was my time to regain mana, right? So, it was pretty fun. I also, like, you know, it was kind of, like, hectic, though, because I had, like, so much shit to worry about, like, with my healing. I had to, like, execute, like, the perfect rotation within, like, the innervates and stuff. Like, I would get PI'd and innervated, and I had to, like, perfectly, like, execute my spells on a spec that I wasn't super familiar with. And if I fucked up, I would be mana starved, and then we would, like, miss the healing check. So, really stressful fight. But it was one of those things where it's like, I don't know if that's something I would want to do for a long period of time. Like, I don't think I would ever want to main healer. But basically being able to just, like, you know, step into a different person's shoes and play a healer main for one boss in a raid was actually kind of a cool experience. I really enjoyed that. 90%, so I'm almost done. As an alt, it's pretty fun, yeah. I mean, Mistweaver's just a fun healer to play, in my opinion. Alright, let me catch up on messages. I need to level up a couple of classes for classy Blood Elves, but one of them is a Ret Pally, and, kill me. Wait, whoa. If you're leveling a Paladin, take my word for it. Level as a Prot Pally. You're gonna enjoy it a lot more. Prot Pally leveling is just super duper easy, it's really fun. Old said that Fist Weaving was really good in Mists of Pandaria in Heart of Fear. Interesting. Yeah, so I didn't actively raid back in Heart of Fear, so I didn't know that, but that's pretty cool. Oh god, that's a lot of Alliance. Oh, that's a lot of Alliance. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I think I'm gonna pass on this world quest. I'll find another way to get the experience I need. I'm sure there's some good quests over here. Summoner Marcellus. Let's check that one out. I will start leveling that Fury Warrior in 10 minutes. Nice. Hope it goes well. Melee is more fun than ranged. Some people would disagree with you, but I would agree with you on that. The only healer you've played is Holy Paladin. I think, yeah, Holy Paladin, in my experience, is like one of the healers that I think a lot of people really enjoy. The two healers that I hear most people say as like their favorite would be Holy Paladin and Resto Druid. Obviously, there's like a lot of Ride or Die Priest mains out there, but I've met a lot more like Ride or Die, Resto Druid, or HPAL mains than I've met like Ride or Die Priest mains or Mistweaver Monk mains, etc. Same with Resto Shaman. They have very unique playstyles, right? Like, Resto Druid has, like, you know, the whole, you know, heal over time playstyle, and there really isn't, like, another healer that is truly that hot-focused. So, I think people who really, really enjoy the hot playstyle just stick with Resto Druid over anything. And I mean, HPAL is just its own completely different beast, right? HPAL has had lots of different, like, very unique builds over the years, so I feel like people who enjoy HPAL might struggle to enjoy, like, other healers because it's just so different than a lot of other healers. So if somebody's, like, they're in love with HPAL, that is, like, the way that they probably enjoy playing healers. Whereas, like, I would say for the most part, Resto Shaman and Priests and stuff like that all have, like, kind of similar playstyles. I guess Disc is kind of different. But they've kind of, like, homogenized Disc a bit in recent years. Like, Disc used to be very unique, and it feels now like it's just kind of becoming more and more of just, like, a generic healer. Especially because you have, like, HPAL, which HPAL is doing even more damage than Disc is, but it's also doing, like, as much healing as Disc is, and Disc was always meant to be the healing and damage healer, so it's kind of lost its identity there. Just a little bit. What's my fastest speedrun? My fastest speedrun for 10 to 50 is a 4 hour 44 time with Guardian Druid. High Mountain Tauren. I haven't done any like super duper serious speedruns of 10 to 60. But I guess my fastest like 50 to 60 time would be around 6 hours. Like I think it was like 6 hours, 10 minutes on one of my runs. So that was also on a Guardian Druid, I should say. So I would say my total time for like 10 to 60 is around like 11 hours, but those were done across 2 separate runs. I haven't really, since Shadowlands launched, attempted to do like a super duper hardcore 10 to 60 speedrun. I'm kind of waiting for them to fix leveling a little bit before I attempt to do that, because right now it's just not really something that I've been having a whole lot of fun with. So I've been enjoying more doing like these casual speedruns and not really worrying too much about it. I think that's a better way to approach it, at least for me.
Excuse me. Hello. Please do hurry. I cannot enter the light without my cloak.
I'm gonna do this quest chain. It's pretty good. Negan, I stopped watching The Walking Dead because of that character. Yes, I remember. My dad really did not like that. He told me a lot about it. People are doing ancient teachings in the monastery. Yeah, I read that, right? Negan said, I graduated college in May and I start a full-time finance very soon. Is now a good time to download and play Shadowlands for the first time? I mean, if you don't mind losing your job, but, like, if you play Shadowlands super hardcore right now, it might be kind of hard. Blizzard's kind of making, you know, Shadowlands into its own, like, full-time job these days, unfortunately. I'm a rogue main, so Ret Pally feels weird to me. It's a combo point class, but you get the combo points from cooldowns? Yeah. Ret Pally is one of those things where, like, I know a lot of people who main Ret Paladin, but I don't know anybody that has a Ret Paladin alt. Every single Ret Paladin I know is, like, ride or die Ret Pally, but it's something that I don't see many people just be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm gearing up my Ret Pally now. It's definitely a bit of a polarizing DPS. At least in my experience. And I can speak personally and say that it's not something that I enjoy. I've tried Ret Paladin in the past, and I've never been able to get into it. Just not for me. But I mean, if my friend Pooty was in the stream, and he heard me say that, he'd fucking kill me.
Where that shard came from. Mirrors are a magical network of sorts.
What do people even run for normal mistweaving? I literally cannot find a monk that doesn't run teachings of the monastery and Warcraft logs. Damn. Is fistweaving really that dominant now? That's crazy. I might actually try it then. I've always wanted to, like, fully play a fistweaver, but it's always been kind of a meme. But if it's good now, then maybe it's worth a shot. Cosmo, yay, I'm back because I wasn't gaming. Fun, back on the grind. And you have a Ret Pally alt. Interesting.
Fragments should never be
yeah, I'm not saying nobody does.
They can be used to repair nearly any
I just find it's, like, rarer. Like, I think,
where the mirror will take you.
A lot of people, like, the most common combo I've seen is I know a lot of people who play Boomkin, Warlock, and Mage. Those 3 classes. So, pretty much every single, like, caster multi-classer I know plays those 3 casters. Boomkin, Warlock, Mage. And I think a lot of people have a Hunter alt.
Well done.
Like, Hunter is probably, like, the class that the largest amount of people play as an alt, because, I mean, Hunter's just kind of fun, right? But Paladin is definitely not one that I've seen that often. I considered trying Ret, but it seems kind of meh compared to Prot. Yeah, I feel you there. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of Ret initially, and then after playing Prot, I liked Ret even less. It's just, it felt like an inferior version of Prot. I know the Ret Paladin mains in the chat are going to be really mad about me saying that. That's just how it feels to me. But I just really like Prot Paladin, and I could never get into Ret. It's just never really been my thing.
It has been so long since I laid hands on a living mortal.
Oh, thank God, I'm almost done with the Venthyr thing. Quit my Ret and Legion because of it. Yeah, proc-based combo generation. I can understand how a lot of people would be really frustrated about that. Wait, Pooty, you're here? Oh my god. I just saw that. Fuck me. Of all the times for you to be lurking in my stream, it's when I say that I don't like Red Paladin. God damn it. I will say though, Pooty here, he typed in chat earlier, this man can fucking play a Ret Paladin. Like, whenever I need to know if Ret Paladin's good, I just group up with Pooty. If it's good, he'll be able to play it. So I'll give him that much. I think I've literally only ever seen you play one other class, and that was when you were on your rogue, Pooty. Like, 99% of the time I play with you, you're on your Paladin. Has switching to Threads of Fate at 54 been faster? It's hard to say. Like, come to think of it, this has been a relatively fast run. Time walking was honestly decently fast. I don't know. It's also really hard for me to get an accurate measure because I do have Darkmoon Fair buff. So, it's difficult to say whether or not the Threads of Fate is what sped it up, because, like, I had the Darkmoon Fair quest items, so a lot of times when I've done runs with Darkmoon Fair, even when I do Darkmoon Fair, like, from 50 to 60, I have the quest items already consumed when I'm at, like, level 10. So, the fact that I got half a level from 50 to 51 by using Darkmoon items, and I've had the 10% buff for most of this, has kind of skewed the results a little bit. But I will say that Threads of Fate has been feeling quite a lot faster than I expected it to be. So, it definitely isn't bad as my initial, like, impressions way back when made it out to be, but I would still say it's probably not faster. Pooty says, you don't need any other classes when you're a Paladin. I guess. I mean, they can play every role. Same could be said about Druid, though. Okay, this should complete the Revendreth quest for me. And then... yeah, sure. Where do I hand this in? I have to go all the way over there. This isn't gonna get me to 60, but I'll be pretty damn close. 10 to 60 budget fist weaving speedrun when? I will play a monk at some point, but I will be going, not fist weaving, I will be going fist walking. So, Windwalker all the way. When I eventually do a monk speedrun, because I will eventually do a monk speedrun, it'll be as Windwalker. Belps can't be druids. Yeah, honestly, you have a point there, Pooty. That definitely is a major selling point for paladins over druids. I played Holy Paladin at the start of Shadowlands, was fun, but I didn't like the whole Crusader Strike thing. I'd rather sit in one spot and heal, and yeah, that's the thing. HPal is very different from most healers because of that. So, that's why, like, some people absolutely love that playstyle, and those people are, like, ride-or-die HPal mains, and other people just aren't a fan of it. I've never noticed this before. That's actually kind of awesome. There's a gargoyle just rotating this wheel. How have I never seen that? That's fucking awesome. I've never paid attention to that. Holy shit. I've sat, like, right on this little thing so many times, and I've never actually noticed that. Okay, that's a neat little attention to detail by Blizzard. I mean, judging by the chat, it looks like a lot of other people haven't noticed that as well. Huh. Well, at least I don't have to feel bad about it. Return to Oribos? Oh, it gives me renown. Huh, nice. What else could I do? I might go ahead and do some of the quest lines in Ardenweald. I think, yeah, that would be pretty fast. I'll go do that. That should get me there. What would you do if Bellular got into a fight with Asmongold? And what would you do if Asmongold was your dad? Would you consider doing a collab with Asmongold? So, dissecting that question, are you saying that would I do a collab with Asmongold if Asmongold was my dad? Or are those two separate questions on, like, what would I do if he was my dad, and what would I do, or would I do a collab with him? Would I do a collab with Asmongold? I don't fucking know. Well, I definitely won't because Asmongold doesn't know who the fuck I am, right? But assuming he did, would I? I don't know, maybe. I guess it would depend. But, what would I do if Asmongold got into a fight with Bellular? I don't... Like, whose side would I take? I guess it depends on what the topic was. I mean, I like Asmongold, right? But I also really like Bellular. I respect both of them. I feel like they both respect each other, so I don't really see them getting into a fight over anything. So I don't know. I guess if Bellular got into a fight with Asmongold, I would hear both sides of the story, and I would make my decision based on that. Bit of a lame answer, but I guess it's true, right? And, what would I do if Asmongold was my dad? I mean, it would be an improvement. I can say that because I know that my dad's in chat right now. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm just kidding, Dad. If I want to get Asmon's attention, just get a world record speedrun with Warrior and say, yes, Warriors can do this. Interesting. I mean, what if it was on a prot Warrior? Doesn't Asmon, like, only play DPS Warrior? I don't think I've ever seen him tank anything. Maybe I'm wrong in that. I mean, aside from Final Fantasy, right? I've seen him tanking in Final Fantasy, but I don't think I've ever seen him tank in WoW. Hey, just tuned in. Good progress on 60. Thank you. Almost there. Just a few bars away. Prot's a lot of fun, because even at low level, you can't die if you play semi-decently. Yeah. Yeah, Prot Paladin is absolutely nuts. Where do I have to click on Goober. He tanked on Classic? Gotcha. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't seen a lot of his Classic stuff. I've said it before, but I've only recently started watching Asmongold stuff. Everything that I knew about him before then was like, my cousin would send me one of his videos and be like, oh, you might like this. I was never, like, a huge fan, but... Like, I've said this before, but I've gotten a lot more respect for Asmongold after watching his Final Fantasy stuff. I really respect the way that he approached that whole thing. And he, you know, gave it a fair shot, went in with an open mind, and I have a lot of respect for that. So... But before that, I was never, like, a big fan of Asmongold. I'm still not, like... I wouldn't say, like, I'm a fan of Asmongold, right? Like, I can enjoy watching his videos, like, every now and then, but when it comes to, like, WoW YouTubers that I regularly watch, At this point, the only one would be Bellular. Before, I would say Bellular and Preach, but now it's just Bellular. Watching the poor guy suffer through unnerved Battle of Dazara lore was fun. I assume that's what you're referring to with BOD. That's true. So I just saw Locke said, Blood Elves can be monks and monks can be all roles. Yes, that is very true as well. That is one of the reasons why I like monks. And I do play every single spec on monks. I play Brewmaster, Windwalker, and Mistweaver. It's the only class in the game where I play every single spec. When you're level 60, do I claim your Darkmoon top hats? If they were tradable, I'd give them to you, Cosmo, but at this point, I only have one Darkmoon top hat left, so... But alas, Darkmoon top hats are soulbound. And Toth said he plays Prot every once in a while. Interesting. More classes need more roles. Outlaw just feels like it's an old school recuperate away from being a tank. Ooh. Outlaw Rogue tank would be cool. I could see that. I think some sort of, like, rogue that focuses more on, like, pistol stuff would be kind of neat. Like, obviously, Outlaw has, like, Between the Eyes and, like, I think it's pistol shot and stuff. But I feel like Outlaw's main thing has always been, like, Slice and Dice and Blade Flurry and whatnot. Back when Outlaw was combat, right? But if they had a more, like, pistol-focused, like, pirate tank... Which I get that's kind of what they're going with the Outlaw, but like, I say just make Outlaw, like, combat again, and then, you know, if you want to give it Roll the Bones, even though, like, okay, does anybody actually enjoy Roll the Bones? I have yet to meet a single person who thinks Roll the Bones is a fun ability. Every single Outlaw main I've ever talked to, basically, they're like, yeah, I like the spec, but I fucking hate Roll the Bones. Because RNG is cancer. So, I don't know. I feel like Outlaw would just be better off if they just cut that shit out and made it Slice and Dice baseline. Because Slice and Dice is just like, it's Roll the Bones, right? But with no RNG. Obviously, you can do crazier shit with Roll the Bones if you get lucky, but Slice and Dice is just the same kind of shit. It's a big cooldown ability, but it's just 100% consistent. The only thing I like about Outlaw is that I can yell, "Yahaha!" Fair enough. I mean, in terms of, like, thematic elements, I think Outlaw's really good for that, but I've never been into it for playstyle-wise because of the RNG. Like, if I really wanted that level of RNG, I'd just fucking reinstall Hearthstone, man. I don't need that shit. I was amazed when he tried it, then even more amazed when he ended up liking both Final Fantasy and the Cat Girls. Yeah. So I've said this before, but I was really impressed just by the fact that, like, Asmongold went into Final Fantasy with an open mind. I thought that was really cool. But the fact that he ended up liking it, I was surprised by. That I did not expect. There was an 8-hour stream, 4 of it was on Stormwall Blockade. Holy shit. If I could have the abilities / powers of any WoW class IRL, what class would I choose and why? Probably Demon Hunter. I mean, like, the fun answer is Demon Hunter, because you get to fucking fly, right? You get wings and shit. Demon Hunter, like, being an IRL Demon Hunter just sounds awesome. But I do like Warrior. Even though Warrior is, like, the most basic bitch answer. I mean, I think, like, even though you could say, oh, well, you could technically be a Warrior IRL, right? But can a Warrior IRL charge in midair and basically just cancel their momentum and fall to the ground? Like, nobody in midair can just leap off nothing and land on the ground without taking any fall damage, right? So, you know, I think having Heroic Leap and Charge IRL would be pretty cool. Did you know Preach still plays the game? He does, really? Interesting. Yeah, I don't use Twitter a lot, so I haven't noticed that on his Twitter. Maybe I'll check it out. I thought he had just gone, like, complete cold turkey quit after posting that video, but I guess if you say he still plays the game, then I assume that his announcement was more about him stopping WoW coverage. So, makes sense. Time Mage Healer? Yeah, Time Mage Healer would be pretty sick. I mean, I'm not a healer person, but that just sounds like a really cool idea. Locke said, I think it's good, but it's hard trying to memorize what buffs did what. Yeah, I could see that. Roll the Bones high rolls have been nerfed from what it was in BFA. Interesting. Okay, so, Cyvert says that Roll the Bones isn't, like, as RNG as it used to be. That's good to know, I guess. I did know it was pretty wild in terms of the randomness before. To be honest, I don't even pay attention to Roll the Bones. I just push the button every time it's up and move on with my life. Fair enough, yeah. Mutated said, Negan, what are those questions, man? I mean, I would say the same thing, but at this point, I'm used to it. I enjoy Negan's questions. They're very strange, but they're fun to answer. If Bellular was your dad and Bellular got into a fight with Asmongold and you sided with Bellular, would you still watch Asmongold's streams and consider doing a collab with him? Would you forgive him? Maybe. I guess in this hypothetical scenario, I guess it would depend on how Bellular, my dad, would feel about it. So, who knows? Why not Druid, though, so you could shapeshift? Ooh. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, being able to turn into a cat would be pretty cool. I would say that it would be nice to be able to talk to my cats, but I'm pretty sure if I could talk to my cats, all they would say is, feed me, bitch! And, like, that's pretty much it. Considering that's literally all they ever do. My cats just sleep, and they look for food. Every single time they walk into my room and they walk up to me and go, meow, I know that they're just asking for more food. Even if they had just eaten, like, 5 minutes ago, so. I don't think that would necessarily be, like, the greatest power ever. 138. Interesting. Alright. And now I'm going to do this quest line. Are any of these world quests worth it? I could do that pet battle. That's actually a really fast pet battle quest. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that. You'd be cool with having no eyes and having a demon screaming at you 24/7? I mean, like, demon hunters don't have eyes, but they have spectral sight. Like, yeah, that would kind of be cool. I'd be able to see through walls and shit. Maybe. Demon hunters don't fly, but it would be an amazing mount for a DH to just fly in meta form. I mean, technically, I think demon hunters can kind of fly in canon. Obviously, in-game they can't, but, like, hasn't Illidan, like, kind of flown around before? Like, Illidan can more, like, get air. Like, he can flap his wings and, like, go up high. Like, wasn't that, like, in the Outlands, like, intro thing? Am I crazy? I thought that was a thing. 2 more levels to 48? Nice. Almost there, Cosmo. Not choosing priests cure disease and exploiting that for fame and money? Yeah, that's fair. I guess, yeah, as a priest, you could make, like, a fucking killing off that. Definitely something to consider. Okay, this pet battle over here. So this is, like, one of the easiest pet battles in all of Shadowlands. All you need to do is get this thing, Iron Starlet. For the record, if I could recommend the best pet in the entire game that everybody should have, it's this thing, Iron Starlet. I've used Iron Starlet in, like, more pet battles than anything. I've probably used this, like, about as much as every single other pet combined. This thing is so fucking good. It's good for, like, every boss. And it can straight up solo a single beast pet. It's really fucking good. Can I show my characters after I get to 60? Yeah, sure, I could do that. Warhammer says rogue so I can rob people. Oh, I see. So Preach raids 1 night a week with his friends. Yeah, okay. I mean, that sounds pretty fun. I hope he's having a good time. Hopefully this doesn't one-shot me. No, I should be good. If this doesn't kill me... Okay, yeah, I'm good. I got this. Then supercharge, and then I one-shot it next turn. They already have a flying animation, so it would be easy to implement. Yeah. Brewmaster would be the best spec IRL. Yeah, definitely. I mean, hey, you can already be a Brewmaster IRL if you really want to. Except for the whole Transcendence thing, but... I mean, you can roleplay as a Brewmaster IRL. I know a lot of people who already do. I mean, basically, my friend Paul RPs as a Brewmaster IRL. You'd have Flight Form, Cat Form, Bear Form, Tree Form. Yeah, true. Yeah, Flight Form on a Druid could be cool, if you had the IRL. Revendreth, for whatever reason, was your favorite part of the campaign. I would say Revendreth is my second favorite. I like Ardenweald the most. But Revendreth is really cool. Isn't the whole RP of Demon Hunter that they absorb a demon and it constantly torments them? Yeah, something like that. I forget the exact details of it, but... I believe that is their lore, yes. Every pet battle is easy, you just use level 1 pets. Oh god. Okay, so... The level 1 pet thing, I know about that, but that's cheating. You know, I have all these really cool level 25 pets, and then like a while ago somebody told me about the fact that you can just use level 1s and, you know, cheese the entire thing, and it's like, ugh. It ruins the fun, right? You know, a lot of these pet battles are designed around having all pets at level 25, so like, yeah, you could just use level 1 pets, but where's the fun in that? And sometimes using a level 1 pet is not the best option. I will say, though, like, there are certain boss fights where if you use straight level 1 pets, it basically cheeses the entire thing. But I would say, like, using an Iron Starlet there just is as easy as using level 1 pets. It takes too much effort. No! Hey! What did I do to you? So rude. It takes too much effort to level up like 20 teams of level 5 pets. How many level 5 pet or level 25 pets do I even have? A lot. I have a fucking lot. I don't know the exact number. I've leveled like a gazillion pets. I mean, the achievement caps out at 25, but I have way more than that. So. You like Bastion the best? Bastion would be third for me. Maldraxxus is my least favorite. You have the PvP talent to ascend, but Illidan does have a flying phase in Black Temple? Yeah. Fucking bloodthirsty hunters, man. I see that freezing trap. You can level a ton of pets on Super Squirt Day. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've never actually done that. The way I've always approached it is like, I've just leveled so many pets passively over time that at this point, I don't need any pets. Yes, there is actually... that is not something that he made up. I do know that Super Squirt Day is actually a thing. But I guess, yeah, when you say it like that, it does kind of sound bad, right? So, Yes. Paladin's good if you want to get money from your abilities. You can become an angel. Yes, true. Iron Starlet, Unborn Valkyr, Anubisath Idol, Mechanical Pandaren Dragonling, and Darkmoon Zep are my favorites. So, a lot of the pets you just listed are, like, really good PvP pets. I would say... I don't know, I feel like Anubisath Idol is kind of overrated for, like, PvE battles. I feel like there's a lot of pets that just do... But, yeah, Mechanical Pandaren Dragonling is, like, insane for PvP, but I find it hard to actually utilize that properly for actual, like, you know, most, like, boss battles and stuff like that. Darkmoon Zep I do use a lot, though. Darkmoon Zep is, like, my second favorite. Actually, no, I would say Darkmoon Zep's, like, my third favorite mechanical pet. So if I go over here to mechanical pets, my usual, like, full mech team will be Iron Starlet, and then it will be Darkmoon Tonk, and then Darkmoon Zeppelin. These are all really good. Pocket Reaver is another good one. Skybow is okay. Tiny Harvester is okay. Like, these are all solid, but it kind of depends. I would say this is, like, the best mechanical team that I have. At least I've never felt a reason to replace it. And there's a lot of other good options. Like, if I need another suicide pet, I have Pet Bombling. Pocket Reaver is really good for, like, AoE mechanical damage because of Quake right here. Rabbit Nut Varmint is a mechanical that does undead damage, and something that's pretty valuable to have is a pet that does damage that isn't its actual type. So having, like, a mechanical that can do undead damage can be really good for some bosses. Little Bling is another good one. Yeah, thank you. I actually have not fully leveled up my Little Bling, but I do know that that one is pretty good. That's always been, like, on my to-do list. I never get enough, like, mechanical stones to actually get my Little Bling leveled up. But it is, yes, that is another really good mechanical pet. Playing WoW for fun is a foreign concept to many players these days, yeah. What about that snake thing? Which snake thing? Sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. Tazavesh Gizmo Pet can also do a lot of damage with Prowl and Arcane Dash. I think I have that, but I haven't leveled it, right? What is it called? I know what you're talking about, but I haven't... It's just called Gizmo? Why, if I search... Oh, right, because I still have it on mechanical only. Okay, Gizmo. So it's a beast. Interesting. And it has Scrabble, Swipe, Prowl. Yeah, Prowl is always a good option. Arcane Dash. Ooh. Yeah, that's a good ability. And then having, like, an immunity is good. Yeah, this pet looks good. I haven't gotten it yet, but I could definitely see how that would be really good in a lot of scenarios. I haven't looked at a lot of the new ones. Little Bad Wolf, Infinite Whelpling. I love Infinite Whelpling. Yeah. Infinite Whelpling is, like, one of my go-to dragon pets. That one's really good. I do not have a Little Bad Wolf. What are the abilities on that? Lil Bad Wolf. I mean, I have a level 1 version. Counter-Strike. Well, that could be pretty good. It has Dodge on it. Okay, yeah, Dodge is really powerful. And it has Howl. I mean, it doesn't have, like, anything to go along with Howl, so there's, like, no Howl Bomb potential. Oh, God, it's doing the frame rate thing again. Why does this keep happening? Oh, this game. Why are you tanking my frames? What the fuck? Oh, it's good? Okay, thank you.
Keep your guard up.
Dodge and Pounce? I mean, this has happened a few times, and it takes like 2 seconds, right? Like, for a few seconds, my frame rate just tanks. It's only happened while streaming, though, so I think it's like some issue with streaming that like really lags my computer. I don't know. Can't say for certain. But it's not something that happens frequent enough for me to be like, yeah, I should probably look into this. So, Dodge and Pounce is what carries the pets. counts. So I guess, yeah, if you have a high speed one of these, then... Do you run Claw or Counter-Strike on that? I could see how that would be pretty good, though. But I have not messed around with that one. Emerald Proto-Whelp. Yes, I love Emerald Proto-Whelp. I use that in so many pet battles. Absolutely. That thing can stall better than any other pet in the game. One of my favorite pets to use. Yeah, that thing is ridiculously powerful. There's, I think the end of the Emerald Nightmare, like, you get a pet. I think it's like, Nightmare Whelp or something. Let's check Whelp. Oh, yeah, Dream Whelpling. This one... Yeah, this one I think has... It's not quite as good. It has Emerald Dream. I guess Emerald Presence is okay, but yeah, Emerald Proto-Whelp. Ancient Blessing and Emerald Dream is just second to none. This thing has carried me through so many pet battles. One of the best uses for Emerald Proto-Whelp is, if anybody's ever done the pet battles in... What is it called? Tanan Jungle. So, Tanan Jungle is interesting in that all of the pet battles have this, like, mechanic where for the first 10 turns, the enemy pets hit for, like, a ridiculously high amount. So, every single pet battle in Tanan Jungle has two strategies. One, you just rush them down before they kill you, which for some it works, but some that's really hard. But a surefire strat for literally every single pet battle in Tanan Jungle, use Emerald Proto-Whelp and just stall for 10 turns. It can survive every single pet in Tanan Jungle just by stalling for 10 turns, and then you just finish them off after the buff wears off. So yeah, Emerald Proto-Whelp carried me through Tanan Jungle. Love that thing. Your pet battle team hasn't changed in 5 years? Ah. So it's that good, huh? I'd have to mess around with it. Sounds interesting. Did I know that the abominations that are gnomes sim the highest for Fury Warrior? Do they now? Well, it's a good thing I don't play Fury Warrior, because I would never play a gnome. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. I love the Ardenweald campaign. Dying Dreams quest hits me hard. Yeah. I talk about the Ardenweald campaign a bit at the end of the Hunter thing. I'm probably going to turn that into a highlight. I was pretty happy with that little mini rant. It's short, but I think Ardenweald is good, but it could be better. And that's a lot of what I talk about in there. You should have been online the 26th last month for Super Squirt Day if you wanted to level up pets, yeah. Let's see. I have 14 25 pets, mostly just the cool ones like Baby Blizzard Bear and Spirit of Competition. I haven't leveled those ones, but I've heard good things about them. I've leveled a ton of pets on SSD, or Super Squirt Day, and sold off the 25s for thousands of gold. Yeah, pet battling, or leveling pets through pet battling could be a really good source of gold. I've made a ton of money by doing that. But a lot of the time what I do is I will, like, go and do the really hard pet battles and get, like, the rare drop pets and sell those for, like, 25k each. That's how I make money through pet battles. I love the Mech Panda Dragonling because you have a choice of 4 different damage types. Dragon, Flying, Mech, and Elemental. It's also got Decoy. Yeah. It's definitely a very versatile pet. Do I have it leveled up? Mech, Mechanical, Pandaren, Dragonling. No, I've never leveled one. I feel like I have in the past. I think at one point in time I had one at 25 and then I sold it. But I can't be sure. But I do not have one at 25 currently. Maybe I'll level it up again. Plants vs. Zombies Singing Sunflower is great for Celestial Tournaments since you can use it to heal your back rank. Yeah. Have I ever leveled that one up? Sunflower. Yeah, okay. I have leveled the Sunflower. Okay. I thought I did that one. Yeah, Singing Sunflower is really good. Let's see. Daisy is good in many scenarios. I mean, I got Daisy for free, but I've never leveled her. That's like the Sloth one, right? The new one that just came out. At least I think that's what you're referring to. There's a sunflower pet? Yeah, there's, So if none of you played in Cataclysm, there's a Plants vs. Zombies minigame in Hillsbred Foothills called Lawn of the Dead is the quest line. And if you do that, you get a sunflower pet. And it's pretty good. So, I would... Here, I'll find the map. Nope, not that place. So, Hillsbred Foothills, right over here. Sludgeguard Tower, this place. That's where you'll find the Plants vs. Zombies minigame. It's pretty fun. It feels a little bit dated at this point. Like, it was really cool at the time. But these days, it does kind of feel a little bit dated, but it's still pretty fun. I mean, hell, I still enjoy playing Plants vs. Zombies on my phone every now and then, and I've beaten that game like 20 times. So it's always cool to have, like, more stuff that's PvZ related to play. I don't like the new ones, though. I tried PvZ2, and PvZ2 was, like, fun to an extent, and then I just got so tired of it when it became clear that I would have to start paying money if I needed to progress. Like, I even looked into it, and a lot of, like, the suggested strategies on the really hard levels, people were like, oh yeah, you want to have this pet, and this, or this plant, and this plant. And I'm like, I don't have any of those, and if I want to get them, I need to spend money. And that's where it started becoming really frustrating. Early on, it was fun, though. Level 60! Took me forever to do that last World's Quest, but... Woo! Finally got it. Nice. Let me check out Daisy, though, because somebody mentioned that. I've never looked at Daisy's abilities. Daisy has Swipe. Interesting. Sloth Strike. Slowly powers up during the first 2 rounds while taking 25% less damage. Interesting. On the 3rd round, Daisy strikes the enemy with slow but unstoppable force, dealing 77 beast damage and causing the target to bleed for 23 beast damage per round for 3 rounds. I mean, that's a cool ability, but I don't know how useful it is. Roughly 17 to 18 hours if you add up both timers. Nice. I feel like that was faster than my mage run. I'm not sure, though, but either way, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Definitely played it a bit slow, but, you know, oh well. Oh, it has Emerald Dream. Interesting. So this is literally just Emerald Dream, but, like, renamed. That's pretty cool. Ooh. I mean, that's also a really good ability. This is kind of crap. And then put the target to sleep. Huh. I mean, Daisy seems interesting. I'll set her at a favorite. Maybe I'll slowly level her up. Alright, let me make sure I don't miss any messages. I had so much fun with the Shadowlands pre-patch event in Icecrown. Never played Shadowlands. Last memory I have of playing WoW. Yeah, the pre-patch event was pretty good. I would say in recent history, my favorite pre-patch event by far was the Legion one. The Legion invasions were really, really cool. But I did like the Icecrown stuff. I thought the Icecrown stuff was pretty unique. Good thing I don't play Alliance. Will I be doing streams this November, December, a year anniversary from when I started streaming? I plan on it, yeah. My plan is to continue streaming consistently. So, once again, I will be streaming tomorrow, Monday, at 11 a.m. EST, same as the previous 2 days. And I will be gearing this character further. I'm going to be doing a little bit of off-stream gearing. I'll do, like, all the basic stuff, like, you know, beginning Covenant things, unlocking Korthia, etc., but I will be playing this a bit more in stream tomorrow, getting some gear and whatnot. Should be fun. And then the next time I will stream after that will be Saturday, Sunday of this next weekend. So, every single Saturday, Sunday, 11 a.m. EST, I will be streaming from here on out. That is like a consistent thing that I plan on doing. Unfortunately, I can't really stream any other day except Wednesday going forward. I will not be streaming this coming Wednesday, but in the future I'll probably do that. I have classes on basically every day but Wednesday, and of course the weekends, so makes it a bit difficult to stream consistently. But every Saturday, Sunday at the bare minimum, I will be streaming, so you can expect me to see me there at 11 a.m. Let me just make sure I read every message before I stop. Thank you for everybody saying grats, I appreciate it. PvZ2 was fun until they started walling you into 3-starring levels to progress. Yeah, agreed. Leveling as Blood was a pain for me compared to any other tanks. Yeah, this was definitely a bit of a slog. I've had a much easier time leveling on pretty much every single other tank, so... Not my favorite tank to level, definitely. Maybe it'll change when I actually, start playing it at max level. We'll see. Valkyrie and that bird pet combo is, like, mandatory for some. Yeah. There's a lot of really good birds, so I don't even know which one you're talking about. I know, like, the WAD, like, Digital Deluxe Edition one was really good. So, let's see. Flying... This one. I don't know if this is the bird you're referring to, but I know this one's, like, ridiculously broken. I've used him for a bunch of them. Icky, yeah. I don't think I... Oh, yeah, I do have Icky leveled up. Okay. Yeah, so I have Icky. Icky's another really good one. I have a lot of flying pets. Holy crap. Yeah. Oh, my favorite pet, though. So, Agreed Legion was fun and gave a cool toy. Yeah. Got one Darkmoon top hat. Nice. 690 pet achievement points. Yeah, it's pretty good, I would say. I don't do a lot of PvP pet battles, so for the amount that I do, I'd say this is solid. Turkey? Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I've never actually leveled this, but I remember when this was discovered. I did go and pick this up. Yeah, that's a cool pet. Cosmo, you only need the top hats for portable Darkmoon Fair buff. Yeah. I would say Darkmoon Fair buff is still worth getting, even if you don't have top hats. Like, I mean, 10% experience while leveling is very, very, very good. But yeah, so the last thing I'll leave you with, now that I'm fully caught up, I need to take a break, obviously. It's been, like, almost 8 hours. I am kind of tired, so I'm gonna, like, relax for a little bit. But I named my horny toad pet Afrasiabi, and I was very proud of this naming. That is my favorite pet currently. The moment I saw that pet name, and I heard the recent Blizzard news, I was like, I know what I must do. So, that's what I named my horny toad. But yes, that is it for the stream today. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate it. Always good to have people stop by. And once again, I will be streaming tomorrow at 11 a.m. EST, doing more work on this Blood DK. So, thank you all for watching, and I will see you tomorrow.